Oh, we're live.
Good morning, Chatty House.
In my fire, the best era gets the belt today. Congratulations. What up, Warren? Good morning, Russ Dog. Zabo and David in the building. David Jackson in the building. We don't use this line on this program, actually. Thanks.
I didn't see what it was.
That is the wrong daily fantasy outlet. What's up, Miguel? Good morning. Hello, Lou.
Hello, Lou.
That's an interesting take. Thanks, Shane. Good morning. Did we say hi to Zabo already?
I don't know.
Is that King Bass?
Hello, Stephen Brown. Casey Tucker Band.
Johnny G is here. Steven, what up? Chris, what up? Look at him go. Look at the halos.
We can get behind that. Angel's doing good.
Hey, Drew down. Hi, Jim.
Wheezy, Focus,
I need to scroll to the bottom. Here.
Lance Smith.
Oh, they're calling you guys innies.
Damn. Yeah, this is where we're starting, man. Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Oh, word? Okay.
I don't know
love
if
to see it.
severance would work for our job because then we could just go home and hear, like,
Yeah.
so it wouldn't work as well.
Sure. We can skip the Kings.
No. All
Ah.
Kings, all day, every
Hello,
day.
Newman.
Hello, Newman.
Hi, Spencer.
Hey, Spencer.
No, I had whatever this is well before I went to Disney. What up, Adam? So I was at Disney and couldn't smell anything. It was horrible. Good morning, everybody. A happy Wednesday to ya. James Ham is here. So is Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. And we are sponsored by our friends at Jiffy Lube. Hanging out with you until noon. Appreciate everybody listening on the radio on 1320 a.m. Hello. Good morning. If you're listening on the free Odyssey app, we appreciate that immensely. If you're not listening on the Odyssey app, you should download the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. You search ESPN 1320, you favorite that station, and then when you fire up the app, it's right there. You don't have to search for it. And then you can listen to us wherever you are in the world, which is a great feature of the free Odyssey app. Plus, they got a bunch of podcasts, music.
Yeah, good stuff.
YouTube, Twitch. Hello. Good morning, everyone watching us on YouTube and Twitch, and everybody in the chatty house. Good morning to you as well. If we did not get to say good morning to you individually before the show started, just know that you're still in our hearts, and we appreciate you. And everybody listening on the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast, which you can download and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Hello. Hope the future is as bright as it looks from here.
That's a long intro.
Yeah.
We got all the bases covered.
A lot of housekeeping.
Yeah.
Anything going on tonight on this radio station? No, we got nothing going on tonight. NIT basketball championship game tomorrow, though.
Oh, okay.
Watch out.
Watch out.
There's two teams playing in that one. I'm really looking forward to it. Joe, can you look up who's playing in the NIT championship and let us know? Thanks. We're going to be fired up for that matchup. I can't wait.
The NIT championship.
The Kings play tonight. We'll get into that. But man, hell of a night in the NBA last night.
I think that the NBA is easily the most watchable, like, highlight reel sport that we have. And last night,
Yeah, I would
I
agree with
think
that.
you just got to see, like, some of the craziest stuff ever.
So it's pretty rare because of this that I get to lock in on a Warriors game.
Yeah.
And no Kings last night. Warriors playing at 5 is like great because they were in Memphis. Huge game as well. We talked about it yesterday in the Western Conference. Steph Curry hits 12 3-pointers.
Just wild.
Scores 52 points, pulls down 10 rebounds, dishes out 8 assists, grabs 5 steals. Golden State still has to hang on to win. But they managed to get a win over the Grizzlies, 134-125. And we talked about this last time. I believe Steph had 12 threes in Orlando. Every single time he does this, I'm like, all right, well, that'll be the last time.
We officially have it. It's the NIT championship is Chattanooga versus UC Irvine.
Oh, the chat. Oh my God. So good for the NIT getting a rivalry game in there.
Thank you, Joe Brazil.
Sweet. Yeah, my man. Thanks, Joe. UC Irvine v Chattanooga tomorrow at 4 p.m. Don't miss it right here on ESPN 1320. Nah, man, it's one of the things, and we'll talk about our West tiers later on. But there are just certain players in the league that can put a team on their back like that. And Steph wasn't letting them lose last night.
Yeah, I wonder if we're watching, like, this generation, who's going to fill the shoes of these guys. And, like, I just don't know, because this generation of, again, whether it's Curry or LeBron or KD or, name that superstar, even, Jimmy Butler's had his moments, and James Harden and Russell Westbrook, who, of course, will be part of the next discussion we have. But, like, this is such a great era of superstars. And the fact that they're still all holding on at like 35 and still doing incredible things, it's just absolutely crazy.
That's the thing is I wonder with this group, right? Like, is what we're seeing like a special just era of the NBA? Or does it seem special because it's happening now? And is the next generation of stars, because I think we get so wrapped up in the like face of the league conversation. But the thing about the face of the league conversation is nobody picks the face of the league. There was not a conversation and we went, we've all decided that LeBron James is the face of basketball. It just happens, right?
Yeah.
People say it can't be a foreign-born player. Yes, it can. If Victor Wembanyama just dominates the league the way we think he's going to dominate the league, then he's just going to be the face of the NBA, and that's how it's going to happen, right?
And if not, I mean, Luka has every opportunity in LA to like be the face of the league. Without any question.
Jason Tatum's got a chance. Anthony Edwards has been in that conversation, right? We'll just it'll play itself out, right? But part of me wonders that Chris Paul is another guy who's still, not as effective as a guy like Steph or LeBron, but still playing big minutes in the NBA.
Still a first ballot Hall of Famer.
39 years old or whatever he is now.
I mean, even DeMar DeRozan playing 42 minutes the other night.
A great one.
Like, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yes. So are we going to see this with this next generation? Whatever the group of players shakes out to be, this group of 8, 9, 10 guys, are they going to be playing into their late 30s? Are we going to have to change the calculus of kind of the way we view career trajectories?
Yeah, because what is your prime?
Yeah, it used to be, all right, there's that famous tweet that I can't say because it has the F word in it, but it's by a Warriors fan in 2016, I think, that said, LeBron's almost 30, this effery won't go on for much longer. He's now 40 and the effery is still going on as strong as ever. But no, it's that's how it was. You got to be 33, 34. It's like, all right, twilight of the career. That guy's going to hang him up.
Yeah.
No, it's like 33, 34. Like, you're still a max contract guy.
We were all like sitting here watching like Harrison Barnes at like 31. Like, ooh, I think he's lost a fastball. No, he's probably going to be in the league for another 7 years.
Dude, yeah, he's going to do the Harrison Barnes thing.
Yeah, and we're talking about a guy who literally takes care of his body as well as anyone in the league.
Right.
So, yeah, I think it's interesting that we're watching this era of basketball where, because I grew up watching a lot of 80s and 90s basketball, right? So especially in the 90s. The 90s are it's like the era of the great center. Of course, you have Michael Jordan, who's the
Right.
greatest player ever, especially in that era. He's the greatest player.
Sure.
But you have like half the teams in the league have a Hall of Fame center.
Mhm.
I mean, when Dikembe Mutombo is like the 10th best center in the league,
Insane.
like that's just wild, like how good the center position was.
Yeah.
And we keep like changing, that's what I love about basketball, especially compared to like, I don't know, Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball is the same. It's literally the same sport. They try to keep messing with little things, but it's rudimentary, the same exact sport that it
Yes.
has always been.
Yep.
Like now there's this new bat that we'll talk about later on that may or may not change the trajectory of some sort. No,
Yep.
it's still going to be the same sport.
Yep.
The NBA completely changes who it is every decade. And it's one of the more interesting things to watch, like the evolution of the game. And like Steph is probably the most influential player in the last 3 decades. Like what he's done to the sport after Michael Jordan is just, he's completely changed everything.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, watching these guys play this deep into their careers, and not only that, but what is Steph? 36?
37.
37.
Steph Curry is 2 years older than Larry Bird was when Larry Bird was on the Dream Team.
Oh.
And at that point, Bird had a bad back and was just kind of there as a ceremonial salute. Steph's 2 years older than that, and he's scoring 52 and putting up 52, 10, and 8 with 5 steals in a must-win game.
And this is the second time this season he's gone for 50.
Yes.
That's just, it's absolutely remarkable.
Ludicrous.
So I think a little bit of it is the way that the, weight training and medical staffs and what we're learning more and more about like recovery rates and all that stuff. Yeah, I think that's helped this generation, but I don't know. I mean, you had guys like Karl Malone that went out there and played 40 minutes, 82 games a year for 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I don't think you're going to see that anymore. That's the thing I think the game is largely cyclical. Like at some point, the big man there will be a renaissance of the big man in some form.
I think it's quietly happened.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
We're starting to see that kind of like cycle back around. It may take 4, 5, 6, 7 years, but you'll start to kind of see. I don't think we'll ever get back to everybody's playing 78 plus games. Everybody's playing 40 minutes a night. That will never ever be a thing again.
I do think though that's why I personally like the 65 game rule.
Yeah. Because
I think these guys, this generation of players will not play that if you don't force them to.
Yeah.
There are some guys who will play 78, 79 games. The Domantas Sabonis, he played 81 games and 79 games, like back-to-back seasons. Harrison Barnes played every game for a couple of years. There are like outliers, but for the most part, this is it's not, they didn't grow up with the same idea. Are you hurt? Are you injured? Rub some dirt on it. They don't have that mentality.
Yeah.
And so, I saw somebody called out Jake LaRavia in my Twitter feed yesterday for he's missing games because of a little bruise. It's like, no, man, he's got a bone bruise in his thumb. Like, how are you supposed to catch the ball, pass the ball, like a bone bruise?
At that point, you're being detrimental to your team.
Yeah.
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 If you've never had a bone bruise, by the way, not a comfortable thing.
No.
It sucks. One quick thing before we get to Jokic's insane game. Did you see the Bucks box score against the Suns last night?
I glanced over it.
Okay. So the Bucks beat the Suns 133-122.
Okay.
As the Suns continue fading out of the race for the 10 seed. Milwaukee shot 68.9% from the field.
Oh no.
58.6% from 3 and 93.3% from the free throw line. The lowest individual shooting percentage on their team belonged to Kyle Kuzma, who shot 50%.
What?
That's remarkable.
What in the world?
In a game, the Suns, we talk about the Kings playing with urgency. The Suns, had probably higher expectations than the Kings did going into this year. And they are in a worse place in the standings. And we're talking like, urgency, you got to go out, you got to play out. And they have that type of defensive performance.
I don't okay, so I did look at the box.
Night.
I looked at the box because I'm like, hey, how did the Suns stay in the game? And it's like they stayed in the game because Devin Booker just tried to backpack him.
Yes.
But I mean, they're not there starting Connor Gillespie,
Yes.
who again I like. I like Connor
nice little
Gillespie
player.
and Tyus Jones coming off the bench for 16 points on 6 of 8. So I had looked at their box. I panned down like, okay, Giannis just torched him for 37. But I did not look at, and I actually was going to make a joke about Ryan Rollins going off for 8 of 10 from the field and 5 of 7 for 3 for 23 points. It's like they just got beat by a rando, like the Kings always get beat by a rando. I did not look at the shooting percentages. 68.9% is, I mean, the Kings shot 65 point something the other night, which is
4.9.
I think
Whatever it was almost 65-ish%.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
a lot.
It was crazy, and
Yeah.
that's like we looked. It was the highest percentage that they've shot in since 2001 or something, right?
Yeah.
And one of their 4 best shooting percentages in the
Yeah.
entire history of the franchise. But to see something like this, that's just a laydown, and it wasn't even that big of a blowout. I mean, it was 133 to 123, and it wasn't even. It was closer than that. I think it was.
It stops.
Yeah, I think it was 123 to 129 with like 38 seconds left.
Yeah.
And of course, the Bucks finished them off. What a crazy.
That's one of those lines that they shoot in the first half, and you go, well, they're not going to maintain that.
Yeah, there's no way
they're
going to
come back down to earth. They just did it. Before we get to the line of the night and the game of the night, maybe the game of the year in Denver, we've got a little bit of breaking news out of Major League Baseball. The Athletics, who designated Esteury Ruiz for assignment 3 days ago, have traded him to the Los Angeles Dodgers, where he will be optioned to AAA. I look forward to his huge World Series moment.
Yeah, he'll probably steal 75 bases for the Dodgers this year because that's who the Dodgers are. They'll bring him up just to steal bases.
And it's going to work.
Of course.
No, but Ruiz is a player. We talked about him a couple of years ago when he was having his big year for the A's. This was in 2023, his first year in Oakland. Stole 67 bags, led the league, hit 254 out of 309 on base, and you went, wow, that's a really talented player.
Yeah.
And now he gets into a Dodgers player development system. He's still only 26 years old. That's exciting for him. Hoping the best for him. Really talented player. He just couldn't quite figure it out in green and gold.
Yeah. And the A's acquired a 6'7" starting pitcher, Carlos Duran.
Love it. Great.
Yeah.
I know nothing about Carlos Duran. Do you have numbers?
He is a 23-year-old, 6'7", 230 pounds. He's a righty, starting pitcher.
Great.
He actually started a spring training game for the Dodgers.
Okay.
1-0, 4.50. At the AAA level last year, I don't know, 2.08 ERA
In one appearance.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's coming off an injury.
Yeah, I wonder too.
We'll have to do some research.
Yep.
We'll learn all about Carlos Duran in a bit. Been a pro since 2018, though, when he's 16. Holy smokes.
Man.
All right. Well, the A's made a trade. Anyways, we'll get to the line of the night, game of the night, and is the NBA MVP conversation shifting once again? We'll talk about that, and we'll redo our West tiers. I'd done Western Conference tiers. It's time to reshuffle those, and we'll see what James thinks of them. We'll see what you think of them. Coming up next on The Insiders, we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's Joe Brazil. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you till noon, so hang out with us until then. Right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, dude. Carlos Duran's like second biggest player on the Kings.
That's how the
funny.
Kings get their length and athleticism at the 3-4. They go straight to the A's.
This is the only wrong take about the MVP. It's the only wrong one. I agree. If everybody in here could just real quick get the thumbs up for us, that would be great. We would appreciate that immensely.
NBA Guru Zach, I did not see your exclusive interview with Matt George.
You got an exclusive with MG?
I literally sit next to Matt George almost every single game.
Oh, speaking of which, real quick, I need to go find something. ABC 10 is in the midst of trying to get Jacob Wilson his baseball back,
Oh,
and I would like to participate.
how's that?
Time change on that exciting NIT final. 5:45. 5:45
Five-
p.m.
5:45. Lock in. Let's go.
UC Irvine versus
Chattanooga.
Chattanooga.
Irvine.
Building the anticipation.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this picture, and like he moves up through their system, so he's got to have, 73 strikeouts and 53 innings, but that's over 19 starts. I don't know. Lots of HBPs, and you're right, he must be coming off injury because he barely played at all last year. Yeah, keep doing your thing, man. I'm just messing with you, Zach.
Oh yeah, that was a shot at Matt George. That wasn't a shot at you, Zach. Like 1,000%. I mean that from the heart.
Yeah.
You keep it up. I'm dead serious. I'm just gonna make fun of Matt George any chance I get. Where can people find that, Zach?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, we're back. James, Joe, Kyle, the whole group. Jiffy Lube, omnipresent. Jiffy Lube, omnipresent on this show like they are in the greater Sacramento region.
Yeah.
You need a car service done.
They've got
Go to
locations everywhere.
JiffyLube.com. It's going to be the closest thing to you.
Yeah.
Use the hit Jiffy Lube up with the Odyssey truck last week.
Nice, dude. Well
Perfect
done.
service. Shout
Well
out to
done.
them.
My man.
They let you drive the Odyssey truck everywhere?
Yes, they do. As on the promotions team, I am responsible for driving that truck and the van and the other van, and I don't know why.
I don't even know where I don't even know where they are here. Like,
They're parked around the back.
Yeah, they're parked right over there.
oh, I never park over there. I always park out front.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
They're-
I drive
mean,
I drive in that way sometimes, and that's the only reason I know they're
Yeah.
over there.
That's where I park back there. It's my
Yeah.
little spot over there.
Don't we have like a semi like the big trailer? Like, don't we have like a, I don't know. It was after.
We have a trailer, and it was out at Abe's show on Friday.
nice.
Okay.
We do have a trailer.
All right.
Well,
Trailer, truck.
They don't
van.
make you drive the trailer though.
I do not drive the trailer.
No.
We had a trailer. We are partnered with a trailer.
I see.
Yes.
Very good.
Oh,
Peeling the curtain back on promotions here at Odyssey.
there we go.
Shout out to Joe Brazil, our producer and promo guy extraordinaire. We're talking about fun games in the NBA last night. Might have been game of the year last night in the NBA. Double overtime. Timberwolves Nuggets. Nikola Jokic in a loss, a 140 to 139 double overtime loss, goes for 61 10-10.
So ridiculous. I think the most startling thing is that he only had 10 rebounds and he only had 10 assists in a double overtime game.
Right.
Like, come on, slacker.
Guy
Like,
stinks.
what are you doing?
Guy stinks.
Like-
I have, for the most part in my life, been a Russell Westbrook hater. I'll say that with my chest. I don't shy away from it.
I as well.
And it stems from not thinking that he's bad. It stems from, man, he was a thorn in the side of my favorite team for a long time. He is a very, very good player. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
He is incredible. This whole like triple-double revolution thing started with him. You want to talk about the way Steph Curry changed the game? That is how Russell Westbrook changed the game. And I've just not been a fan. As he's aged and he's taken on these different roles with this team, like I'm rooting for him in Denver. Like it's really cool that this niche he's carved out with the Denver Nuggets, I'm rooting for him. I felt so bad for him last night. If you missed it, 1-point game, double overtime, Nuggets lead. There's like 12 seconds left. Russell Westbrook jumps a passing lane, gets a steal. He has a fast break, 1-on-none. It might have been technically 1-on-2, 2-on-1, but he gets to the rack unencumbered and just leaves it short. Just a layup that he has made 50,000 times in his life?
Probably, at least.
Just missed it.
Yeah, we're not talking like the Zach LaVine miss.
Yeah, where he's kind of stumbling and has to.
Well, I mean, still, Zach LaVine had no business missing by 1.5 feet.
No doubt.
I mean, you're
No
6'6". He just was under the rim and like he went up. You know how many layups I've missed like that in my career as a rec or junior high basketball player?
More than Russell Westbrook, but not that many.
So many. I am such a bad layup guy. So yes. I mean, I even missed one at when the Kings did a walkthrough practice with the media. I missed one of those those layups right at the rim.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I miss layups like that. So when I watch them, I'm like, oh yeah, I've done that before.
Who among us, you know?
Yeah.
So he goes and it was like a layup line, dude, and I like, oh no. Timberwolves pull down the rebound. Keep in mind, Nuggets up by 1.
Yep.
Like 9 seconds left at this point. They swing it around. They get it to Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He's in the corner. Goes to shoot it. Fouled by Russell Westbrook.
Shooting the 3.
Shooting the 3 at the buzzer. Misses. Goes to the free throw line. Hits his 2 free throws with 0.1 left. Misses the third one intentionally. Ball game over.
Ball game.
I felt so bad for Russell Westbrook in that moment.
Live by the rust, die by the rust.
It just, And then he missed a free throw earlier. Now, granted, Jokic missed a free throw too, so I'm not going to put the free throw on Westbrook. But
well, I think
he's been
Jokic
so good for them this year, and just
19 to 24 from the free throw line. I think is what Jokic shot.
Yeah,
it was something crazy. So if he misses one, I mean, he's still like absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he's fine.
So there's only 2 60-point games this season.
Both by Jokic?
No.
Oh, no. De'Aaron Fox, of course.
De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox.
Former King. King's legend.
King's legend, De'Aaron Fox. So the Nuggets lose that one. 140 to 139 in double OT. Just a thrilling game. Anthony Edwards struggled all game, hit a bunch of big shots late. Just really, really good hoops in Denver. But Isaiah Thomas, speaking of King's legends, Isaiah Thomas weighed in on the MVP discussion. Because it seemed like after Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had a huge game against the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic, that it just kind of sealed up the MVP conversation. It's a wrap. This is SGA's year. But then Jokic goes out and has 61, 10, and 10. It probably would have helped if they got a win. But Isaiah Thomas, and this is how I feel about this conversation. Every time I say SGA is MVP, Joker's ass does some crazy stuff. Then I go back and I'm like, never mind, Jokic is the MVP. That perfectly sums it up for me. I feel so convicted. I'll watch SGA play. I'll watch the Thunder dominate. I'll watch him have 40. And you're like, man, hell of a player. This is his MVP. And then you watch Nikola Jokic go for 61, 10, and 10 and hit multiple game-tying baskets inside of 10 seconds. You're like, I don't know how you say he's not the most valuable player in basketball.
I have a tough time with this because like the advanced statistics say that Jokic is still, I mean, him and Shea are very close in most of the advanced stats,
Yeah.
but this is a player who has shown us time and time again that he is probably one of the 10 best players to ever play the game.
Yes.
And
That's not hyperbole.
no. And so last season, we looked at, I don't know what the MVP is. Is it the best player on the best team? Because that's how I always assumed that it was.
In which case it is SGAs.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But Jason Tatum was on the best. It was the best player on the best team last year, and he didn't even win the MVP of the finals.
And he wasn't even top 3 in MVP voting.
And he wasn't even remotely close. So, like, how are we going to judge this specific season? And I mean, again, you can look at the fact that they have so many more wins. I mean, the Thunder at 63 wins. They're 63-12. They're 14 games up on Houston, and they're 16 games up on Denver.
They've won 10 in a row.
Yeah, this is incredible what they're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think Shea will win, but
Yeah.
I also we had this discussion at the media table maybe 2 weeks ago, and our friend Sam Amick was there asking the question, and he still thinks that there's a good chance it's Jokic, just because the voters didn't give it to him 1 year and now regret that they do believe that he should have won it the 1 year that they penalized him for not winning a championship. Well, how do you give it to Shea? He's not won a championship. He's not even been remotely close.
Well, I think it was Jokic couldn't get a third MVP.
Yes.
Because he hadn't won a title yet.
Exactly. And then
the talking point.
But they didn't give it to him, and then he wins the title in that season. And so then you're like, okay, we gave it to Embiid, and it was close, but still Jokic, like the statistics say, is so much more impactful than almost any other player in the league, or than any player in the league over the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a possibility that they don't penalize him this year for record or whatever, because things happen during a long season. But the fact that he can go out and do this, and the fact that on the season he's averaging 29.7, 12.8 rebounds, 10.2 assists. I jacked.
Yeah, you butchered that.
Messed that up.
Look
at that.
You're good.
But he's shooting 57.5 from the field, 41.6 from three, and 80% from free throw. Like, this dude is absolutely bonkers good.
He would be, and I have not done the deep dive on this. I probably should. But I think he'd be the best non-MVP ever if he didn't win it this
Probably.
year. Yeah. From a box score statistic standpoint, from a analytics standpoint, and this is with respect to LeBron, the year that Derrick Rose won it. Kobe, I know, probably should have won it one of the years Steve Nash won. James Harden had a couple of unbelievable years. The years Curry won,
and he did not win. He had an average triple-double and did not win. That might be the case study against Jokic.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, this kind of feels a little bit like the MVP race in the NFL a couple of years ago, where it was where Aaron Rodgers won over Tom Brady, where statistically speaking, Tom Brady was the best player, like just so much better.
Yeah.
And like that, there's no way to tell me that he didn't deserve the MVP over Aaron Rodgers.
I just don't. I think, and again, I'm stealing this thought from Mina Kimes talking about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson during the NFL MVP race.
Yeah.
The only wrong answer to me here is that it's not close. The only wrong answer to me is that this guy deserves it and that guy doesn't. I think that Jokic has been unbelievable, but if you try and make the argument to me that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander does not deserve to be the MVP, I will not buy it. He has been unreal. He was unreal last year.
Yeah.
And then he got better this year. And their team got better. I think the difference between SGA and Tatum last year is Oklahoma City is awesome. But Boston last year, like, Tatum was the guy. But you still had Jaylen Brown there. You had Kristaps Porzingis, who had his moments. Drew Holiday had his moments. Like, they just have all these different ways they can beat you. And it feels like, while OKC is ridiculous defensively, and they have all these guys. We just saw it against Sacramento. All these different guys that can beat you from the perimeter. Shai is the offensive hub. He is the focal point of everything they're doing offensively in a way that it didn't feel last year quite like Tatum was. And so much of the MVP voting, I think, to me, probably comes down to that. Like, what's the vibe?
Yeah.
Because trying to follow everything like really, really closely when you're trying to cover 30 teams is super difficult. And so you go a little bit off of that feel and off of that vibe. And I think that's where Shea has a stranglehold on the conversation in a way that Tatum just didn't.
Yeah, and I also think that Tatum gets penalized slightly because he's surrounded by four All-Stars or three other All-Stars.
Yeah.
Like, I think everybody looks at, again, Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis and Jaylen Brown. They're like, okay, like, dude, you're playing for an All-Star team.
It's the same reason that neither Steph Curry nor Kevin Durant were going to win it as long as they were paired together.
No, of course.
Yeah.
I get that. I get that because, I mean, they're going to lose votes to each other.
Sure.
Right. And on top of that, I think that there is, like, Jalen Williams made the All-Star team this year with OKC, but it was out of respect. It was out of respect for their record. It was out of respect for, you wanted to give two players on that team an All-Star bid.
Yeah,
and it did make some sense. They're just that much better than everyone else.
No doubt. I'm Kyle. He's James. Joe Brazil is rocking with us. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. All right. I want to redo. Oh, wait. I didn't grab the video. It's fine. We'll skip it. I want to redo our tiers in the West.
Okay.
Because since the last time I did these, things have shifted pretty dramatically. So I'm going to go through these, and if you disagree and you want to move people around in your tiers, totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
Totally cool with that. Joe, if you'd like to play along with us, please do. All right. Tier 1 is what I'm calling the contenders. And that tier belongs to Oklahoma City and Oklahoma City alone.
And this is just Western Conference.
Western Conference only.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's in a class with OKC right now.
Not even remotely close.
I would be not floored. I would be pretty surprised if it's not Oklahoma City representing the Western Conference in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you watch them play, and they're so good on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, again, it feels like every player that they have is a plus defender.
Yep. And
so you're just sitting there waiting to see when they're going to lock you up and just put the game away.
Yeah.
That and their offensive style, again, it's the 3-point shot or it's at the rim. And they're such, I don't know, high caliber, like, refined offensive team that they score at the rim all the time, or they get to the free throw line all the time. So there's no way to get, like, a true separation from them because they slow the game down in a weird way, and then they're able to set their defense all the time. I don't think, again, this team easily could win the NBA championship this year.
I agree.
Yeah.
They play in 2 years ago, got to the conference semifinals last year. It's like, if they make that leap this year, not a shock to me. And you just mentioned it, what they can do defensively and the fact that they have perhaps the best one-on-one scorer in the sport right now, that plays in the playoffs. That's something that Kenny's talked about a lot. Like, if the Kings manage to make it to the postseason, like, they're kind of built offensively for when games slow down and things grind to a halt to be effective in that spot. And I think Oklahoma City is just kind of the maximized version of that because of what they can do on both ends of the floor. There's just not really a huge weakness outside of, well, they just don't quite have the star power.
Yeah, but that it doesn't matter because they have like 8 different dudes that can do the same exact thing.
Exactly.
And if one of them's having a bad night, they just swap him out for somebody else, and they play hard.
Yep.
I mean, their offensive rating on the season is a 119.2. Their defensive rating is a 106.
Yep.
Their net rating is a plus 13.2.
Which is the best in the league by a lot.
Yeah. By like 3.5 points. Yeah.
Tier 2.
Mm-hmm.
This is tier 2. We'll call it 2A. And we'll call it tier 2. This is on the fringe. These are the teams I think if you say, hey, Oklahoma City got upset, they didn't wind up going to the finals. These are the teams that I think could represent the West.
Okay.
That is in this order: Denver, Golden State, and the Lakers. And if you want to flip Golden State and the Lakers, that's fine.
Yeah, they're a coin flip
Yeah.
for me. Yeah, I do think that the only true test for OKC will be Denver.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion. Like,
Sure.
I think Denver still they have the experience factor
Mm-hmm.
and they have the star power factor.
Mm-hmm.
And like, sure, they do have, some incredible post defenders,
Mm-hmm.
but Jokic is a different beast. And like the way he orchestrates and the physicality that they play with in the playoffs is different.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm with you. That's the fringe. And I don't think that they're like probably 2 tiers below OKC, all of those teams.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
just for
Yeah.
the sake of tiering this thing,
Yeah.
I
If
think
you
you're
want to
right.
call it tier 2 is blank and this is tier 3,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'll buy that. Yeah, because I think, Denver, they certainly have their flaws because it's just a lot of Jokic right now. And I don't know that they have another pitch. I don't know if their depth in a playoff series is gonna hold up for 7 games, which is a question. Same thing with the Lakers. Like defensively, I don't know if they can hold up over a 7-game series. And then Golden State, it's like if Steph's not averaging 30 a night, I've seen him ratchet up defensively. I've seen some of their role guys. Moses Moody's gotten hot. Quentin Post has gotten hot. Jimmy Butler, playoff Jimmy is always a factor. But those are all question marks to me. But I'm trusting the star power is the theme here. You give me LeBron and Luka, all right. You give me Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray in a playoff series, sure.
They've been there.
Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, all right, cool. I'll buy it. This is tier 2.5. Actually, we're gonna put a pin in this. We'll get to tier 2.5 and the rest of them when we come back because we got to step aside for a moment. Western Conference tiers, we're reordering them. We'll continue doing that next, right here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Chris Ochoa, this just makes me laugh. You go ahead and keep talking Angels in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
I'm rooting. No,
it
Mike
makes me
Trout's
laugh.
my guy. I'm rooting so hard for Mike Trout to be healthy.
Yeah, it makes me laugh every time I see you jumping on the Angels bandwagon.
I love it for him.
I do too.
Keep cooking, Chris.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of think it was. If you're talking about, it's the best game I've watched this year, I think. Like, I know that even just the other night, there was the that Bulls-Lakers game was nuts.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't watch. I saw highlights of the last little bit of that. I actually watched that Nuggets Wolves game. Oh, oh hell yeah!
Yeah, we should probably.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do that. The Kings can't pick up anybody right now.
And
Isn't
why?
Cam Reddish on a team?
I think he was. I think he was part of a trade. Oh, he was part of the trade that. You know what? Cam Reddish might be a free agent.
What up, Kyron?
The question is always, I mean, have you just been listening to Kenny too much and want Cam Reddish for some weird reason?
Got waived.
Because Cam Reddish, like,
I'm out on Cam Reddish. It's a thumbs down for me. Yeah, Zach, this was the video I was gonna pull up, and I did not have it ready.
Ooh, no, who tore his ACL for the Hawks?
Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, great! I can't wait. We're gonna watch it when we get back.
Oh. Yeah, they
I
did.
haven't seen a good video of it though.
Oh, here's a weird thought.
Nice.
Since
Perfect.
the play-in tournament isn't part of the postseason and it's not part of the regular season, can a two-way player or a player acquired after the waive deadline be eligible to play in that game or not?
I assume no, which is why picking somebody up doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, if you were going to pick up Cam Reddish just to get him in your building and say, hey, like, what do we got here? That's one thing. Yeah. That's good. Solid parenting, Jay.
Yeah, it's really well done by you. All right. We got this queued up. Dude, that was so brutal. I can't wait for you to watch this.
Is it a player or a fan?
Yeah, I'm also confused. I have no idea what you're.
You'll see.
Okay.
Just
Oh.
don't. Yeah. It's fine, I guess.
I wonder.
Oh,
If,
it might have been. I didn't even think about what day it was.
oh, no. It could be that.
Nah, the right team didn't win. Yeah, you know what? Now that John Pohl says that, I think he's probably right. We're gonna watch it anyway.
Jay, I think you got to tell Mom you're creating the next generation of sports fans.
That's facts.
And so you got to do what you got to do.
Some of my best memories as a kid are getting to stay up late to watch sporting events.
It's funny. My dad wasn't a sports fan at all. So, like, me and my brother were sports fans together, although we have very contradictory teams.
Okay.
But we were sports fans together. Like that, and like baseball cards. When I started collecting baseball cards when I was a kid, I would study the back. I'd study the stats.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I will get back to our Western Conference tiers here in a second. James has not seen this video yet. Apologies to our radio listeners. I hope this plays okay, but bear with us. It's only a minute. This is at the Atlanta Hawks game last night during a timeout.
They'll place it on the board, and the first to get all 5 game pieces or tic-tac-toe will be our winner. So, James, Daz, are you ready? All right, then tic-tac-go!
I'd say I got to go make a list. And
Oh, James! Oh, no!
Oh, man.
No. Let's make sure my guy is good.
I love it.
The other guy
Look
just.
at that guy just going.
Well, I mean that's the rule.
Yeah, no,
Not really a
I love that the
fair
I
game
love
at
that
this
the
point.
mascot goes down to the other end
James.
too.
Can you just
Yeah, there we
wait,
go.
Can you just be
Can do it.
kind and come over here with me and check on James? Dog, Des, we know you won, but okay. Let me turn around. Okay.
Oh, this is not good.
We're gonna check
This
on him,
is
but
so awkward.
I mean, I don't.
Oh no, that's so awkward.
And so
Oh.
the reporting is afterwards that he blew his ACL.
Yes,
I didn't see a replay. Was it like bad?
it was pretty bad.
Oh,
I don't think that was a joke.
If that was
Well.
a joke, that was a really well executed.
here's the thing: did they make him sign a waiver or not? Because if they did not make him sign a waiver, and he's part of that contest, man,
Yeah, he just hit a wet spot on the floor and just went down and immediately went down holding his knee.
yeah, they're going to be on the hook. They're going to be on the hook for something.
Yeah, that was.
That's tough. That's tough.
I feel so bad for the in-arena MC there. Like, what do you do?
Hey, we do have some breaking news.
Like, I think she probably did the right thing, or do you just say, "Hey, stop the game. We're gonna stop," because you have
no
a
idea.
You're doing. I don't know either. That
I would
person
probably panic.
was not prepared for
Yeah.
that situation. We have breaking news. Go
we
ahead.
do, according to Shams Charania. The NBA is looking into Memphis Grizzlies' Ja Morant using finger gun motions towards the Golden State Warriors bench last night.
What?
Sources tell
What a maroon.
Shams and Dave McMahon. Tim McMahon.
I'll find this video too.
Not a. Well, I mean, it's because this is the guy who has issues with guns.
Yes.
Like,
You've been suspended twice
yeah.
for gun-related things. This
Yeah.
is not. Ja Morant was awesome last night. He was really, really good. Where is? As he's walking off the court at one point late in the game, he does a like 2-finger gun shooting motion at Golden State's bench. I think it might have been specifically at Buddy Hield.
I think Buddy Hield just happened to be right near him when it was happening.
Okay, here's the video of this. Ja Morant, bottom of the screen, right here. Let's watch Ja Morant, who has been suspended twice for gun-related incidents. Let's watch what he does as he walks off the court.
Had some form of gesture there. You can make that what you want. And then Buddy Hield kind of responded. So you have had some form of.
Yeah.
That's tough, Ja. He's doing like a double finger guns at, it looks like Buddy Hield based on Buddy Hield's response.
Yeah, it's just not great.
Buddy Hield responds in kind. They got double technicals. And now the NBA is looking into Ja Morant because apparently this is still a problem.
Yeah, it's a common sense problem. That's what the problem is. Like, this is like repeatedly doing silly things with gun motions or with actual guns. Like, I don't know. Like, again,
figure it out, dog.
We're going to hear Ja Morant's name mentioned a million times here in this summer because I do believe that there's a chance he gets traded this offseason. We heard Howard Beck start this and we've heard other murmurs about this,
sure.
But like, this is what you get.
This is part of the reason we're going to hear his name this summer.
Yeah.
It's just stuff like that. I don't get it, man.
Yeah.
Anyways, he was assessed a technical. Buddy Hield assessed a technical, and now the NBA looking into Ja Morant's use of a shooting motion, like a gun shooting motion, at an opposing player.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back to our Western Conference tier. Speaking of the Memphis Grizzlies, I don't think I have Memphis in here.
Oh,
I forgot Memphis.
You did. You can go ahead and put them in tier 4. That's fine.
You know what? I think I might. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so tier 2 was on the fringe, and I'm buying their star power. That was Denver, the Lakers, and the Warriors. This is tier 2.5.
Yep.
This is on the fringe. I got to see it. So that's Minnesota. And I have to see that the version of Julius Randle that they're getting right now is awesome. He's like passing.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of, when he gets the ball kind of in like the mid post, and then he just starts backing down no matter how many players come to him, and he's going to turn around and put up a bad shot.
Yep.
He's now backing into those spots and like kicking it out to open shooters.
Wait, are you saying that an older player who is refined in what they do can change their stripes and do something different than what they've been doing their entire career? Kyle, that can happen?
Well,
I did not know that you can teach an old dog new tricks.
Well,
just saying.
I wasn't going to go there, but you did. So I just have to see that they're going to continue getting that Julius Randle in the playoffs.
Okay.
And can Anthony Edwards continue shooting it at the rate that he has shot it this year in the playoffs? And can they ratchet up defensive? Like, I'm skeptical of the Julius Randle fit.
Mm-hmm.
I got to see it. Houston is in this mix. In fact, Houston is probably first in this tier because Houston is the number 2 seed in the West. Houston is very, very good. Houston is also very, very young. And so when it comes to the postseason, it was the same thing with the Kings a couple of years ago. It was the same thing with Oklahoma City last year. It's like, all right, you're a young team in the playoffs. What does it look like?
Yeah. So for me, like, look, Houston, the problem that I have with Houston is that they just have not been there. And if I'm Houston, like, we hear all these rumors this summer about, like, oh, this summer they might chase KD, they might chase Devin Booker, player XYZ, whatever. Like, but for me, Houston needs to look at OKC and say, if I keep this together, what does it look like next year, the year after that? Can I keep this thing together and keep growing this thing and get great?
Yeah.
Because I think they can. They have so much talent, but talent doesn't mean anything when you get to the first round of the playoffs for the first time. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden, it doesn't matter if you're the 2 seed or the 4 seed. Like the Kings faced it a couple of years ago. They were the 3rd seed.
Mhm.
They lost the first round matchup against the Golden State Warriors. And that's because that's typically what happens the first time you get into the playoffs.
Yep. It is really hard to make a deep playoff run in your first trip to the postseason.
Unless you're the Indiana Pacers and you run up against like 3 teams that lose all their players and it's just like freeway right to the.
Yeah. Exception that proves the rule. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then the Clippers are there as well because the Clippers have the star power that like the Lakers and the Warriors and the Nuggets have, but I'm not buying it.
No.
Can you get Kawhi through 2 or 3 playoff series? Like that's what I got to see. If Kawhi Leonard is healthy in the conference finals, cool. But until they get there, I'm not banking on it.
I think what changes my mind on them a little bit is the play of Zubats. Zubats has been so incredible, and
He's been amazing.
If they can get like the stabilizing force of Zubats in the middle, like they have a shot. Especially when what are they right now? The 5th seed, 6th seed.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they're gonna face off against the Houston Rockets in the first round, that's one
Clippers
of those.
Currently 8.
Okay, 8. Yeah, if they can get up to 7, then I think that they're going to be. You want that 7-2 the Houston Rockets matchup because I think that they can win that matchup.
I would agree.
And then away you go.
The Clippers, the 8 seed, 1 game back of the 5 seed. Yeah, man. I like the fully healthy version of the Clippers is kind of a buzzsaw. They have a really, really good team. I think they're really, really well coached. Like Ty Lue is not typically going to get out coached in a playoff series. And when they're fully healthy, their talent level is super high. But are you getting Kawhi if your first series goes to 6 and your next one goes to 7? Have you got him for all 7 games in the next series? That's a question.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, but again, I got to see it. I got to see it before I'm going to bank on him. We'll go tier 3 is Memphis.
Okay.
They're just by themselves because they're not on the fringe because they've lost 3 in a row since firing Taylor Jenkins. I don't know what Memphis is. I was kind of high on them earlier in the year, and now
dude, they're rudderless, and I think that they will lose a play-in. I do not think that they'll be in the playoffs.
Yeah, they're going the wrong direction.
Yeah, right now they're tied for the 6th seed with the Minnesota Timberwolves at 44 and 32, but they're half game above the Clippers. I think they're going to fall into the play-in.
It looks like it.
And almost like self-imposed punishment to knock themselves out. Like whatever happened there, I'm not sure, but to just fire your coach with like 9 games left in the season, whatever happens to you, you deserve it at this point.
So as more stuff comes out, this guy they hired, I forget his name, Tuomas, I forget his last name, but apparently they invested like big money to buy him out of his contract in Europe.
Okay.
And this has been their long-term plan. And so I think they just kind of accelerated it. Oh, weird thing.
Yeah, that's
They're
fine.
0-3 since firing Taylor Jenkins.
But they fired a head coach and 2 assistants, and now you're asking a dude from the Euro League to come in down basically 3 people, and hey, go ahead and get us there. Yeah. Like whatever happens here is going to be a mess.
Yeah. So they're in a tier by themselves in tier 3. Tier 4, happy to be here, and that's the Dallas Mavericks. Yeah. The Dallas Mavericks have gotten healthy a little bit. Now all of a sudden they're the 9 seed instead of the 11. And I think that fan base could use a win of being in the play-in and hosting a play-in game.
Yeah.
So I think Dallas is happy to be here right now. Then you've got tier 5, and that's can this season be over already?
Please, dear Lord, make it end.
That belongs to the Kings and the Suns.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think either of those teams wants this season to continue.
I have a thought that the Kings don't feel like they're that team. They just are that team, and they don't know it.
Let's put a pin in that and address that coming up next. That's Joe Brazil. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back in a second here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Joe, do we still have a caller on?
All right.
Yeah. No, open the next.
I'll have you clarify, and then we'll get him.
Okay. Viewing various gestures. Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy if your path to the playoffs from the play-in, now it changes and it's you got to beat Dallas and then you got to beat Memphis. That's on a death spiral. Now, hey, it's one game. Like Memphis can beat you. But Memphis is a hot mess, man. They've lost 7 of 8.
They fired their coach because he couldn't beat a team above 500, and then they lost to 3 teams above 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the whole thing with the Kings, man. In fact, you know what? I'm saving it. Saving this. Yeah, we'll get to it. That's funny, David.
That is funny. Well, that and we had Mitch and Sam back to back,
Just a murderer's row.
which might, realistically it feels like the same person. Although I've met Sam.
Yeah, we'll talk Kings, Wizards. Fired up to watch Alex Sarr tonight. Hey, that Steph Curry stat is so silly. Their career games of 12-plus made threes. Steph 4, Clay 3, Steph this season 2, and then a bunch of dudes with 1, or 5 dudes with 1.
Including Keegan.
I was going to say, the Kings currently have 2 of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players who have ever made 12 threes in a game. Keegan and Levine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the league's probe will also look into a gesture made by Warriors guard Buddy Hield ahead of Morant. Sources
Nice.
said league officials will talk to involved parties as soon as Wednesday.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil spinning on the 1s and 2s. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. We'll wrap up our Western Conference tiers. We're going to get to the bottom of the West here in a second. But you said something interesting before the commercials about the Kings not knowing that they're a team that's just trying to get to the finish line.
Yeah, I think Kings fans feel that they're just trying to get to the finish line. The Kings themselves, I don't think that they know, they still think of themselves as a good team that hasn't figured it out yet. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off base here, but
that's the vibe you get.
Yeah, when like we had the one night where, Zach LaVine talked about the vibes being down,
Mhm.
but I literally think that was because they had just lost a game and he had to go talk to the media and the vibes weren't up because they had just lost again.
Mhm.
Right. You talk to everybody else and they're like, no, the vibes aren't down. We still love each other. We still pull in the same direction. We're still trying to get wins. I don't think that they know why it is that they keep failing. And that's a problem in itself.
And listen to this radio program. We'll tell them.
That's true. It's very, very true. But at the same time, look, I don't think that they believe that they're a horrible team.
Mhm.
And I do think that they believe that if somehow they were to get into a playoff series, that they've got as good a shot as anybody, which, again, I don't agree with. You don't agree with. Most Kings fans don't agree with.
Mhm.
But that doesn't change that that's who they believe they are. And so, okay. But yeah, I think when we look at this list, you're right. Phoenix is like, can someone just
Those
end this
dudes
thing?
hate each other.
Yeah, they're like, hey,
Actively.
can you just blow this thing up right now? We're all not just planning our vacation. We're planning, we got the movers coming because we don't know where we're moving to, but we're not going to be
packing up.
We are packing up.
There's at least one Kings fan who believes that they can win a playoff series, and that's our guy Joe in Elk Grove. He's on line 1. What's up, Joe?
First of all, last night an underdog, Corbin Carroll hit home run winner. Rooker hit home run winner. Today, I'm taking Lawrence Butler to hit a home run.
Nice.
Oh.
Love that for you.
He's due. He's due.
He is due.
Okay, and my next thing, Mr. Ham, we're not out of it, the Kings. Here's how it goes. Either Minnesota or the Clippers. Clippers get that 5th seed, the 6th seed, and drop Memphis into the play-in. Minnesota beats Memphis. Memphis loses. Kings beat the Mavs. Kings play Memphis. Kings beat Memphis. Kings go to Oklahoma City, win in 6.
Ipso facto, Kings in the playoffs. Playoff run.
Kings in the second round.
Joe, you're calling a
Joe.
second
Thanks,
round.
Joe.
Wow.
Hey, Joe.
Shout out, Joe.
Is he gone?
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
I was expecting Joe to throw some more flames on this Ja Morant fire that he started. He
did. He started this.
He's the guy who started all of it a couple of weeks ago with
Yep.
the talk that Ja Morant. And who was the other guy that the Kings would be trying to get? There were 2.
I don't remember the other one.
I definitely
Was it
remember
John Collins?
It might have been John Collins.
Okay. I remember Ja Morant 100%. That was, he
I don't
called
remember
in.
the other one.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Interesting. I have been told, I had a conversation with somebody who said that the Kings were really never in on John Collins this year, that they were close to getting John Collins a couple of years ago when he was with Atlanta, and they had a deal on the table and they just didn't get the deal done at the end of the day. It wasn't them not trying to get the deal done. The deal never materialized past their offer.
Yeah.
But that they did not have conversations this summer, even though that is counter to many things that I've heard outside of the walls.
Yeah, Joe in Elk Grove did say he bet on the Kings to beat the Thunder in 6. Man Fastlane said at the break, with the right roster the Kings can run, with most of them talking about the teams in the West that they would face. And I don't that's what's kind of the frustrating part about this Kings team.
Yeah.
Is I don't think there's a scenario where they go beat Oklahoma City in a playoff series. Well, he's not a fully healthy OKC team. And that's not a knock on the Kings. That's just, I don't think anybody in the West is going to beat OKC.
Yeah.
But if you told me, hey, they figured it out. They had to go on the road to Dallas, but figured it out, and they beat Dallas, and then they beat whatever team. It doesn't even have to be Memphis. Maybe they beat the Clippers. Maybe they beat Minnesota. Maybe they beat Golden State. They beat them in the second play-in game, and they were the 8th seed. Sure, man. Because we've seen this version of the Kings play some really high-quality basketball. It's there. But I don't think that their current pieces, A, are enough to make any kind of real playoff run, but B, can do it consistently. And if you told me, yeah, hey, the Kings played really consistent high-level basketball for 2 weeks, then yeah, they win the play-in, and they give OKC a little bit of a series. But the problem is not how well can they play. It's okay. We know they can get here. Now, can they plateau there? Or it's just constantly waiting for the valley once they peak.
Well, I also think that the problem that we have with this current team is that they can win a half, they can win 3/4, but then they fall apart, or
Yep.
they can show up one night and you just look at them like, oh my gosh. I mean, we saw it last week with the Blazers. They beat the socks off the Blazers. I mean, just like the shooting percentage, one of the highest percentages that they've had. Well, it's the highest they've had in 20 something years, but overall it was like, holy cow, look how good they are. And then they come out and they just don't play at all in Orlando. And then they come back out and they have a really good game against the Indiana Pacers. But again, now they're a team trying to figure out how to win again. They're back at step 3 at the beginning of the season. And so we just don't know, are you going to get the blow you out team, the get blown out team, or the make a mistake or two down the stretch team? And so, you get into a 7-game series, they could open that series and beat Oklahoma City by 25 in the first game. And everyone's like, uh-oh, what did we just see? The next 2 games, they could literally not show up at all. And just get blasted. And that's what I would expect. Like this inconsistency of this roster, of this team, of everything that's happened this year, it just feels like they are so incredibly fragile.
That's it. It's a house of cards.
Yes.
Just every game, you try and build it up. Nobody breathe on it. And all comes crashing down.
Yep.
So again, that's why we're gonna keep talking Kings. We're gonna be locked in. We're got Kings Wizards tonight. And we're gonna watch it and we're gonna try and take stuff away from it. But based on years and years of watching basketball and years and years of covering basketball, you just kind of see what a team is. And it's very, very rare, nay, has never happened, that 76 games into a year that Tiger changes its stripes.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be wild?
It would be. It would be complete. It would, like I said, it'd be unprecedented.
It's crazy because they have every opportunity to get momentum right now. They do. They've got 2, not just winnable games. Like, these are games that you almost would have to try to lose. We're talking about the Wizards and the Hornets back to back. Not even back to back. They've got a game on Wednesday and a game on Friday, but 2 games in a row. You got 2 of the worst teams in the league by a long shot. And like LaMelo Ball isn't playing right now for Charlotte. You're going to look at a young Washington team that, traded 2 of their better players at the deadline and realistically are cashing it in. Plus, isn't Coulibaly out?
I believe so.
He's out for the season.
They just lost to Miami by 26.
Yeah, it's just not a good team.
Yeah.
It's not a good team at all. So what we're looking at here, though, is an opportunity to get 2 wins, get to a game within 500, and then you have the Cavs, the Pistons, and Nuggets, the Clippers, the Suns to finish this thing off. I don't know what team we're going to get from one night to the next in those final 5 games. I don't. And they could win 3 of those games. They could also lose all 5 and just get embarrassed and not make the play-in. But
it's the uncertainty. It's the uncertainty that kills you.
I've covered so many different versions of this team.
This year?
Yes. But like this. Most of the time, walking into the stadium, they're just not very good. And most likely they're losing by 12 tonight. Most likely they're losing by 6 tonight. You have that idea of what's going to happen in each game. Or, hey, this isn't a very good team. I think the Kings will win by, 7. And I'm not usually off by that much. This season, who knows, man?
It changes, like you said, quarter to quarter.
I expect them to walk into these next 2 games at my expectations, no one else's, is that they're going to win each of these by 20. The Washington and Charlotte game, they'll win both games by 20, and it won't even be close. And again, fans are going to be like, oh, I mean, it might be enough to put the Suns away where the Suns are like, okay, we're done.
Yeah. They're just running out of games.
Yeah.
You hope so. Just lock in that play-in spot at least. Finishing up tiers.
Yeah.
We said can this season be over already? Tiers, Phoenix and Sacramento. Tier 6, is the A for effort tier. That's the Portland Trailblazers. Super thumbs up, Blazers. They're still trying to win, kinda. Their young guys are at least playing hard. Jeremy Grant hasn't been playing. DeAndre Ayton's been out, right?
Yeah.
But the young guys, Chauncey Billups still coaching them hard. They're still playing hard. They're still trying. I don't think they're going to get to the 10 seed, but A for effort for Portland because they could have pulled the plug and been awful. And they've at least been kind of competitive.
Yeah.
Shout out to Portland. Tier 6 is everyone else. That's San Antonio and New Orleans. They're just kind of there. They're not fully tanking. They're just kind of, San Antonio is now.
Yeah, I mean,
They're just-
San Antonio pulled the plug when De'Aaron Fox, when they decided to shut De'Aaron Fox down.
Yeah.
And that was always expected.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised by that. You know, they're worried about draft picks more than they are anything else. And they don't even have, like, their own draft pick is not going to be very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
But they got
like
that unprotected Atlanta pick.
The 8th pick, I think, is where they're at.
Then tier 7 is the Jazz. The Jazz don't get to hang out with everyone else. They're by themselves. Or tier 8, whatever that is.
You know, I wish the NBA had like a anonymous 1-800 number you could call and like say, hey, the Jazz are tanking.
Yeah, dude.
Excuse me, the Jazz seem to be
the
tanking.
NBA tanking snitch line.
Yeah. Use like a Darth Vader voice.
Remember when they did that during the pandemic in the bubble? They had the snitch hotline where if you saw somebody doing some stuff they weren't supposed to be doing with COVID.
Is that how
you had to
Rashawn Holmes
call a hotline?
got caught getting
Maybe.
his chicken wing delivery?
I
Oh,
forget.
dude, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, dude.
That was hilarious.
That's so funny. It was Rashawn Holmes.
It was not hilarious for him because I think he got quarantined for 10 days in his room.
Yes.
And like went stir crazy. Like
I can imagine.
I talked to him afterwards about it and was like, dude, like there's nowhere to go. Like my room is only so big. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Horrible.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
Hope the chicken wings were good.
That's why you don't DoorDash.
Good Lord. Yeah, but no, there was a snitch like hotline you could call in case you saw somebody getting chicken wings or bringing somebody in or whatever it was. Now, I remember we had a drop at the old station I was at, 95.7 The Game, our sister station in San Francisco. We had a drop of, I forget who it was, but they did a video that was, he went, don't call the snitch hotline.
I would love to call and
excuse me. I think the Utah Jazz are intentionally losing basketball games.
Can somebody call and just like throw them under the bus?
They're like, yeah, no, we know.
Yeah,
I just
we know. You're not the first caller.
The hell with the Jazz, bro. They're the worst team in the West, and they shouldn't be. They're way too talented to be the worst team in the West. They're purposely losing, pulling guys back and not playing. The hell with the Jazz. I hope their tanking doesn't work out. If they're rewarded with Cooper Flag, I'm going to be pissed.
I'm going to be super angry. Yeah.
Do the opposite of the cold envelope.
Like a hot envelope?
The hot. Just like,
that. That one hurts. Let me go to a different one.
The hell is in that envelope? Anyways. The A's lost again last night. The Kings play the Wizards tonight. I want to talk about torpedo bats. I've not gotten to do that yet. And we talked about Ja Morant. Should the Kings be getting involved in that conversation this summer? We'll talk about that next as well. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil's over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube is the sponsor of the program. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, it was a good Cartman.
I don't do Cartman very often because my partner here is Kyle.
Buddy. Do you understand?
I know. I've seen the look on your face.
Because, bro, have you not heard people do it here? As a person born in 1990, and with the emergence of South Park, and what was that, 98? The emergence of South Park when it emerged, and just kind of reaching the height of its popularity when it did. every person I've met since 7th grade.
Oh, yeah.
Every person. Cam. Like, yeah, no. Thank
Ski
you.
Cam.
Yeah,
I
no,
haven't
got it,
gotten one in
thanks.
yet.
Good.
Ski
Okay, well,
Cam.
we could
Good.
keep it at that for now. That's fine. It's all
It
good.
just
That's funny.
Or I love the people good. In fact, Aaron Miller, our boss, did this. He goes, "Does anyone ever say your name in the South Park voice?"
I've heard people ask you that question like often.
Like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
That does happen.
But he
Thanks.
said it with a southern drawl, so it's smooth. You're like, no, Aaron,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
haven't. Oh,
Yeah.
I
Just
just
genuinely asking, just being the kindest person.
he is the kindest person.
All right, man.
Kyle, I didn't want to ever talk to you in the Cartman voice.
Man. The other thing, I'm not a fighter at all. Like, I'm just not that like macho. Like, oh, I'm gonna
You never
fight.
been in a fight?
No.
Okay.
The closest I've ever gotten was a guy that I knew. He was an RA in the building I was in when I lived in the dorms at Sac State. Excuse me, the residence halls at Sac State. Shout out Sutter Hall. He would do the Cartman voice all the time, and then at some point just decided that he could start calling my mom the B word.
Oh yeah. Well, I
And
mean, there's.
I
this-
understand the
yeah.
song. I got it.
Yeah.
That's not okay. You
No.
don't do that.
No, that's true.
And that's the closest I've ever gotten to punching somebody in his goddamn face.
Uh,
Oof. Yeah. Hey, you are caught up on White Lotus, right?
I am caught up on White
on
Lotus.
White Lotus and Severance. Look at you.
Yes,
Pop
both.
culture maven. Let's go.
Yes. Yeah, it's building. It's building so quickly.
It's like there's 3 episodes left? It's like there's so much stuff that needs to hit the fan.
Is there 3? I thought there was just 1.
Oh, is there 8? Is there 8 episodes?
Typically, I thought there was 8. You might be right. There might be 10. I thought the mess is coming. You can see it like, here they're going to unleash the fury on us.
Okay, 1 episode left per NBA Guru Zach.
There's 1 episode left, right?
All right.
Oh, boy.
8 episode seasons. That makes way more sense. I was like, they got 3 episodes to have all this stuff happen?
Oh, the last episode's an hour and a half.
Do you have a theory on who the dead person is in the pool?
I do.
I think about it.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil's in the other room. Rocking with you until noon. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. Quick programming note. Tomorrow, 5:45. Not 4 o'clock. 5:45. The NIT Men's Basketball Championship. That is Chattanooga v. UC Irvine.
All right.
Fired up. Can't wait. The A's lost again last night, 7-4 at Sutter Health Park. Ball's flying out of there, man. It's funny because typically when a home run travels out of a ballpark, it reaches stands. But because of Sutter Health Park's construction, there's no stands, specifically out to like left center and left field, where most of the power is for right-handed hitters. Brent Rooker's home run looked like it went 6 miles.
I don't understand why they weren't able to figure out a way to add grandstands. I mean, because like, look, the park is small, so well, I'll say it only seats 14,000, right?
Mhm.
And basically what you've done is supply and demand is driven up ticket prices outlandishly. And I think a lot of people all of a sudden are like, hey, I don't think I want to go to a game and pay X amount of dollars right now. Prices
Mhm.
are already starting to come down. But why you wouldn't have, like, again, they tore out a bunch in right field to add a bathroom, right? They
Mhm.
did. That was one thing that they had to do.
Mhm.
Why they didn't just level the hill and put in stands there, why they didn't build stands over the top of the buildings in left field, I just don't get it.
I would assume there's like a horizontal space problem that comes with that, and then I would also assume there's cost involved.
Well, I
Um,
agree, but I mean, we've all been to the Oakland Coliseum a bunch of times, right?
we've also all been to River Cats games, and if you add 10,000 more seats,
No, that's true. You're not going to be able to
The
yeah,
concrete
handle.
might start cracking,
Yeah.
like
No,
yeah.
I think it's more. That's one, you worry about just like the overall building itself. But I think the bigger concern is like, how are you going to be able to handle the concessions and all that stuff?
This is the other thing, according to Manny, time constraints. Like they had a pretty
No, I get that, but
finite amount of
but how much time does it take to put in
level a
grandstands?
hill and throw grandstands up while trying to do everything else they're doing? Probably quite a bit.
Different construction.
Plus, in
crew.
left field, isn't the clubhouse in left field?
Well, yeah, but why can't you build grandstands over the top of the clubhouse?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Players got to go out there.
I don't know. Like maybe there's a yeah. I just look at
We'll ask Vivek next time we see him.
when you watch a home run go out to left field, and it just like hits off the top of a building. It's like, why is there not anything out there? And I
Because
think
it's a AAA stadium, dog.
no, that's true.
Because this is what they signed up for.
No, totally. I agree. I just like if I'm someone who is trying to capitalize on the fact that you have Major League Baseball in Sacramento for a couple of years,
Sure.
I would have considered ways to
And
do this stuff.
Maybe they do it this offseason. Maybe they are assessing here and they're coming up to the same conclusions you are. And
Yeah.
they go, great. Now that we've got all these other little things out of the way, new lights in and all these things to make it major league compliant, now we can figure out how to add more stands.
No, maybe.
I wonder. So, as you mentioned, you don't think the park is going to be playing this big, James, because you said the wind's been blowing out, and this might not be the rest of the season. The park playing this small. I wonder if it continues to play this small. If also when they add seats and whatnot, maybe they push the fences back even further, and maybe just make them taller. Like it's the right field fence next to the bullpen is insanely short. Like you could probably jump over it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Kyle Tucker could probably hit 100 home runs this season if he just played there. Like,
or if he just played the A's, he kills the A's.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Golly.
It's
So
like
I don't know.
Soderstrom with the Mariners.
Yeah.
Like you brought that stat up to him, and then he continued.
Yeah. He hit a tank the next night,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
and
Yeah. Shout out Tyler Soderstrom, friend of the program.
he's got a hit every single game that he's ever played now. Still,
Yes.
yeah,
Never not had a hit in Seattle.
So I heard that the dimensions of the outfield, the outfield wall, are identical to Oakland's.
Huh.
They're identical. And the point I was making about if you haven't been to the Oakland, if you drive around the backside of the Oakland Coliseum, where a lot of us had the media parking and everything else for Warriors games, they have just an entire graveyard of stands.
Yeah.
It seems like you could have repurposed something there to bring him in, and like I know the expense of it and everything, but like it seems like there could have been a way to add some of the stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah, and maybe they will after this year.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll see how it goes. It seemed like last night there were way fewer people there than there were on opening night, which is expected. Opening night's a big deal, and then it comes down. But maybe that's what they're waiting on too before they throw that expense into it. Make sure that the demand is there.
Yeah. I think last night
also
they
make
had
sense.
10,000 fans versus 12,000 on opening night. I don't believe the 12,000 number at all. Like to me,
It
that
looked like
park
a lot
was
more than that.
that park was absolutely packed. There were maybe 2 rows of seats that were like 6 or 8 seats where you could see on both sides. That were almost in the identical spots on both sides that were empty. And not 2 full rows, like only like 6 or 8 seats.
Yeah.
Outside of that, the place was packed. It looked like there were 500 people out in right field, on the grass. And so I would be very surprised if the number wasn't closer to full capacity, but they didn't sell it as that.
Yeah,
So
which is weird.
Yeah, I thought that was weird. And then look, I think if there's a point where you could do it, I personally, they have those 2 buildings in left field. Turn those into rooftop bars. Turn them like your the apartments in Chicago at Wrigley. Turn them into that.
Sure.
Because I think that there is an opportunity there to have a really cool atmosphere out there as well.
Yeah.
Now, again, structurally, whether those buildings are built to house that kind of thing or whatever, you're going to have some question marks, but why not?
Yeah. I imagine the weather played a role last night too. It looked cold. It looked like not a great time to be outside on TV.
It was frigid the first night.
It did not look like a good time.
Yeah. Standing on concrete for 2 hours wasn't exactly what my back had in mind for, that's just not, I'm not built to do that.
If you want to jump on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, it's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Manny is on the line. What's up, Manny?
What's up, y'all? Hey, so I have a sort of an insight on some of the A stuff only because we ran a lot of the fiber that they were trying to upgrade into the building, and I got to go in there a couple of times and see some discussions that were going on, and they definitely had a lot of time constraints that were going on. Permits are always the bane of everybody's existence. I'm trying to get the right permits, and utilities have to clear everything, and West Sac was a nightmare with that. So that was a lot of it. I believe once this season finishes, they'll take a lot of that stuff and try to continuously improve on the stadium and do the things they need to do going forward. But this definitely was one of those, everything has to be done by this date and this has to be done, and we got to get this up to regulation and we'll worry about everything else later type thing.
Yeah, that all makes sense. That all makes sense. Anyway.
Shout out, Manny. Appreciate all your hard work. Is TC still there? No, he's gone. We want to talk a little.
Sorry, TC.
That's fine. We'll transition back to basketball. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil in the building as well. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. A's Cubs series finale today, 12:35 at Sutter Health Park. You're going?
No. I was gonna go, and then for some reason I had the schedule mixed up for the Kings, and I thought it was way later. So I can't make it back somewhere to watch the game and to come on for my 3 to 4 hit on D'Lo and Casey.
Right on. We'll get to Kings Wizards in a second. Actually, you know what? We'll just do Kings Wizards now. That's fine.
Okay.
Kings play the Wizards tonight. I think Washington has very quietly, they're not good. Don't get it twisted. Don't put it in the newspaper that I think the Washington Wizards are good. I just think they're kind of a little bit worth watching, which is a substantial change for them from earlier in the year. And again, they're not like great, but Alex Sarr has been playing a lot better. Jordan Poole is kind of starting to figure his life out a little bit. Marcus Smart is there, that kind of veteran. Justin Champagnie is a player I know they like a lot. He's actually getting to play. You mentioned Bilal Coulibaly. He'd been playing pretty well. He is now out. I think Alex Sarr specifically and Jordan Poole are two players worth keeping an eye on tonight. Just when you're taking in the Wizards basketball experience, it's not going to be pretty. They're probably going to lose by a lot of points. But those are two players, if you're looking for, like, hey, are the Wizards going to be a factor at all anytime in the near future? Those are two guys that make me think they might be a factor.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Poole, like last time out, scored 35 points. The problem is that no one else scored. Well, they had Tristan Vukcevic. Score 14. The rest of the team capped out at 8.
Oof.
So Bub Carrington, AJ Johnson, which I don't even know who that is, Alex Sarr. We've got
AJ Johnson's the cat who can jump out of the gym. He got traded with
he's
Chris
Bucks.
Middleton. Yes.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
It's from upstate.
Yeah.
Remember that? He had the dunk against the Kings last year.
Oh, yeah.
And Kevin Herter jumped off the bench.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Jaron got mad about it.
Yep.
Anyways.
Rashawn Holmes
times,
coming off the bench. Might get to see a little Rich.
Sure.
And they do have Marcus Smart, who's just not playing well. since getting traded there, and you kind of feel for them a little bit, but yeah, they're not very good, and they've lost 8 of their last 9, and some of the defeats are like they lost to Indiana Pacers 116 to 109 in regulation.
162.
162. My bad. 162 to
They
109.
gave up 162 points in a regulation basketball game.
Yeah, that's wild. That's the game where like almost every single person on the Pacers that stepped on the floor had double figures. Where they have like they had 9 guys in double figures. Yeah, Nembhard had 7
That's
points, but
outrageous.
yeah, just like absolutely crazy. Another, the Pacers shot 64.1% from the field.
Man.
27 of 47 from 3. So like, look, this is a get right game. Like, get yourself on the right path.
I wanted to just say something nice about the Wizards up top. This is a game the Kings should win by a lot of points. Regardless of how the Kings are playing.
Yeah.
You can you play a C game tonight and you're winning by 20.
Yeah.
If you play a mid-level game, you'll win by 20.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Sabonis can do against their front line. Like this is a game where I would feed Sabonis the whole time. We should probably get into keys.
Yeah, go ahead. Key number 1.
The Kings aren't in a place to overlook anyone.
Yeah.
Like just straight up. If you overlook somebody, then you just end the season tonight if you're going to overlook the Washington Wizards. Like just that would be an embarrassment for you to walk in and not take this team serious and not be up by 10 points after the first quarter and 22 at half and realistically 30 by the end of the game or 28 with a bunch of guys playing that, don't typically play a lot.
Yeah. You can't bank on it with the Kings because who the hell knows?
Mm-hmm.
But if you come out and play with the appropriate urgency, knowing like, hey, if you want to play after the season is over, you have to win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you, man. You play a B level game, you play an A level game. That's what you start to look at is a 30+ point win. But you can't throw your jerseys on the court.
Nope.
You don't want to be in a dogfight in this one for sure. Number 1 for me, ball movement will make scoring easy here, man.
It does.
It's not a great defensive team. Alex Sarr is a terrific young rim protector, but if you're moving the ball around and making them get into the rotations, they're going to give up a lot of points.
Yeah, this just isn't a good team, but go ahead.
Number 2.
Mine kind of relates to yours. Stop with the hero ball. If you see hero ball tonight, if you see something, call somebody. If you see something, say something.
That hotline that you're calling to snitch out the Jazz, call it on the Kings too.
Yeah, just like, hey, like, look, what are you doing? Stop that. Yeah. Go sit down.
Yeah.
Go sit down until you learn how to play the right way again.
Yep.
And so I don't want to see hero ball at all. Even in the fourth quarter when this game could be a blowout, if you get to step on the court tonight, play the game the right way.
Yeah. Yep. Number 2 for me, find what's working and then don't go away from it. A little bit in the same vein.
Yeah.
If you're feeding Domantas Sabonis, you're getting into pick and rolls and you're hitting him on the roll and he's scoring every time, just do it. Maybe he has 50. It doesn't matter how you score the points. Find what works and keep feeding that thing.
Exactly. Yeah. And that kind of plays into what mine is. It's feed Domas.
No.
He is your best offensive weapon.
Mm-hmm.
He is the guy that creates for everybody else. Get him the ball and let him do his thing. This whole 0 assists last game thing that happened.
Crazy.
That's on the Kings.
Yep.
Like feed Domas, let him do work. Do not cap him by just avoiding him, which is what some of these players do.
Mm-hmm.
Let him make the game easier for everybody.
Yeah. It's a must. When we were talking earlier, just to kind of zoom this out from tonight's game, when we were talking earlier about a version of the Kings that wins a couple of play-in games and is interesting in the playoffs, it's that. That's the version of it.
Mm-hmm.
When they do that, the offense flows. It looks good. People are eating, getting open shots. Wow, look at the Kings.
Yep. Pretty simple.
Seems like a good night to, again, not overlooking this team, but this is a team where you can execute those things.
Yeah.
So go do them. They're not going to throw a lot of curveballs at you defensively.
What's your key the matchup for the game?
I have a third key real quick.
Oh, my bad.
And it's about Alex Sarr. Turns out I'm a big Alex Sarr guy.
You are.
I just really he's been really freaking good over the last couple of months. He's a 7-footer, but he's listed at 7 foot 205. He's 19 years old. He's been cooking. He's going to have a couple of wild plays tonight. You got to get physical with him. I'm imagining Keegan will probably get the first shot on him and play physical defense with him. Knock him off of his spots, make him uncomfortable. He's the one guy who can block a couple of shots and hit a couple of threes, and all of a sudden things are a little dicey. You go out and you force him to Miami forced him into 8 points on 3 of 17 shooting. Make him have one of those nights. Just really, really make sure that this doesn't get interesting.
Yeah, he's not a good rebounder or anything else yet. He does block a lot of shots, but he's just, he's got 94 blocks on the season. But he's a player that's like under construction. And eventually he's going to be a very good player. You can see it.
Yep. But
he's not there yet.
Not there yet.
And he probably hasn't faced many players like Domantas Sabonis.
Correct. Matchup of the game, Jordan Poole and Keon.
Yeah, I think that they have one player that can score, and you have a player who can probably come close to neutralizing that player.
Yeah. But if Jordan Poole is going to go out and go hit a bunch of threes and other guys start knocking down shots, it gets interesting. But I don't know. You shut the faucet off there, you pretty much shut the faucet off entirely.
Yeah. This is a team that should struggle to score against you no matter what, even if you are a bad defensive team.
Yep. All right, we got the handoff coming up next. One of D'Lo or Casey will be in. I also had 2 underdog lineups last night, and I won them both.
Oh, yeah.
My baseball lineup, 3 for 3. I did a lineup for the Warriors Memphis game. I went 5 for 6 in that one. I'm going to try and dish out another winner for you coming up next as well. Let's win some money together on Underdog. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Now, Joe Brazil is going to hit the button.
David, yeah, there will be a rando with a career night for the Wizards because their entire team is randos.
Yeah.
Oh, I would consider, like, I don't know, what does Marcus Smart's contract look like? He's a guy that would make at least a little bit of sense. Maybe not. Kings need more shooting. It's just weird they have Middleton too. He's owed 21.5 next year. Yeah, I'll pass. I'm going to go fire up this computer.
Okay. Oh, 30-point night for Colby Jones tonight.
I wonder what his over-under is right now. Let's see.
He did not play in their last game.
They got him at 7.5.
Colby Jones last played on 3/29.
Ooh.
Colby Jones is the Colby Jones of Justin Jackson's. That's a big Justin Jackson guy. Also a big Colby Jones guy, so tells you a lot.
Not a Justin Jackson fan. As a player, as a human, he's actually a very good human being. He does a lot of good work for like autism awareness and helps build that's what he was doing. Like community centers for autistic kids. It's like a passion project with him and his wife.
That's cool. Not a very effective NBA player, unfortunately.
No. Just happy to be there. Just happy to be there, Kyle.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You're dang right. Joe Brazil's here too. We'll get to the handoff momentarily. We'll talk with one of D'Lo or KC. Find out what they thought about a wild ass night in the NBA last night. Actually, we'll run our Western Conference tiers by them.
Oh, okay.
See what they think. We mentioned the A's play this afternoon at Sutter Health Park, which means it's time for our underdog lineup of the day. Underdog Daily Fantasy. It is so much fun. It is my favorite way to watch sports, and I think you'll enjoy the heck out of it too. You can win some money just by having takes on sports. You pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats, which is what I did last night. I went 3 for 3 in my A's Cubs lineup. I went 5 for 6 in my Warriors Grizzlies lineup, won a little cash. And then here's the lineup I'm rocking with tonight. This afternoon. Kyle Tucker kills the A's. I'm riding that again. Higher than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs for Kyle Tucker. Jeffrey Springs, the A's starter. I'm going higher than 16.5 pitching outs. I need him to get 2 outs in the 6th inning.
Oh.
All right. 5 innings. Yeah. And you get 2 outs into the 6th inning. So 5 2/3 is what I need from is that right? Yeah, 5 2/3. Yeah. From Jeffrey Springs this afternoon. And then Brent Rooker, I'm going higher than half a home run. I think he's hitting another tank today.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel good about that.
I'm intrigued to see how the ball flies during the day.
Mhm.
Even though it's still
A little
cold.
chilly today.
Yeah, it's still cold. So kind of like unseasonably cold April for Sacramento.
That's my lineup. Kyle Tucker, higher than 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Jeffrey Springs, higher than 16.5 pitching outs. Brent Rooker, higher than half a home run. Would love for you to play along. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Putting together winners, baby.
All right.
I love baseball season. It's the best. There's just games on constantly.
There is so many games. So many games.
Unrelated to anything that I was just talking about with Daily Fantasy. It's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. What's going on, Kenny?
What's good, man? What's good? I don't even know how to say this.
Uh-oh.
I'm just gonna say, yeah. I was playing Daily Fantasy yesterday myself, right?
Oh, okay.
And I came across just it's a crazy little prop bet or prop game that they got
at Square.
It was
projection.
It was half a run in the first inning. I think I might be on that all year long.
Oh,
That's
buddy, let's chat.
Oh, let's do it.
That's that
one's crazy.
The Nerfy, the no run first inning is one of my go-tos, bro.
What you call it?
A Nerfy, an RFI, or in first inning.
The Nerfy.
That's what they call it in Vegas, because in Vegas, where it's gambling, this of course is not gambling.
Right.
We're talking about Daily Fantasy. Very different.
Very.
In Vegas, it's called a Nerfy because you can bet on over or under half a run in the first inning. And it's not there for every game. Especially with the Daily Fantasy version, because you'll see, like, I know you wouldn't see that, but if it was like a Tarek Skubal versus Blake
Skeens.
Snell,
or
go. Paul Skeens, or somebody like that it's not going to be available,
right?
But every once in a while, you'll see one, and you look, and you're like, those two offenses are very good.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
I had one yesterday. Or I mean, we'll see what happens because this is my first.
It happens. A run scores in the first inning more often than you think.
No, I was about to ask you the percentage is probably like if you put that in your lineup, 60% you hit.
Probably better than that.
For me personally, it's probably a little bit better than that. But yeah, it's not because, like I said, they're so judicious with when they put the entry there and when they don't, that it's probably way closer to 50.
They had once again, like we always say, there's hotels going up every day. So yes,
facts.
I'm sure it's closer to that. But yesterday they had Logan Webb, and then they had a pitcher for the Astros I had never heard of.
Sure.
I was like, I'll take my chances with Logan Webb. And
yeah,
then,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers.
We'll see what happens. So
it's like the old Keegan Murray half a dunk. Like
that one was what, like if you went more?
Oh,
like
yeah.
30%.
Oh, it was way more than that.
It was
Keegan Murray half a dunk?
Unbelievable.
And then I would tweet out every single time Keegan Murray dunk.
Again. Ridiculous. I want to run our Western Conference tiers by you.
Okay.
Because we've redone them. Did you listen to this earlier?
I was listening. I was listening. I was getting ready.
So we had contender tier 1, OKC by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
That's fair. That they deserve that.
Yep.
I got to see it from OKC.
That's fair. No, that's fair.
And when I say that, we're talking about tier 1. We're talking about championship. I'm not talking about can they win a round. We're talking about you win the Western Conference Finals. You can win. I got to see it from them.
Okay.
I think they're a contender. Don't get it wrong, but I got to see it from them because I want to know what Chet's going to do. I want to know what Jalen Williams is going to do in the postseason.
Sure. That's fair. To me, they're the clear favorite.
It's fair.
Tier 2. These are teams on the fringe, and I'm buying their star power. That's Denver, the Lakers, and Golden State. They're tier 2. 2A.
That's fair. I almost want to put the Lakers in the tier by themselves.
Above or below?
Above. I think they're better. I think they're better than those two teams.
You think they're better than Denver?
Yeah.
Denver's
cool. Denver. No.
I don't. The Lakers. I feel about and I. A lot of this, and this is why I have tier 2B, which is on the fringe, but I got to see it, and that's Houston, Minnesota, and the Clippers. Like I just have kind of significant questions about all three of those teams.
Very fair.
In a way that I don't with the other three, but with the Lakers specifically, I don't know that I trust them to get stops over a 7-game series. I think at some point the like Jackson Hayes, the amount that they lean on him is going to come back to bite them in a series at some point. But I mean, you got LeBron and Luka and Austin Reeves playing at a super high level right now. Like it's a good trio. I think in that tier 2, by the way, they are. No, I had Denver 1, and then Golden State and the Lakers. You can flip them.
I think Denver in that tier, in your tier, Denver and Golden State would have to play perfect to beat the Lakers for 4 games.
That's.
I don't know if they can do that.
That's interesting.
Denver. You guys like Denver better than I do. I think they're a good team. I don't think they're a championship contender at all. And you want to know the strange thing, the really strange thing. I tweeted this out last night. We'll talk about it more too. The Timberwolves, if the Timberwolves matched up against the Thunder or the Nuggets specifically, if you went in that locker room, they would say, "Oh, we're going to sweep them. We're going to beat their ass." And I don't know what the season series is, but
with them and the Nuggets.
The Nuggets and the Thunder, but the combination.
I'm pretty sure they swept the Nuggets.
They feel great against those two teams.
That's interesting.
They're kind of crazy. The Timberwolves are kind of crazy. And I mean that in like a loco way. They're kind of like if they were like, "Oh, we got Denver in the first round," they'd be like, "We're the favorites.
Yeah.
We should handle them easily." And they feel that same way about OKC.
They split with OKC.
They swept
Denver.
And they feel great like that. I'm going more so on like when I see them play and how they bounce around in Africa, they feel great against those two teams. And I don't know if that's going to result in a series win.
Yeah,
but it's notable to me.
That game last night was crazy.
That was a great game, man.
Yeah.
That was a great game.
I went from watching Steph go for 52, 10, and 8, and I'm like, man, the best performance of the night in the association. Turn on Denver, Minnesota game.
Oh
God.
man, Luka.
Oh my God.
Jokic went crazy.
Ant was awesome down the stretch. There was so much good
That
shot
was a
making.
great game. That was a great game. And Russell Westbrook, not the greatest 10 seconds for my boy. That's my boy. That's my boy, but not the greatest 10 seconds.
I
disagree with Candace Parker too, by the way.
What'd she say?
She was like, he should have pulled it out and dribbled out the clock.
No.
Like, no.
Go make the layup.
The problem, yeah. Shaq was like, he should have dunked that. And he's right. He should have dunked it.
He definitely
scored a bucket. Because what are you doing? The dribbling so you can get fouled and then have to make the 2 free? Like,
yeah, no, I don't mind the take to the bat, but how many times has he made that layup in his life? 50,000?
50 million. I don't know what happened. I feel like he got it caught in between trying to lay it up and dunk it, and he just blew it.
That's just the worst.
It looked, yeah, who among us, right? It looked to me like he was so worried about, because he had pace, like he was moving.
Yeah.
Like he was so worried about slamming it off the backboard that he tried to put it up there with too much touch.
Yeah.
And just thought about it too much and left it on the rim.
That was use the backboard, kids. That happened to me one time. I tried to go for a dunk in a game, and I used to do like the Iverson, Scottie Pippen. You dribble it, you have it in your right hand, you kind of, grip it and not palming it because you're under the ball, but you do like this and then you throw it down, right?
Okay.
You don't touch it with the left hand.
Yeah.
So I go to do that, and I'm going up, and as I try to grip,
you lost
it
it.
slips a little bit, and then I tried to like guide it with the left hand and put it in, and it just front rim.
Oh no.
That's heartbreaking.
CRC versus ARC at CRC. So it was a nice little crowd. They're like, then the coach was like, in the locker room, he's like, oh, I don't know, because we lost the game by like 1. He's like, then we got people that can't dunk trying to dunk in a game. Like, where's our focus? Da, 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 da. Yeah, it was bad.
Ouch.
So I dunked the next day in practice and yelled in his direction.
Oh, look at you.
But that doesn't matter. I didn't get it done in a game and we lost by 1.
He said, people who can't dunk, can he?
He didn't have to say the name, man. There was only one person who missed the dunk that day.
That's tough. That's tough.
Amazing.
I had to wear that one. As you can see, never forgot it.
I don't think that there's going to be a chance for Denver to play the Lakers. So I think
Denver's going to be 2-3. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Well, Lakers can't get to 3. No, because Houston's at 2 pretty good. Denver, yeah, okay.
The Lakers are only a half game back at the 3, but Houston's 2 games up on Denver and 2.5.
So
up
that
on
3 is going to be Denver or the Lakers probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Golden State's catching LA. There is 1 game difference between 5 and 8 right now. Golden State is currently the 5 seed. They are a hiccup away from being on the road in a playing game.
That's so wild. Because as of right now, Minnesota's a playing team.
If you're Golden State, would you rather Denver or the Lakers be the 4 seed?
Denver.
You're Golden State.
If the better question is, if you're OKC, would you rather Denver or the Lakers be the 4 seed?
Oh,
OKC.
Oh,
Denver.
No,
I think it's the Lakers.
Yeah.
Like you guys talked about earlier, that game slows down, and every possession becomes Luka or LeBron.
That's true.
Yeah, but who's going to defend Shea?
It doesn't matter. That's only one guy. It's 2-on-1. If Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren aren't stepping up, that's what happened against Dallas last year.
Yeah.
It was Kyrie and Luka against SGA because nobody else was able to step up.
We'll have to see how I think they'll be a different team this year in the playoffs.
If those guys step up, it's showtime for them, though.
Yeah.
What do you guys are coming up on D'Lo and KC?
Man, previewing this Kings game a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit of everything, man. Pyramids.
Can't wait. D'Lo and KC coming up.
Pyramids or ziggurats? Which one?
Conspiracy theories of D'Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is our producer. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back with you at 10 a.m. tomorrow right here on ESPN 1320. Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. Thanks, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Good show today. Have a good night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Have a great Wednesday, everybody. $5 sushi at Sprouts.
That's not weird.
There you go.
Jesse, what up, man?
We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. What's good? Hey. One more time.
More fire, more fire. Boop, 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 boop.
Okay. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, April 2nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
They're awful. But we are happy that
Nobody can win in this city.
Well, well, let's hope that changes tonight. Changing in multiple ways wouldn't be bad, as the Kings are in Washington tonight to take on the Wizards. We'll talk about that as the day goes along. A couple of classics last night. A classic performance from the chef, 52 for Steph Curry. We saw a hell of a game between the Denver Nuggets and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Not exactly the.
Nah, yeah, you got it. Come on, man. It's your man's.
Not exactly the best stretch of basketball from a guy.
It's really 10 seconds.
It was about 15.
Well, he got the steal.
Yeah, and everything went bad after that.
10 seconds.
Everything.
Well, no, you're right about 15.
Everything went bad after that.
It was a nice pass to Brown.
Whatever.
You know?
That was tough.
To see a nice single, Kenny.
Man. Tough.
That was a nice chest pass. He had the thumbs down when he did the chest pass.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll dive into the Kings game. Steph Curry, though, 52 last night. 15 career 50-plus point games. Fittingly, he passes LeBron James, who has 14. Those two are linked so closely in this era. 12 threes for Steph Curry, 12 of 20. You add a 7 to that. That's basically what the Kings do on a good night.
Yeah.
And now the Warriors are in 5th place. And the Grizzlies, who have lost 4 straight, 3 of them after firing Taylor Jenkins, they're now half a game ahead of Minnesota for the 7th spot. Now we got a 4-team race for those final 2 certified playoff spots.
We have a new contestant.
We do.
Has entered. This is a battle royal.
Down.
This isn't a Royal Rumble.
Oh,
this is a
okay.
battle royal.
DeAndre the Giant playing Memorial Battle Royal.
Well, I feel like the Royal Rumble makes more sense, though. Every 2 minutes, a new contestant arrives. Well, in this case, every week or so, hey, look at that. They're in contention to fall into the play-in.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But we're at 30 now. We're at 30.
Well, yeah, looking at the standings, yes. The entrant number 30 has made their way into the Royal Rumble, and that is the Memphis Grizzlies.
What was the difference between a battle royal and was it the number? Was it like 20 for a battle royal?
No, the battle royal, everyone started at once.
Ah, that's a good.
All 20 or 30 guys or whatever.
And the battle royal was at WrestleMania 4.
There was a battle royal at WrestleMania 4. Now I think that's the one Bret Hart won when Bad News Brown hit him with the ghetto blaster after.
The ghetto blaster.
And broke his trophy.
Did you see that the little documentary they're coming out with?
On Bad News Brown?
No. It seems like a little bit of a stretch, but I'll watch.
All right.
It's on WrestleMania 9.
There's a documentary on WrestleMania 9.
WWE's doing it.
It's on Peacock, right?
Yeah, it comes out.
What happened at WrestleMania 9?
So
that was Caesar's Palace.
So, okay. If memory serves me correctly, they filmed a bunch of stuff behind the scenes of that WrestleMania that you can see in various documentaries. You see, Vince telling, the elephants with Bobby Heenan. I think Bobby Heenan was riding the elephants backwards out. Like you got the Macho Man getting, oh, don't drop me, brother. Like there's a bunch of stuff from behind the curtain. I think there's a clip of Vince McMahon showing Shawn Michaels how to dance before walking out. Like, so they filmed a ton of stuff. I wonder if that's why they chose WrestleMania 9.
I guess so. I mean, the way the clip is, the little preview clip is out, and the way they kind of positioned it was this was an important WrestleMania because
it was not.
Well, they were talking about like they used to just be able to sell tickets, say WrestleMania, and they'd sell tickets. And I don't know if the thought was sales were starting to fall off a little bit. And to get back, they were in Vegas. They put a lot into that WrestleMania.
WrestleMania 9, Becoming a Spectacle, premieres April 11th.
And then the other aspect of that is this Hogan-Brett situation from that WrestleMania.
Well, I sure hope they have new clips of Hulk Hogan in this documentary.
But yeah,
Can't wait to hear what he tells us.
Not the truth.
Won't be that. And then Bret Hart could tell us how bitter he is about virtually everything in life.
Bret said, yeah, Hogan was coming back. They told me not to worry.
It's like Bret if he was a surfer in California.
That was Bret's voice?
Yeah.
Bret's a Canadian. I don't know. What was that?
Sounds like
They
Bret.
told me not to worry.
Nah.
It sounds like Bret Hart from Venice Beach.
Yeah, back to the drawing board on that one. Let's work on that. It ain't it. That's tough. There isn't a person on the planet that would go, okay, that's Bret Hart. I could see it's not very good, but that's Bret Hart. No, that was bad.
We should if WCW isn't listening already, we should have them go to the YouTube and just clip. I'm gonna just say something right now. Yeah, they said Hogan was coming back. They told me not to worry.
No, that's getting worse.
English rock star.
But wait.
Oh, good. There's doing more. Yep.
Have him go back to that point and see if he knows who that is. So he didn't hear anything previously. See if he knows who that is.
Even if he does, it wasn't
There's
good.
no way.
No, if he knows,
There's no way.
That's a certified. That's a certified.
There's no way. The biggest
If anything, he'll take it as disrespect.
Even the big. He probably hates you because of that.
Yeah, that was not good. Like, wow, he's really.
And he's not listening because if he was, he already would have texted. So we can cut the clip and send it to him and be like, "Who's this?" And he'll be like, "I have no idea." Some random guy that Kenny came across in Southern California. And then your second impression, I don't know if that was Sheamus or what it was. I don't know what that second impression was.
I felt like an English rock star.
Oh, Mick Jagger?
Yeah.
Kenny, a big Rolling Stones guy over here.
Where Hogan was coming back.
Why do you keep saying that line?
That was the line in there.
That was the line in the trailer.
Yeah. They told me not to worry.
No, hold on.
I got there that time.
It's bad.
Oh, we were used to just selling them out. There's Bruce Pritchard. Yeah, I'm sure he's telling the truth.
When you hear Bret, you won't be able to tell the difference, bro. For real.
You got a giant Gonzalez impression. So yeah, this is all of the stuff they filmed. Then you got.
Oh, here comes Bret though.
That was my moment.
Watch. Come on, man.
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
No, I'm not.
I was told not to worry about him at all.
No.
Come on, man.
No.
No, y'all ain't respecting that.
You're like the
y'all ain't respecting that.
You're like the Terminator
That's
doing
terrible.
a Bret Hart impersonation.
And now you're begging too.
Yeah.
That's awful.
No, I need to acknowledge that was spot on.
You're not getting acknowledged
I
for
was
that.
told
That was
not
terrible.
to worry about him at all.
No.
Come on, man.
Now you're just
Also-
talking normal.
Also, Bret, like, what are you talking about? Like, you were already the champion. What are you talking about? This was your moment. You were already the champion. Yokozuna didn't go in as the champion.
It's a good point.
You had already beaten Ric Flair at some random place in Canada and became the champion. He's such a whiny bitch.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
Well, look, maybe this was his WrestleMania moment to, like, he was going to get the fireworks afterwards, and because it was some random place in Canada, he didn't get that moment. So this was going to be the moment.
Okay.
Lighten up on
Bret's moment at WrestleMania 10 was made stronger because of this moment. So the Hogan thing is stupid, but Yokozuna getting the title and then getting it back, a month later, he gets the title, he loses it immediately. That was dumb. Everyone agrees that's dumb. It sets off the King of the Ring pay-per-view, and then it establishes Yoko squashed The Undertaker. He squashed everybody like along the way to set up WrestleMania 10. That was Bret's moment. Madison Square Garden, WrestleMania 10, the event that Hulk Hogan built in the building that Hulk Hogan did it in. And everyone, they got him on his shoulders. He has the classic with Owen. You set up the big angle with Bret and Owen at the end. It was perfect.
That was pretty good.
But it wasn't good enough for him. He wanted to do it in, Caesar's Palace? Come on, Bret.
This was supposed to be my moment.
All right.
No, that was Jesse. Stop playing.
Look, you know I
Come
got
on.
your back as much as anyone else.
That was a good one.
brother. Today it's not working.
Yeah.
Give it up.
No one's ever gonna say, "Hey, what's Bret Hart think about the Sacramento Kings?" Like that's never gonna happen.
I wish they'd stop blowing leads. They were up by 16. They've got to win that game.
This really does sound like Mick Jagger. Now that you said
I
like an
told
English
you,
rocker,
yeah.
that's all
They've
I
got to
can
win
hear.
that game.
Yeah,
They're up by
okay.
16. It was supposed to be their moment at Indiana.
Brett, do you have thoughts on Ja Morant appearing to point a rifle at the Warriors bench?
I don't know anything about Ja Morant. I know that was supposed to be Steph Curry's moment, and that's what we're talking about.
No, this is great. He's committed to this bit.
Yeah, we might need to go to break and restart Kenny.
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
12-12. Someone unplug
Take the
Kenny.
battery
You
out.
asked,
plug
you
him
asked
back
Bret Hart
in.
what he thought about it. You asked Bret Hart. You didn't ask me.
Bret Hart, go ahead and just go kick rocks.
Yeah, Brett. Yeah, Brett. Go take a lap, Brett. Do that. We'll come back. We'll try to start this show in a more appropriate fashion. And D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know, I'm a firm believer that beggars cannot be choosers. You just can't. You know, be appreciative of what you've got.
Why would we got?
And I am. But with that being said, who eats the Ritz crackers with cheddar on the inside?
Isn't it peanut butter usually?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
You don't like cheddar?
Not really, and definitely not in the Ritz crackers as opposed to peanut butter.
Yeah, no, that's not. The cheese is for the rectangular cracker that used to be. It used to come like three crackers in a pack, and then like the little square cheese you could dip it in.
Like I said, just an observation.
Young Saf, cheddar's the best.
Yeah, all right.
Germs is for this, I guess.
Relax.
Casey Tucker, shout out, says the peanut butter ones are so much better.
Uh-huh.
Albie calls us a hater. You're a hater, Albie. How about that?
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Miss Macton.
We might be in the minority
Relax.
here.
The cheese is actually disgusting.
Tyler Jennings, you don't need to make this personal.
Oh, wow. Wow. Tyler Jennings. He always, I don't know, low. Tyler Jennings be getting sneaky with it, man.
It's because he's a nice guy too, so we just let it fly.
Yes, sir, young Sav. Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm Stephen Brown. What kind of snacks are you eating? Just eat my struggle snacks, I guess.
Go squeeze. That's what Stephen Brown. He can go squeeze this. Here, little fella.
You get Go-Gurt, Stephen Brown, you get Go-Gurt. Some Danimals.
Oh man, that's my boy, man. That's my boy, Stephen Brown.
I don't know what's going on up here, but he's about to get hung.
Who's throwing raisins in their potato salad?
What? What? I don't even understand this. Where's it at? How? What? How? Oh, because it gets scratched up. I never had Go-Gurt. That looks disgusting. It's just yogurt, obviously.
So you've never had Go-Gurt?
No, that's disgusting to have it in that form. Give me the little thing. I'll get the spoon.
What's the difference?
I don't need it like that. No, I don't need
What's
it
the
like
issue?
that, man. Come on. I don't need it like that, man.
Very interesting commercial break over there on the YouTube channel.
Different ways to consume yogurt, I guess.
No, I don't need it in Go-Gurt form, man. Come on, man. Just put it in the cup. I'll have it with a spoon.
Yeah.
You're too mature for this one.
Yeah,
you don't eat yogurt and stuff.
He never had.
I eat yogurt every
No,
day.
he's never had these things in his house.
I just don't have.
Like you probably had like Greek yogurt and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I had, but the plant-based version.
But even then, he hasn't ever had a reason to have Go-Gurt or Go-Go squeezes in his house.
Like you never frozen a Go-Gurt before?
Times are changing, pal. I have not. I have not. I
I
have
still don't think
Nutella
we need
and
that,
chocolate milk in my house now. All of a sudden, it was not
Nutella. Reese loves Nutella. I'm not a big fan. I mean, it's not bad. It's just whatever.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's different. It's
Tyler
different.
Jennings. Shout out Otter Pops.
Oh yeah. Shout out.
Break
Otter
those in
Pops.
half.
Yeah, it's a good take. It's a good take right there.
That's old school.
Wait, what's
That
the
is old
take? All he said is Otter Pops after that. Otter Pops after what?
Otter Pops are good.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's co-signing Otter Pops.
Yeah, basically.
I really do work with a bunch of children.
Well,
I'm not even gonna fight you on that.
well, you've worked with somebody that has children.
Do you work with
And
children?
I do remember my childhood.
Yeah, like do you work with children? Or do we just work with adults?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
I do remember what an Otter Pop was like when I was 12.
Remember what it was like last Tuesday?
All right, Jesse.
I'm not a big ice cream guy though, in general.
That's
Like I don't
crazy.
like
I love
I don't
ice
like the
cream.
coldness of the Otter Pops, ice cream. All
So
that.
you don't like Otter Pops? Well, Otter Pops isn't
They're-
ice cream though.
They're cool,
It's
but that's what I'm saying. Like
You don't like
a frozen-
cold desserts.
I wouldn't even say I don't like it. It's okay. Like I don't need it. It's all good. If somebody has it, like, hey man, I got you extra. Let's go to Baskin Robbins as a family. All right, cool. Like I'll go there and get something, but I don't crave like, oh man, I just gotta go get some ice cream. No.
Guys, I hate to break it to you, but the Kings are soft because of soft media and clowns like us giggling about snacks.
Well,
Everyone's worst nightmare.
Damn, our fault.
All right, bro.
can you imagine being a soft basketball team because of us?
We can't win because D-Lo
Well-
thinks you're talking about snacks.
Well, here's what we do. Here's what we can do. Everyone's worst nightmare. That's the guy's name in the chat. This is 2025. Go search your own podcast,
It's
your
facts.
own YouTube channel,
Mhm.
create a following, create a buzz, get subscribers and all that. Then you can get credentialed. Then you can be at the games.
Mhm.
Then people will tap in for your show,
Yeah.
and you can be as rough on the Kings as you want to.
Let me tell you how many people will listen to that podcast. I'll list them off. You ready?
You imagine like coming up with your username, like, yeah, everyone's worst nightmare. Yeah, that's gonna get them.
I'm cooking with this one. Absolutely.
And then the little Abby
cooking.
with the split, the little split.
Oh yeah.
What are
Yeah.
those? The not Nutaro. What are they called?
Like anime and stuff.
Anime. Yeah. You have the little split. Oh yeah.
Just like and subscribe, please.
Went crazy with.
Well,
this
he
one.
already did because he
That's
commented.
true. Yeah, you already are.
So
I went
salute.
I guess it's
crazy
be
with this
better.
Abby.
Salute.
I went crazy with this name.
Chatty
Amos
House gonna
Abby.
love me. All right, pal.
Bro. I went crazy. I'm telling you, I know what to do to make the Kings better.
Well, let's start. What was his name again?
Everyone's worst nightmare.
Okay,
Let's
let's
say it like that though.
Yeah.
let's start by beating the Wizards.
There we go.
Why don't you give us 10 minutes on how the Kings can beat the Wizards tonight? How about that? We'll start your podcasting career, everyone's worst nightmare. Give us 10 minutes on how the Kings beat the Wizards.
That's
tonight.
it. That's for real. That's a real telltale sign. I need you to talk for 10 minutes straight. 10 minutes straight, sound coherent, have good points, be engaging, be insightful, not have me fall asleep. I'll see what you can do, everyone. Maybe everyone's worst nightmare is very talented. I don't know.
He hasn't commented since.
Yeah, stop running if you get called out.
He just left. He's like, oh, I didn't know they'd see that. I'm gonna show myself out. All right. Change my username. Come back with something a little stronger. Also, he
Fire in the sky.
Yeah. Use my other favorite anime gift. Work on my anime De'Aaron Fox picture I got here.
Super Saiyan. Ain't that what I said?
Better just let us talk about auto props, bro.
Soren said that was Bret Hart's burner.
He's talking to you guys because I show Bret Hart love.
I don't know that that's true. Shout out to Coach Molly. Oh man, Coach Molly out at the park to watch her Cubbies play today.
Okay,
it looks beautiful out there.
It is a beautiful day.
Goodness gracious, that looks
Beautiful
amazing.
I'm trying to take batting practice out there. I think we could hit a couple home runs the way things are going.
Bruh,
That baseball is
flying out of that ballpark, and it's not even hot yet.
Yeah, Tyler Jennings has seen me hit before. He knows I'm not hitting anything out of that ballpark.
I think you can get it.
Oh, that was a weird way of phrasing it, but all right. We'll talk baseball coming up here in just a couple of minutes. I forgot today was the day game, man. I'd be interested to see what the crowd looks like for that one. Didn't realize this until preparing for today. Of course, we're going one game at a time. Kings have lost 6 in a row on the road. They haven't won a road game. You know, they had a 7-game homestand. This is a bit manipulative, but it's also accurate. They haven't won a road game since that March 2nd win in Houston.
Wow. You said six straight?
6 straight. Yeah, 6 straight. I did not realize that.
I didn't even pay attention to that either. The first game after Houston, was it the Clippers?
The first game after Houston was I'm sorry, I said Houston. It was Dallas. They beat Dallas the next night. That was the last one they won.
Beating Dallas on that.
Then the next road game was the Clippers. They came home. They beat the Spurs for the famous March 7th game, and then
this team
was the Clippers game.
This team was hanging on by a string. Is it just fair to say they've let go? Like they just now like
no.
Part of the reason why they're still 10th is like KD's hurt and stuff like that.
I don't think they've let go. I don't think they've let go of anything.
They've had more moments where they just weren't there. Indiana, they played a good game, man. They didn't close it out.
And I don't mean like the players have like just stopped giving effort, but just more so this is a bad basketball team, and now it's just we're gonna see more losses. Like they were hanging on, but they just don't have it right now.
Yeah, I think
we're just watching a bad basketball team at this point.
That's kind of what I feel like. We're watching a bad basketball team. That's what I feel like is happening.
Are we watching?
Or no. I'm sorry. They're not. We're watching a basketball team that maybe isn't very good.
Are we watching that, or they're not on the level of some of their recent opponents? Because we've talked about what March is or was and dreaded it forever, playing all these top flight teams, and they're not on that level. Now Orlando's not that, and Chicago's not that, right? Like those are some bad losses because those are games that you would think at the very least you're on the same level as, and you weren't able to get that win. Even the Chicago ended up being a bad loss because you were up so much. It wasn't like this blowout game. Orlando was just pathetic. Orlando, that was absolutely unacceptable. But other than that, you're playing teams that you're not as good as anyway. So you're not on that level. Maybe you win some like a Memphis or like a Cleveland. Majority of the times you're probably gonna lose those games. Like let me pull up the schedule, because I think in that stretch starting with the Clippers game, because they went 6-11, in all of March. So
Wait, what?
I think they went 6-11. I think I counted in March.
6-11 in games?
Yeah.
Damn. Is that right?
In
1,
March.
2, 3, 4, 5. Damn, it is. But 11 seems 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe I missed a couple. I have 6 and 9.
Maybe that's what it is. I might have miscounted.
We talk on
It's
the radio. We
bad.
don't do math.
You know that.
Yeah.
It's bad.
I might have. I counted this at 12:30 at night. So maybe.
Well, you should get some more sleep.
But yeah, like I mean, look at the 9 games, and we'll say, should have quote unquote should have beat Orlando, I guess. Other than that, and maybe Chicago too. But other than that, these are teams, they're not on their level. They're not as good as these teams. So they played a bunch of teams that they weren't as good as, and they lost.
They did go 6-11, by the way.
It was 6 and a. They,
March-
so I
From March
forgot
1st
to
to
put
March
a.
31st. Yeah.
Wow. I could clearly I have a couple of games in my.
That's a
my
tough
log
March,
missing.
man. That's a tough March. 11 losses in a month is tough.
That's brutal. So what they start? They started the month at 31 and 28.
And now they're 3 under. Yeah. So I say all that to say I'm not going to say they're a good team. I think we've said it before. I think they're just kind of an average team. You know what I mean? They're an average team that has enough talent to be able to beat the Cavs, but they're who they are allows them to get smoked by 30 to Orlando.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what we always say about this team. You just never know what you're getting from night to night. Even on a night like tonight.
Absolutely.
You can't sleepwalk tonight.
Absolutely. You don't have any more letdowns left.
No, not at all.
You've used those up. Like you've got to. You have to beat Washington. You have to beat Charlotte. Like those are games that you absolutely have to win.
This is still a bad basketball team too, but it's not bad in the same way they were with like Kuzma and those guys. I feel like now they're more competitive. Not saying they're picking up wins or anything like that, but it's just you can't sleepwalk against this team anymore.
I saw about a week ago, and it could mean nothing because they gave up 162 to the Pacers in regulation. I don't even know how it's possible. But I saw something from a Wizards fan or something where they were like, man, this is some of the most fun I've had watching basketball in a few years. Like this team, they play hard every night. I think he said since the trade deadline, but he's like, they play hard every night. They play together. They got some chemistry. It doesn't always result in wins, but I'm enjoying seeing this team kind of grow.
They got some real vets in there now with Middleton and Marcus Smart.
So that's what you're dealing with right now. You're dealing with a team that talent-wise and maybe experience-wise isn't that good, but they're trying to build something. They're trying to create something in that locker room. And if you're not ready to go, they absolutely can get you tonight. Absolutely.
That's what we said, man. No more letdowns.
Please.
Yeah.
Maybe this one time.
Yeah,
please.
that's a great point.
I mean,
please, no more letdowns.
I mean, they with everybody that we talk about, we like and love and all this other stuff, they had issues last year in Washington. That was a terrible loss last year. Malik was there, Mike Brown was there, De'Aaron Fox was there, and they went on the road and they lost the unforgivable game. And you talk about how close they were to 6 seed and all this other stuff. Games like that one more than maybe any other bad loss. I know we had Detroit in there, they had Charlotte in there, but that one against Washington that late in the season was just awful.
Washington's been known to ruin Christmas.
Well,
all right. I don't know what
they do cancel Christmas.
They've just Washington's was kind of that thorn where you just can't get rid of them.
Washington was after. It was, I don't know what happened here, but it was after two. Oh, no. It was after an overtime Memphis win. And then they went to Toronto and beat the hell out of Toronto. And we're like, yeah, this team's finally turned the corner. And then they go to Washington and lose. And then they followed that up with a 2-point win at Orlando on like a Saturday afternoon.
And that's been the story of the season.
Yeah.
Up, down,
Story
all
of
over the place.
Story of the last 2 seasons, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a great.
That was last season I was pointing out.
Oh, yeah, great point.
You beat Memphis and Cleveland back to back, and then it all kind of went bad after that.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's been the same thing. There have been far more downs this year than there have ups. Last year was just kind of sporadic all over the place. This one is a little more. I don't feel very good. Doesn't feel like this team's very good. And but there is signs of like the Cleveland win. Like, all right, you just beat Memphis, you just beat Cleveland, starting 2-0 on this pretty stiff homestand, and then you go on to lose, with the next 3, 4
or 5, I think.
Well, no, because you finished 3 and 4 on that homestand, right?
Yeah, I said you lost.
Well,
4 of 5.
Okay, next 4 or 5. Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Because they finished it off with a win against. Well, yeah,
Portland. Yeah.
Yeah. This is. There's no game left at this point where I feel comfortable.
No,
Kings.
including tonight.
Yeah, no game.
Including tonight.
Washington and Charlotte in the next 2 games. Not feeling comfortable at all.
No Devin Carter tonight. No Jake LaRavia tonight.
Have we had any word on Devin Carter? Like, did they run tests on him? It seems like they just.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say because they're on the road, they ain't going to tell us nothing.
What's up with that?
Because I don't think anyone's there. Like, I think J.A., Biederman, all of those guys who sometimes travel.
Those would be the guys that would get that information.
Yeah, and they're here. I'm sure. I think they all covered the A's opener. I don't think anyone, when I went looking for the Doug Christie presser, I didn't see it. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I just assumed no one was there, so they didn't post anything. There were no Kings reporters to ask questions. So maybe they feel, well, we don't really have to put out a press release. Like, no one's on the road with us. So I have no idea. The injury report today had Devin out. Devin was out, and so was LaRavia. LaRavia, we did get an update on. However many days ago it was. He was, what was it, 7 to 10 days, maybe?
Yeah.
So, yeah, nothing on Devin Carter that I've seen, at least.
Yeah, hopefully it's not serious, man. I hope it's not serious. So I didn't like the way he responded, though.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I'm hoping it was fear and not that familiar feeling of, or I know what this is, or whatever. Yeah. Hopefully it was just like, oh, what's this? What's this? Hang on, what's this? Yeah. But he had proved, and it's tough for him, man. He had shown to be a player. Like, he was doing some things out there that's like, all right, this looked a whole lot better. This looks a whole lot better than it did 2 months ago, 3 months ago, or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was somebody that you could depend on to be in the game. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like what you were looking for. Like, can this guy give us some minutes? And he was doing that.
Yeah.
And then in some cases, he was doing a little bit more than that, like being super productive and scoring points and being an X factor. And it felt like he was just starting to get his groove as a NBA player. And then this setback. It's been a tough rookie year for him.
Yeah.
Real tough rookie year.
A year where they asked a lot of him. The Kings and all of this talk this week about the front office, their future, so on and so forth. The Devin Carter pick that's a converse that is a big part of what we're weighing here. Not just the fact that there were stars, really, really good ball players drafted after him. Guys that could have helped you immediately. That's the big, like that's the biggest thing. If Devin Carter winds up being along those guys that we talk about who were drafted after him, like salute, but he couldn't be at the beginning of the season. That was a problem for your basketball team. Then your basketball team got themselves in a tough spot. And you had him go out there like, hey, pal, we expect you to win. I don't think, now that, again, this all gets muddied up. Did Devin ever play for Mike? Or did he start right after Doug took over?
No, he never played for Mike.
I didn't think so. I didn't think so. I wasn't sure, but he came back in December.
His first game was against Memphis, and the Kings won. That was Jaren Jackson doing what he did. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was after he
debuted. That was Doug Christie.
He debuted January 3rd. Doug took over that Lakers game, right? That was December 28th.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the rookie never played for the coach who was the coach when they were drafted, when he was drafted.
I would have been crazy if he would have pulled a DeMar and just been like, hey, it's time for a change. Never played for him, sir. Well, sometimes change is good.
Might not even play much for the GM that drafted him.
True story.
Yeah, man.
True story. So yeah, tough news about Devin Carter there. We'll monitor it. I honestly don't think we're going to find anything out while they're on the road.
James Ham said, I think this was Sunday or maybe Monday. According to the NBA's injury report, Devin Carter has been ruled out for tomorrow's Kings Pacers game with a right shoulder contusion. So that's what they're labeling it as.
Okay. A contusion. I'm going to Google a right shoulder contusion.
It's usually like when I hear contusion, I don't think anything structural.
A contusion or bruising, because bruising is what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
A contusion or bruising to the shoulder muscles may result in the muscle stretching, yet not tearing.
Sounds painful.
Yeah, that does not sound good at all.
Mm.
The stretching can make proper arm movement difficult and painful. While bothersome, the injury usually resolves rather quickly. That's what the internet says. So Devin's fine.
He'll be back.
The internet says Devin Carter's fine. But think about that. I'm not trying to be funny. I feel like Jake LaRavia could have helped them the other night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against Indiana.
Absolutely.
Devin Carter could have helped them the other night against Indiana. When you're a team like the Kings, it feels like if you've gotten a guy who can play 8, 9, 10 minutes for you and they're playing that number consistently, you've probably put yourself in a position where you can't play without them.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can. You don't want to play without them.
Yeah.
And you look at some of those defensive lapses. Now, who knows what the rotation would have been, but you look at some of those defensive lapses late in the game and you wonder, could they have shut some of those down? Could either one of those guys, could their length, could their athleticism, could their movement, could they have shut some of that down?
Activity out there.
Of course, I don't know that any of them would have shot that goddamn 24-second shot clock violation that happened between the 2 3-pointers. But still, could they have done something on the defensive end when it felt like no one could stop Obi Toppin?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, again, it's the frustrating aspect of this Kings season where you're really looking like, hey, did we lose this game because Jake LaRavia wasn't here?
Mm. And they still, everybody got to deal with something, so I don't want to make no excuses, but they haven't been able to consistently play with the same group all year long. It's either been, I guess, didn't Trey Lyles start off not playing? He was hurt.
Correct.
Season,
Yeah.
Trey Lyles wasn't hurt, or was hurt. DeMar and Domas got hurt while Fox was going off. Mike wouldn't play Keon. Then Mike was gone. Doug Christie's in. And, they finally, that was like one of the one times they had a consistent group of people. Now they didn't have JV and LaRavia. Then you have the trade situation and they got to deal with that. And then Sabonis gets hurt. And it's been one thing after another. Like I said, we talked about it last week. I wonder if this group maybe has just kind of hit their breaking point as far as like what they can handle. Malik Monk was gone for a while.
I can't remember when it was, but I know we were into Doug's coaching tenure. So it was obviously after January because Devin Carter returned.
Mhm.
So I'm going to assume it was sometime in January where it was like, okay, Doug Christie has the full complement of the Kings roster for the very first time this year. And that was somewhere in January. Of course, it was shortly after January that the roster changed.
Yeah.
And then it changed again. Because the De'Aaron Fox deal and the Jonas Valanciunas, that wasn't the same deal. That wasn't the same day. There were multiple changes over, a week, 2-week period or whatever it was. And that's all coming on the heels of everyone being some version of healthy for the Sacramento Kings for the first time.
And once again, it's not to say that these are great players or anything like that, but just having the full complement of your playable rod, like the guys that you are playing on a regular basis, they haven't had that they couldn't have had it for more than 10 games this year. Like everything's like, oh man, we don't have this guy, so we got to either get Isaac Jones or Mason Jones or this guy, DeMar's going to have to play 39 minutes tonight or something like that because the guy we normally would have to, eat up 4 or 5 minutes in a half isn't here. And, some teams that deal with that all year and they're able to fight through it. Sometimes you're just not. Sometimes it's too much to have to deal with throughout an entire season. So I think that's played a role. It's not everything. It's not the only reason why things have happened, but I think that's played a role into the up and down nature of this team and why they haven't been able to really get on much of a roll.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about that crazy one with the Timberwolves and Nuggets last night and what that means for the Western Conference playoff picture. Of course, as we're all aware, it means nothing for the Sacramento Kings. But it is creating a fun final handful of games here that we'll talk about when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. We'll do prize picks when we get back.
Damn, buddy hasn't been seen since. I've been playing Road to the Show, and they got to fix it where I got to spend the first 7 years of with my player on this one team.
Yeah, that is not.
I got the worst agent in the world trying to work a trade from the Twins for like the last 5 years.
That's not going to get it done. That is not going to get it done.
Knicks, Cavs, no Brunson, maybe no Pat. Man, that was a bad ankle sprain Brunson got.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, I'm going to be cool. I'm going to stand in front of this painting. Out of here. All right, Kyle. Kyle with his Odyssey backpack. I can rock with these Laura bars, man. It's a good look by whoever ordered them. Right on, Chatty. How's after party? It's good stuff, man. Have a good time. It's Wednesday. Don't you got a job to do? Here's Coach Molly. That's all my bad. I took the last bite of this lower bar right as Jesse said we're back.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Did you
Don't
want
worry
to start being professional right now?
Well, look.
No
I got
point in
this.
starting now.
I got this. I got this, right? Because I got my prize picks lineup. I'm hyped for it because I got that W yesterday. I got that W yesterday, man.
Good for you.
It wasn't a clean sweep, man. My boy, Jung. I always forget his name.
No, I love
You
it's
do
your
that
boy though.
every
Yeah, no,
time.
I love it's your boy.
Nah, he is my
But
boy.
you don't
though.
know his name.
Hung Soo.
You sure?
No.
Run that back.
I don't know. It's Jung.
Run that back.
Oh,
One more time.
Why? Wait, why? Why
What
would I
is
do
the
that?
man's name?
My boy Young.
anyways.
My boy Sue.
Okay, I heard something different, but all right.
What did you hear?
Well,
Anyway, he couldn't get me
Mrs. Mac 10 heard it too.
he couldn't get the 1.5 hits, runs, or RBIs that I needed. Also would have been a clean sweep. What did Kyle's gone. It's called a Nerfy.
Yeah, Nerfy.
Yeah, it's the Nerfy that hit yesterday. The first inning runs.
Yeah.
The Nerfy.
Okay.
That's the move. I didn't know that was the move. Kyle's like, yeah, I'm on that all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, like that hit. Giannis did his thing, and then Ja did his thing, man.
Giannis was the only one who paid off for me. I took an L yesterday because I had Trey at less. It was 25.5. I had him at less. And Book just destroyed me. They had him at 41.5 points, rebounds, and assists. He wound up with 53. Only one who helped me eat was Giannis.
And you went less with Book?
Yeah, not because like I knew KD wasn't. I didn't think they'd. You know the way that game started. We were watching. That's the way I thought that game was going to go. It didn't. They fought back into that game, and then a bunch of points were scored. Book scored them all, and all of a sudden, Giannis with the demon had me on the verge of eating healthy, and then I messed up with the Book pick, and Trey did just enough to make me lose.
Sorry, Trey.
Like his basketball team did.
Sorry about that.
Empty calories.
Young Hoo Lee, by the way. Sorry about that, my boy Young.
Your boy, right? It's your boy.
He didn't come through yesterday, but it's all good, man. I got my good $7, and I kept it moving. Now today, got the lineup ready, and we got beam money. Ready to go. And I was thinking about some things. I wasn't sure how I wanted to play it out, but I'm with this. Going Jordan Poole. They got him at 16.5 points. I'm going more for Jordan Poole. Going more, man. It's going to be a little bit of a pool party out there. They got Trey Lyles at 5 points. I'm going more. Trey Lyles is going to score more than 5 points.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going more. DeMar DeRozan, 5.5 free throws made. I went more because the Wizards are an undisciplined team. They'll foul them. And then I went with my Nerfy. It's Bryce Elder and Blake Snell. Braves versus the Dodgers. The 0-6 Braves, by the way, against the undefeated Dodgers. I'm going, it's 0.5 first inning runs. Going less, man. So
okay.
I'll have that posted. And download the Prize Pick app. Put in the promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states.
This is ridiculous.
You must be present
This
in
is
certain
absolutely
states.
ridiculous.
Well, you must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks.
Wow.
Run your game.
Damn.
Wow.
Johnny G
This
was
is-
first.
So is this a race now? Because like
Zabel, honestly, I'd walk away from the game if I were you. I'd just walk away. Yeah.
Y'all are.
Yeah,
I'm on Zay's team. I'm Team Zay. Because this is a little.
They got a
goofy.
warning, but yeah, we.
Now look, you can't start until
The man
I
goes to
start.
work one time. Literally, the man goes to work one time in 4 years, and y'all jack his job. This dude spent hours scouring through D'Lo and Casey videos to get clips cut for the 1,000th episode, and the man goes to work one day.
Chatty House had him flustered. Look at run your game, Zabo. A second time, run your game. A third time, run your game. Somebody help him.
Zabo.
Y'all are whack.
He was trying to get in there. He was trying to get in there. Look, man. Look, these are the rules now. You can't run your game in there until I start.
No.
And then at that point, it's the first.
No.
The first one.
No, these are not the rules.
I say we give it back to Zay.
The rules are y'all are infringing on Zay's gimmick. Fall back and let Zay have his gimmick back. Man, it's like all of a sudden there's a bunch of Ultimate Warriors here. Like, no, man. Like, let's say
Polo says he told Zabo to get ready because they're snatching chains and gimmicks out here.
Man, y'all are cold.
Hey, man. Shout out Zabo, man. Zay. Hey, man. Be quick. Be quick. Once I start the
brother
prize
went
picks,
to work one time, not even for a day. Zay didn't go to work for a day. He missed like a couple minutes of the show. The show ended. The poor brother went back to watch it and saw him getting killed.
1920s cutthroat. We don't really,
man.
You got to be on your game all the time.
Katrina, Tasha, oh my God. And she says, run your game now. Oh, no.
This is cold.
Zay, man. Hey, shout out to my boy Zabo, man. That's my man.
Zay was going to show up like Lex Luger down the street.
What is he doing? Get the camera off him.
Oh, I got a few of those over the last 2 days. This is why I listen to you, Alan.
All right.
Okay.
Salute. So you were the one guy on the spreadsheet? All right, man. Good for you.
Yeah, man. So don't leave those, Zay. Don't do it, Zay. Don't do it.
Don't hang up, Zay. Don't hang up, Zay. Poor Zabo. Y'all are cold.
Imitation
Chatty House throwing it out.
Imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery. Think about it that way, Zabo. You got to be first. Got to be first.
It was like that time John Cena had like 30 John Cena's for his WrestleMania entrance.
He did that after Eminem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
that was the Eminem entrance. Yeah.
That was that Detroit where Cena did that? Houston?
No. Yes. Maybe it was Detroit because Chicago was the gangsta entrance that Punk was a part of.
What gangsta entrance?
When they came out with the cars and the Tommy
stuff.
guns and
Cena came in like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you look on one of the cars, CM Punk is on there, like a young CM Punk.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's like one of the things about WrestleMania entrances when they have extras. Usually, like people.
Well,
like,
Charlotte did one of
Triple
Hunter's.
H,
Yeah.
him or Charlotte, Sasha, and then I think Becky.
Yeah, like, but I think it was they did one of Hunter's. If you go back and watch WrestleMania 6, the honky tonk man comes in a pink Cadillac, and it's WrestleMania 6, by the way. I think 35 years ago today.
Oh wow!
Driven by
what happened?
The Ultimate Challenge.
Oh, Toronto.
Yeah,
I thought
the Sky Dome.
I'm thinking 7 with that one. 7 was very nondescript. That was Lex Luger, right?
No, 7 was Hulk Hogan versus Sergeant Slaughter. That was built around the war.
But didn't Luger? Maybe it wasn't WrestleMania. Was that 8 where he got off he body slammed Yokozuna?
No, that was on the USS Intrepid on July 4th of 1990 something.
7 was the one was supposed to be at the LA Coliseum, but they moved it to the arena.
Right. Because no one bought tickets. Like Kenny will tell you they're going to do a Kendrick Lamar.
I did not say that.
They're going to move Kendrick Lamar to Ace of Spades.
That's not what I said.
I was kidding.
That's not what I said at all.
I was kidding. I was only kidding.
It's so sensitive
Wres-
when you talk about Kendrick.
WrestleMania 6.
Can't say 2 words about that guy.
Well, no, just the 2 words you say are always silly.
When it gets it, I said SZA is the pop star, and I didn't even say about Kendrick. I said there ain't no rapper that's selling 60,000 seats.
This was after you said, okay, WrestleMania 6, the pink Cadillac that brings the Honky Tonk Man down is driven by Diamond Dallas Page.
Oh wow.
I did not know that one.
So yeah, you look at
Wow.
little entrances, you can spot little. I don't even know if Dallas was on like WCW TV yet. I think he was just like a strip club bouncer that they just knew. Like I think that's just who he was.
But who was the Honky Tonk Man's lady? Who was that? Somebody?
Sensational Sherry.
That was Sherry?
Yeah, you talking about Peggy Sue?
Yeah.
That was Sensational Sherry. You go back and you watch it now, you'll see clearly. Oh, that is Sensational Sherry.
That's crazy. And then you told me I didn't know Brother Love was it Bruce Pritchard? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that for the longest either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They be sneaking some stuff in, man. They be sneaking it in.
Well, the Timberwolves snuck in a victory thanks to my guy. A very rough end of was this a second overtime?
Yeah.
So Russell Westbrook gets a steal. They decide to go to the basket, and they're up 1. Denver's up 1. They decide to go to the basket, which would have put them up 3. So I guess I understand that instead of pulling back. I understand going to the basket, go up 3. It's still a 1 possession game. You feel like if you have this breakaway, you have the space. You're up 3.
Yep.
He just shorts the layup. He just misses it. They take it right off the rim, get up the floor, and Russ fouls on a 3-point attempt. And with I think it's like a second left, and Minnesota. Well, was it that low?
Yeah, 0.1.
I thought it was 1.
That's what it ended up being.
Yeah,
0.1.
Minnesota winds up walking away with a win last night. 21 lead changes in that game. A 60-point triple-double for Nikola Jokic.
Ooh.
And yeah, that was wild. That was wild.
In Bandy says he attacked the basket with 9 seconds to have a law, and then yours explaining it's like, nah, like I don't know what you're talking about. Like what? Not you, him, or whoever it is. Like, yeah, attack, make the layup.
It's
go for the dunk. What's the pull the ball back out and dribble for 2 seconds and get fouled and try to get the 2 points that you could have got with the layup?
That's kind of what I thought too. Yeah. If it wasn't if it was a
3-point game or a 2-point game, maybe it'd be a little different.
Yeah,
because you could put it away.
It's a 1 possession game either way. You feel like you have a shot at 2. Take it. He missed the layup. Like that's what it boils down to. Like we could go over a strategy all you want to. Like he would have been fouled with a second layup. He missed a layup. That's it.
Yeah, and that's just I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened.
He just shorted it. Like he I think he stepped. I think because he gave it up, got it back. I think he went off a little too early, and he damn near pinned it. And he compounded. And this man, how often does this happen in life? You compound a mistake with another mistake, and that's what he did. He Sacramento kinged the 3-point shot, closed out too aggressively, and got called for it.
Yeah, and that closeout was tough, man. Because one of the things that at least I try to think of or remember, coaching or playing all these guys, and the game's moving so fast, it's a little different. But you never contest that shot going in to the shooter. Like even at his angle, he was running towards the corner to contest it, and then he jumped towards the right where he's going into the shooter, and just keep going towards that corner and contest where you're not going in and your momentum's not taking you into the shooter. And that was tough, man. That was tough for my boy Russ. Get my jokes off because I know that's your boy, but I love Russell Westbrook. I hated to see that for him at any time, man. So
yeah, those, and he's been so like, I mean, it's not the end of the world. I mean, that feels like it was a far bigger game for Minnesota than it was for Denver. Though I'm very, very confident Denver would have liked to have had that game. He's been so integral to what they've done this year. He has been great. He has been an absolute flawless fit for the Denver Nuggets. But yeah, just not his night last night. Didn't shoot well. 5 turnovers. Played major minutes off the bench. Just a couple of costly mistakes there at the end.
Yeah,
but a great game.
Great game.
Absolutely incredible game.
Fantastic game. Here's something I told the insiders, and I was thinking about. Just last night watching that game. The Minnesota Timberwolves. That's a crazy bunch right there. Crazy, like loco, like they crazy.
Elaborate.
I'm pretty sure when they see Denver and OKC on the schedule, they feel great. They like, let's go. They play Denver and OKC in the series, like drew them in the series. Man, we sweep these dudes. They have unbelievable confidence going up against those two teams. And I think we looked at it on the handoff. I think they're like 7-2. No, it's not that many games. It's probably 5-2 or 6-2 on the season against those two teams. They feel great against those teams. And you know what? I think they're a wild card in the playoffs. I think the Timberwolves are a wild card in the playoffs. They can make a run. They can not even make the playoffs as well. Like they're a better version of what we talk about with the Kings when you talk about what they could do in the playoffs. They can lose 2 playing games and not make it, or they can get back to the Western Conference Finals. Do either of you guys see that type of?
I think if they see OKC, in the first round, they'll get bounced.
The Western Conference Finals, huh?
I think they have that capability.
I think they get second round maybe, but if you're playing OKC, I think they're done first round. Maybe you get past Denver in the first round.
I don't.
They swept Denver this year. Was it 3-0 or 4-0?
I think insiders were saying like 3-0. I think.
Yeah.
I just don't believe. I guess with Oklahoma City, it's not that I don't think they're good. I just want to see them in a series. Even against good coaches, really high end coaches, championship coaches like a guy like Michael Malone. I would be fascinated to see them against a team like the Los Angeles Clippers and Ty Lue. I almost feel the same way about Minnesota. It's like, I don't believe you. You're not. Everything you just said about them, I get. Are they crazy? Sure. Talent? Yeah. I don't believe you.
Well, there's going to be a point, too, where Rudy Gobert gets played off the court in the playoffs and all that. So you kind of have to work around that.
They probably embrace that. They'll play him off, meaning the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves will play Rudy off. Like, all right, we're going to go with the small lineup here, Rudy. You're off. They'll be fine. I don't know. They're
intriguing.
I'm not predicting.
Let me change a word. You obviously think they're good enough. Do you trust them?
Absolutely not. Like I said, they cannot make the playoffs. What
do you think is going to happen?
I think,
because if you don't trust them,
I think though, if you ask me to predict what they'll do, I think they'll make the playoffs and they'll lose in the first round. That's what I think will happen.
Okay.
But I would not. What I was saying was
you're presenting a complete picture.
Yeah, okay. I would not be surprised in the least if they made it to the Western Conference Finals. I think you guys would be, right?
Yeah. They get to the Western Conference Finals. I think title to Cleveland and Boston.
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised. I think I'd be surprised. I don't. Yeah, I just don't believe them. I don't trust them.
I think they have a guy.
I believe they're talented, by the way. Like I would, if I can say 50 different things about them, but one thing I won't say is that that's not a talented group that's capable of doing big things. But at that level, I'm not there.
That's fair. No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. I think you have a guy in Anthony Edwards that can take over a series. So you've got that. You've got a second fiddle guy in Julius Randle who can score in bunches if he has the right matchup or whatever's going on. You got McDaniels who can defend. You got N'Keal Harry who can defend and shoot. DiVincenzo coming up. They have a lot of the components. I talk crazy about him, but you still do have Rudy Gobert there if he's playing well and the matchup is there to keep him out there on the floor. They've got a lot of components where, and then the other part is they think they can get to the Western Conference. They're like, absolutely, we can. Where for point of reference, do say the Kings get into the playoffs? Do they think they can get to the Western Conference Finals? Probably not.
No.
The Grizzlies get in? Probably not. I don't even think. I could be wrong. I don't even know if the Rockets feel like they can get to the Western Conference Finals. Minnesota's like, no, we can.
Well, they
Put us
have
against anybody.
right. Is that where they were last year?
They were there last year.
Yeah, I
Different,
mean,
little different team. No cap.
No, for sure. But when you've done it, yeah, like I think you should enter the postseason with the. I think you should enter. No, not we can get back there. Like, no, we're going to get back there.
I think they're one of the teams who feel like they can. They feel that way. Not everybody feels that way. I wonder if the Clippers feel that way. I don't know. But
I feel that you talk about crazy. I think the Clippers are crazy enough to think they can win the conference.
I don't even think that's
Like-
crazy, to be honest.
Like I
think
absolutely believe
I don't
in the
think it is
locker
either.
room, they're like, who's better than we are?
I believe
like
in the
when
Clippers more than Minnesota. I'll say that. If Kawhi's
I'll
healthy,
ride.
if Kawhi's healthy and all
I'll
that,
get in that car.
Yeah, then I'll take the Clippers.
Yeah, I'll get in that car.
wait a minute. In the chat, did I say N'Keal Harry?
You did. Arizona State legend.
That's a rip.
Yeah, Arizona State legend.
Hey, he was supposed to be that dude as
First
a wide
round pick.
receiver.
Yep.
N'Keal Alexander Walker, excuse me. N'Keal Harry was supposed to be that dude.
Some real sports knowledge right there.
They was like, oh, Patriots get him. It's on and popping. No, it wasn't on and popping. But to your Clippers point,
It in fact wasn't.
I couldn't believe that from the Clippers. Or I really could. They're a team that was able to stay above water with everything that's going on, and now they're going into the postseason, finally having everybody, and they probably feel like, hey,
LA.
Yeah. We got everybody.
The Clippers, sorry. The Clippers.
The Clippers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at that and it's okay if we see it differently. I just think the Timberwolves are dangerous. If they get some momentum behind them, they can ride that for a nice little playoff run. Because they are a little.
I mean, I'm not going to fight you on it and be like, Casey, that's crazy. Like, I'd be surprised.
They also do feel like a little bit of an emotional team too. Like, so
Well-
whatever's going on, like if they beat the Rockets in the first round,
Yeah.
oh, we got that win. That's all we needed. We just needed to get in. Now we're here. Like, I think they might be able to do something.
So you'd like them. Let's hypothetically, you know what's fun? Because we started talking about WrestleMania 9. Why wouldn't we? Memphis is on the verge.
Oh, Memphis might not make anything.
Seems like some things might be happening.
Memphis is on the verge right now of winding up out of the playoffs and into the play-in. Let's run with that because it's fun. You got Minnesota at 6. That's an opening round matchup against, we'll stay with standings, Denver. This whole conversation was birthed by, you like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One more time. Say that.
Minnesota and Denver.
Minnesota.
What-
Denver in the first round,
if
yes.
Minnesota opens,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if Minnesota goes to the
I
6,
would-
Memphis falls back.
I would pick Minnesota to win that series.
Would you, Jesse?
No, I'll go Denver.
Yeah, I think I would too.
Minnesota's had their number this regular season, but I don't know. I think I'll take Jokic.
They've had their number for 2 years now.
Yeah.
I might mess around and root for Denver as much as I. don't
Wow.
like it. I know.
Well, what did Minnesota do to you?
No. Minnesota didn't do nothing. I'm talking about Russ.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not okay. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's talking about Russ.
Yeah.
And
That
Russ-
Nuggets number 4 being delivered to the mansion.
They had a jersey. Okay, they had a jersey that I liked. The colors, I feel like the front of it I didn't like, but I really like the
Is that
colors.
the
of
joint with the like the rainbow joint? I think it's the 5280 joint.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was. I love the design of that. I hated the 5280. That's dumb. I'm not wearing that. I'm not wearing any
They
jersey.
just
but that
represent
was-
where they from.
yeah, but that's dumb. We're gonna put 916 on our jersey.
Maybe.
That's a lot of numbers.
Already put
One-
Sack down.
Oh no.
Remember that red Sacktown jersey?
That
What I'm
was
thinking of.
awful.
That was trash.
That was up there or down there with the gold jerseys.
Absolute trash.
Mm.
When's Joe coming on? Is that next?
Next.
Yeah, Joe Davidson.
Joe,
Joe, I
well,
think's at the baseball game.
he is, and he said, yeah, he might be on the phone.
Oh,
We're gonna see.
We're doing that.
Yeah,
All right.
we'll see,
Well,
we'll see.
stick around. Come back. It'll be the year 2002 when D'Lo and Casey return. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, shoot him the link real quick, and then I'll check with him right now too. Matter of fact,
Yeah, that 5280 is cold. Cold. Yeah, that's nasty.
Every time you look up in the series, the A's are down 4-0.
yeah, Suzuki hit a bomb.
I thought he was going to
from
knock down that center field wall yesterday.
Oh man, that was a bomb too. This one he almost hit onto what street is that where the Tower Bridge is on? Anybody
Not
know?
sure.
I know in Sacramento,
Isn't it?
it's Capitol, I think, but in West Sac, I don't think it's Capitol. I don't know. Chatty House, what you guys know?
You know what? I'm so jealous of Jesse. I walked by and he was just like changing the channel like it was no big deal. He didn't.
No, yeah,
have
our
to-
controller works over here.
He didn't have to do anything crazy with his remote to get it to work.
Somebody.
I don't get why yours guys is such a struggle.
I don't either.
Yeah, he's got to do the phone. I just thought about it. That was one of the bad experiences from from Tuesday or Monday. The Wi-Fi went down. Wi-Fi went down
At Sutter Health?
Cell reception was non-existent. It was bad.
Yeah, that's fine. You can call him coming out the break.
Are we doing pictures for the game again today? Are we doing pictures for this Astros game? Are we doing that? That's what they like to do now. Oh, we got. Oh, wait a minute. Hey.
Joe Davidson going to join us on the phone here in just a couple of minutes because it's 1992, and I think he's at the baseball game.
Yeah, he's at Sutter Health Park, man, where
it's a beautiful day for that.
It is a beautiful
Goodness gracious.
Man, it's really nice.
Go Ferris Bueller, D'Lo and KC calling sick, and man, they ain't sick. I saw him at the baseball game.
Beautiful day for some baseball. Beautiful day for anything. Just walk around.
It's beautiful. It's the wind isn't crazy, and it's not raining. We're winning right now.
That forecast is looking lovely.
Yeah, it's getting
looking lovely.
It is.
We got everything good in there. We got water in the.
Yeah, the pool's done.
You can swim.
Yeah.
You can swim.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a little cold to go swimming right now, but yeah.
All right.
No, it's there, man. It's beautiful when the sun is out and it hits. Boy, that's what I wanted right there. That look right there is beautiful. And shout out to our man Scott. He's out there working on the fence that he took the whole. He was like, he said, "Bruh, this is a nice house. Your fence is trash. I'm tearing the whole thing down." And he just tore the whole thing down and is rebuilding it. So
there we go.
Thanks to our man Scott for that, man. I was doing some work upstairs for KSFM, and I was like, is that Kyle? And I'm like looking around, is like something hot? Like, no, Scott was out there listening to the Insiders.
Oh, shout out Scott, man. Big up Storm.
Probably turned us off when our show started, but he's listening to the Insiders.
That's how everyone's worst nightmare. That's what he did.
Well, that's what he did. He did. Let's bring in our man Joe Davidson. He's out at Sutter Health Park. Joe, how's it looking out there today?
It's a beautiful Wednesday, sunshiny, nice and pleasant. I ducked into a suite because it's so noisy with all the speakers, and I value you guys too much. I want to be able to hear what you have to say.
That is
otherwise
so
I'd be out there by the speaker saying, "What?
Well, we appreciate that.
That sounds like us when we're in the same room with each other, so that's fine. No problem.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I ran into Kenny Caraway at the Mike Bibby presser, and I almost asked him. I said, "Aren't you supposed to be on the air?" And he was so casual, like I might show up. And then I was listening to you, Damien, as I was driving home, and you were saying he was there. He said he's going to take his time. He may not make it. So
yeah,
he did make it, but there was no urgency. I mean, he's sitting there signing autographs.
Did you
sign more autographs than Mike Bibby? I thought it was the most audacious thing I've ever seen.
Did you have to get through his security to say hello to him, or?
I was fortunate. I brought my laptop and I was typing up my story there. Because we want to get posted right away. And he came over and said hello. Interrupted
that was nice of him.
Yeah.
That's my guy, Joe D. I got to go see my guy, Joe D.
He did. And I said, "Can't you see I'm busy here, Kenny? I mean, come on."
No, that's exactly what he said. Say, "Get away, kid."
He always radiates. So we said hello, yeah.
Man, Joe, I obviously want to talk about the Sac State thing, but you're out at Sutter Health Park. Is this the first game you went to, or were you there the opening night?
No, I did not go the first two nights. So I'm doing a big picture story on how it went the first 3 days. And it's just really kind of cool. This is, we all know that this is a big league city, and we've seen what FC Republic draws and how all that rolling momentum, hopefully for Major League Soccer. We know what the Kings have brought, but this is great for here. And I got some cool little odds and ends. I ran into the head of security, Terry Lockett's a longtime local guy, longtime high school football official. And I said, "So any problems on Monday and Tuesday?" He goes, "Only one fan ejection that we know of. 8th inning Monday night's opener." He goes, "A Cubs fan." I said, "Well, of course, it's got to be a Cubs fan. Unruly. It wasn't enough that they were winning 18-3. The guy was probably throwing beer at people. So
probably Manny.
Manny.
Yeah,
probably
exactly. So they had 150 media credentials on Monday and only about 40 now. So, the luster kind of dies off. But a lot of kinks to iron out, and all of this is going on the fly. And Mark Kotze, the A's manager, said the players are still trying to learn the venue. They didn't have any exhibition games here. They're trying to figure it all out too. And, and we'll see. I mean, I've already heard some rumblings from people who are pretty well connected in baseball that if these things don't get ironed out, they may only play here a year because the Players Association may say this isn't going to work. And wouldn't that be unfortunate?
That'd be embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like if we weren't able to get this, that would be that actually would be really embarrassing for everybody involved.
Absolutely.
You knew what the parameters were. You knew you had a deadline to get this stuff done. That's whatever needs to be done, as is stated by the Players Association. It needs to be done.
Exactly right. And the one thing I don't get, and I think it's a blown opportunity for marketing and sales, because it's always about making money, is I'm sitting here in this suite right now, and I was outside in the media area, and you see it says Las Vegas over 3 big partitions on the outfield fence. In this venue, I can't see the word Sacramento anywhere. And if you were just dropped in here from the Midwest, you say, where are you? It's like, Las Vegas? And on their uniforms or the caps, there's no Sacramento anywhere. Why not market that? Well, we want to just be interim. That's what John Fisher, the A's owner, is saying. Temporary, but you're here. I mean, how many tens of thousands of those could have been sold? T-shirts, hats, jerseys, replicas, whatever. I don't know. I'm not calling those shots, obviously, but that seemed like a real mess.
I still do believe they're going to go to Las Vegas at some point, but Fisher, he makes a lot of wrong decisions. But one of like you just mentioned, no connection to Sacramento, I think, is a failure. And one of the things that I just take notice of, I told Damian this, the more they try to tell me they're going to Las Vegas, the less I believe them. It sounds like they're being real loud and trying to convince everyone, no, we're still going no matter what. And I don't know, it screams insecurity over what their deal is in Las Vegas right now. That's just the way it speaks to me when I just keep seeing Vegas all over the place.
It's a great point. And just as a refresher, the A's are going to play here scheduled for 3 years with a 4th-year option. And Sean Fisher, in his media session a couple of days here ago, said that he is hopeful that the shovels hit the ground in Las Vegas this summer. If that does, that's the cost of everything, $1.5 billion for a dome stadium. And I remember within the last year, wasn't the mayor of Las Vegas saying he wasn't really on board? That's not good. You think about the mayors that we've had here in Sacramento over the years, be it Kevin Johnson or Darryl Steinberg, they were always in the corner of expansion and, a King's new arena and Major League Soccer. If you have a mayor in Las Vegas who isn't fully on board, maybe he is now, that's not good. That's not good at all. That'll be interesting.
Joe, who has the option? You said there's a 4th-year option. Who has the ability to exercise that? Sacramento, Fisher, both?
I would think it would be the A's if the dome isn't ready.
Yeah.
Then they're going to have to say we're going to have to. Can we use Sutter Health Park another year?
Sure. Okay.
That kind of thing. But we'll see. It's going to be real curious.
Yeah. It's been a big week in Sacramento, not just with professional baseball being played for the first time in West Sacramento. A huge announcement over at Sac State where you ran into the world famous Kenny Caraway. Mike Bibby, one of the most beloved players in Kings history, brought back to the city that he rarely leaves. He spends a lot of time here. Obviously, he was an analyst most recently. Now he's the new head coach of the Sac State Hornets. What do you know about how all this came together, Joe?
It's really interesting. And I've known Mike Bibby for years. When I covered the Kings, I did stories on him. And I ran into Mike at a Sac State football game back in October. And he was talking to Dr. Luke Wood, president of Sac State. And I went up and said hello to Mike. And, do you really want this job? I want it badly is how he worded it. And so he said yesterday, and Kenny will remember, he said that Mark Orr, the athletic director for Sacramento State, he reached out to Mark Orr several times over the years. I'm here. The timing wasn't right. I thought they brought in the coach a couple of years ago who's now at LSU. You guys have him on the air. I forget his name right now. That was the right hire then because he had college experience. Now, when the interim takes over as a gap filler for Sac State and they go 7-25, last place in the Big Sky, now it makes sense for Bibby to be the guy. And, there could be initial concerns. He's never coached in college, but he could surround himself with guys who coach in college. He said he's already gotten received 200 video clips from players who want to come. 200. So they're not going to have a hard time getting players. His first commitment, and this is hilarious, is the son of Shaq. I mean, is that allowed? You know, fierce rival. You could bring your son in, and he joked about that and said, "Yeah." Shaq called him and said, "Take him." And so he's a 6'8", 215-pound shooting forward, Florida A&M. And so his name recognition, Mike Bibby, is going to help. What impresses me about Bibby and talking to him and people who know him is that he teaches the game. Well, don't they all teach the game? Well, Kenny, you heard it yesterday. You know, practice habits and jab stepping here on defense. In his first 20 minutes of every practice, they work on defensive rotations. The theme being practice habits carry over to games. I ran into Albion Connie, decades-long strength and conditioning coach in Sacramento, was the King strength and conditioning coach for years, and became very close with Bibby. And I said, what have you seen in Bibby? He goes, well, that's my boy. He goes, that guy really works hard. Obviously, he still works on his body because he's the most fit guy in any room. I mean, he should have done his presser yesterday with with no sleeves, just let those guns pop. But he said, Albion Connie said that Mike brought him down several years in a row down to Phoenix, where he was coaching high school basketball, to work out his guys and condition them. And I said, so what did you see in him as a teacher? He goes, he's a fantastic teacher of the game, fundamentals, boxing out, screening away, all things that Kenny could appreciate as a former player. And he goes, he's really big on that. And Albion Connie stressed that's not always the case for a guy who played at an elite level. They don't know how to teach it because they're just so naturally gifted. But Bibby's emphatic on that. I think that's refreshing. And so they're going to get players. They're going to move into the well, which is going to be a nice, huge upgrade from the Nest. He said, we're coming here to win. I don't want to let the city down. This is a second home for him. As we all know, he's a beloved Kings player, 14-year NBA player, 7 years with the Kings. And so as we look at the Big Sky landscape, it's winnable. You're talking Eastern Washington, Idaho State, Montana State. You could win that conference. And what happens if you win the conference, like in the conference tournament? You're in the NCAA. Then anything could happen. We saw it with Mark Campbell, the Sac State women's coach. A couple years ago, 3 years ago, they won the conference tournament and played. And now he's at TCU and almost made it to the Final Four. So point being, impact coaches make a difference. And can they navigate the NIL and the transfer portal? Absolutely. If you get name recognition with a guy like Mike Bibby, I think that'll happen. If he was some assistant coach from the University of Missouri that we'd never heard of, would we be excited? Probably not. So go for it and see what happens. What if they only have him for a couple of years? Well, at least you had him for a couple of years. Is kind of the attitude. So I'm a believer now. I was initially skeptical, saying, does he have any experience? Well, he'll surround himself with experience. And, and he has said, we're going to bring big time players in. A lot of NBA dads, current players or retired, said they will bring their son or steer their son to Sacramento State so they could learn the game and play. It's Division I. It's the highest classification. He's got a big challenge here, guys. Sac State's been in Division I since 1991, 2 winning seasons, all time in Division I. So it's been a lot of misery and mediocrity, but better days ahead. I'm curious to see how it turns out.
Joe,
by the way, real quick, Sac State's last head coach was our brother David Patrick.
Shout out my man David Patrick down at LSU.
Great guy, great hire for the Hornets, and then he went back home, which opens the door here. So that was the right hire, David Patrick, for the Hornets. Then Mike Bibby's the right hire now.
Yeah, he went back home for Kenny Caraway money. He didn't go home for cheap.
That's exactly right.
That man is a very well-paid assistant coach out there at LSU.
A lot more than Kenny Caraway money. I'll tell you that for sure.
And don't be surprised if Albion Connie, the former King strength coach, who still does a lot of it here in town, joins the Hornets.
Oh, Lord.
In a strength and conditioning.
He was there yesterday, Joe, right?
He going to beat them boys' ass. Hey, okay, well, thoughts and prayers to all future Hornets, because your life is about to change.
Oh, you better find the trash bin because you will lose it. You will lose your lunch.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Know where all the trash cans are during those first few workouts.
Straight up. Can't wait for that. Joe, I know you got a game to watch, and I appreciate you taking the time, but I want to ask you one last Sac State thing before we get you out of here. You've seen it all. You've seen so much with Sac State. I can't remember a time when this type of excitement was surrounding the athletic departments for what they, Mark Orr talked about it. It's the porch of your athletic department, right? Like the volleyball team is doing great. Baseball is great. They do a lot of other good things, but men's basketball, football, that's the porch of your athletic department. I can't remember a time when the energy was as high as it is right now. Do you remember another time, even when Sac State was kind of winning a couple years ago? I don't think it was like this.
No. And when Troy Taylor was here with Sac State football, he pulled them out of the, their first conference championships, won 3 of them. So there was excitement there. But now, this is great excitement for basketball. Brian Katz, great guy, classy coach. Didn't bring that kind of excitement. I mean, Mike Bibby is a name. Brennan Marion, the new coach for Sac State football. Wow, is he impressive? I saw a couple of his practices, spring drills, and everybody's active, everybody's involved. He's there at the press conference. He's got the #1 recruiting class in the FCS in America. He's getting guys. So, I like the energy of Mark Orr. I've known him forever. I've been around so long, I named him All Metro Sacramento Bee in 1992. And he always teases me about that. And I said, well, you weren't very fast then, and you can't move laterally now. So I don't know what I was thinking. But and then Luke Wood has just got unique energy and spirit and vision. The Sac State better hope they can hold on to Luke Wood because I'm sure there are other colleges saying, well, we'd like to have that kind of energy. So all of those things together add up to a potential gold mine. And, and there were a couple of deep-pocketed donors there at the Bibby presser yesterday too, because they want to help out. And that's what we've talked about. Does Sacramento State, with all of its alumni, and they proudly announced there are 30,000 alumni who live in the greater Sacramento area. Well, who's the rich ones? Let's get the rich ones over here, because that's how you get facilities and NIL money. And, Boise State and Nevada and San Jose State could have nice facilities in their smaller regions. Maybe not San Jose, but the other ones are smaller than Sacramento. So it's all money, and I think it's very good. I think it's great for this region. Why not have big time Division I college athletics? So if you're a big city, and the fact that UC Davis has done well as well in a lot of those things, it's good for this region. It's good for me. I love covering it.
100%.
Go enjoy the baseball game, Joe.
While it's still a game.
Yeah. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. But I think I'll have like 3 Pilsners the rest of the way. And no, I won't do that. But hey, before I sign off, Kenny had to have seen our Sacramento Bee All Metro teams. McClatchy Lions, pride of the Sacramento City Unified School District. Nina Kane is our back-to-back player of the year.
Yes, indeed.
6'2" forward, could be a WNBA player, ball handler, shooter, 4.5 GPA, going to the Washington Huskies. Class act,
love it.
Relentless work ethic, nice personality. She is just everything that's good about high school sports and the Sac City Unified. So Nina Kane, shout out for her and doing it the right way, and we're going to see her for a lot of years in basketball.
Absolutely well-deserved, man. What a run they went on and winning that game in the state playoffs. And, shout out to my McClatchy Lions, man. Big ups to them. Big ups.
And their coach, Jeff Oda, is our coach of the year. So a lot of Lions love, man. And
as it should be.
Just got to – that's exactly right. Kenny, always a champion for the McClatchy Lions.
Always. Appreciate you, Joe. Thank you, my friend. Go enjoy some baseball.
Thank you, guys. Talk soon.
Take care, man.
All right, brother. Man, Joe Davidson right there. Hall of Famer.
Joe
Davidson. I was looking for like the thing to remove him from the stream. It's like, I don't have to do anything. He's on the phone. Jesse will do it.
Click.
Jesse will hang up and say, goodbye, sir. We will
click.
catch you next time. We will catch you next time. Great stuff from Joe, man. Lots of insight there into, I was wondering. I didn't think Albia County was eye candy for the press conference yesterday. I can't imagine. First of all, Al's probably 80 and he will beat your ass now. But like, I don't know if he's taking on a college program full time, but is he helping someone set a college program up? Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, special advisor.
I could see that.
A Jerry West of trainers type guy.
Man. Mike Al is a bad dude, and him him and Mike stay close. I think the last time we saw Al, he was at Chris's book signing that we did at 40 Acres.
That was the first time I ever met him.
Yeah, and he's hey, why don't you tell your boy to come over? Yeah, it's every time. Hey, why isn't your ass over here? Well, Al, I have 4 jobs I have to do. Oh, that's fine. Get here in the morning. All right, man. I need to walk the rest of the day, Al. Yeah, he wants to get he knows you're a basketball player too.
I'm out of shape basketball player.
Yeah, he wants you over there bad.
I'm out of shape
he
basketball
wants you
player.
over there so
I'm
bad.
definitely.
I'm surprised he
up.
hasn't text right now. He must have a client because he wants you over there so bad.
I'm definitely gonna throw up, man. It's gonna be. It's
And
be
you
rough.
know, it's
It's
like
gonna be rough.
it is literally across the street. Like it's right there.
Damn.
Yeah.
It'd be rough.
Like
for
if
you,
he
boy.
wanted to walk over here, grab you by the arm, and take you over to the facility, yeah, he could do it. He'd tell you, "Oh, Mike's over here right now, trying to get some work in."
Yeah, man. I'm gonna get over there one day just because, but I'm telling you, it ain't gonna be nothing nice. I'm not in pristine shape. I need to get in better shape though.
Yeah, you know what he'll do too to like really get under your skin. You'll be there with like some veterans, and he'll be like, "All right, let's go, y'all. All right, man. All right, we're gonna get sick. We're gonna get 60 in. Oh, it's okay, Bubba. You only have to do 30. It's hey, Bubba, just work your way up. It's all right. You don't look good. You okay? Then he'll come do it. Girl next to you, she's running on the treadmill. Oh, Bubba, you don't have to go that fast. It's okay. He will psychologically torment you in a way that makes it look like he cares about. Like, oh no, Bubba,
Yeah.
it's okay.
See, there's one thing about me. I'll pace myself. You ain't gonna shame me into I'm just gonna collapse and pass out. The first day here, she's gonna be able. She's been here for 2 months. Yes, she's gonna be able to run faster on the treadmill than I will.
So that's the good thing. That's the flip side. All right,
R.I.P.,
Pete.
man.
If he thinks you're pacing yourself, he will make your life way more miserable. Way more miserable.
You're gonna have me just every ligament in my legs just snap because I went in. I told you a long time ago. I don't go into 5th gear. Learned my lesson 10 years ago. No. It's 3rd gear. Now I'm gonna work hard, but
he'll push you.
Yeah,
He'll push
I'm gonna go over there though.
And if he he may have to relocate. You may have to catch him over there at the Hornet Gym.
Well, that's our new home. That's our second home.
You and Mike Bibby bench pressing.
Oh man, I can't keep up with Mike either, man.
Like that guy that summer. Hey, you're just gonna lift what Mike lifts. All right, fine. Yeah, go ahead, utter that sentence now. Like, no, man, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Why don't I lift half of what Mike is lifting?
Can't keep up with Mike. I want to reiterate to everybody because I saw Coach Marion at the press conference, like Jody was talking about, and he said, "Yo," I don't think he said KC because I don't know if he knows my name, but we were talking for a second, and he said, "Let everybody know, just in case they don't know, Sac State's got a spring game.
Mm-hmm.
It's April 13th, Sunday, April 13th, next Sunday, and it's free to the public. Everybody can go. You don't need tickets, nothing like that. Like he wants everybody out there to see what he's got cooking up with that Sac State football team. We've been seeing, clips on social media and stuff like that. And then when we talk to them, they've been working for a while too. And he's like, man, let everybody know, man, spring game is free. Come through, family friendly, should be a beautiful day. Pull up. So spring game, April 13th at Hornet Stadium, man. Go check that out. I
might have to do that.
I was for sure saying like, yeah, we're gonna be there. And then I looked at the schedule. That's the last game of the season. And it's a 12:30 start.
Yeah. I'm not going to that. I already decided. I don't want to do that.
No matter what.
That game might be for everything. I ain't gonna be I don't want no part of that. Just sitting there in sadness and despair.
The game's gonna be like Billy Bean and Moneyball with the radio driving away from the game.
It might not mean nothing.
Yeah, it might not. Yeah, it might not mean.
If it don't mean nothing, I'll be at the spring game.
Yeah, that game might not mean anything. What's the game before that?
Clippers on a Friday.
Really?
Yeah. Denver on Wednesday.
Okay. Oh, that's right. They ended home. The 3 at home.
Last 3
That's
games
right.
at home.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Do we got a
Denver,
time
LA.
for the spring game?
I think it's the same time.
It's on their Instagram page. It is early.
I believe it's at the same time.
Well, we need to find out if we have responsibilities at that game.
I know.
Sac State football. I know it was one of the last things I saw. Oh, that
Spring
ain't it.
game is actually it's 4 p.m. So we can do them both.
There you go.
4 p.m. April 13th. Open to the public, free admission, man. Pull up.
All right, let's do that. Hey, man, didn't you already use that Domas graphic?
Oh no!
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh man.
Well, there's no rule on not
doubling
doubling
up on
up.
graphics. What? You're gonna tell me you doubled up on break bars next?
Hold on, let me scroll. Well, maybe he didn't.
I might have.
He did. Boo! Kenny is not dope. Kenny is not dope.
Graphics design is not a passion.
Wow.
Oh man. Well, when they start winning some games, then I'll make new graphics.
Kenny just changing the logo.
I didn't even realize that. I had that because there's a bunch that I've already photoshopped and I just grabbed it out of that. But I guess what happens. All right. Win a game. Matter of fact,
Kenny is not dope.
If they lose after every loss, you're getting a recycled.
Oh man!
If you win, you get a
Kenny
brand new
ain't even
one.
working that hard for the Kings if they losing. And I got to be honest, I don't blame the man. I do not.
You win,
blame
you
the
get a
man.
brand new one.
You know what's really attractive is all these March Madness logos they
Oh,
keep getting
no.
automated to put up.
Still, though.
Still,
They keep coming
still
back.
better than that one. Of course, my access to my own account has been revoked. I
don't
have to
Instagram anymore?
I have to log in to ESPN at a time that someone else is logged into ESPN and can
What?
approve my login. That's how it works.
They hate you.
Bitch, I created this account. Stop locking me out of it. Jesus.
That is ridiculous.
If you hadn't locked me out of it, Kenny wouldn't have repeated the Domas graphic.
Still fighting.
No
for
checks
respect.
and balances.
Hey, that NBA one is crazy. I might have to do something about that. That's a quick fix. Come on, man. If we got the game, come on, man. Just let me. What is
Why? What's wrong with it?
No, that's
Elo and KC. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Kenny, Chadell's looking for a Clash you wore, I believe.
Oh, my bad. Go Lions. It's a beautiful day in Lions territory. Wow.
There you go, Chatty House. I got you guys. The people's producer. Don't want to forget it. You see Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons are actually kind of going at each other in real life through the media, I guess. Jerry doesn't want to talk to Micah's agent, and Jerry's trying to do a deal with Micah without the agent there.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, Leezy. You've hit multiple home runs in the last couple of days. You've hit multiple home runs in the last couple of days.
Quentin Richardson on the post. All right.
Maybe later this week, Chester.
The West Sacramento Athletics. Oh man,
That was crazy. Shit.
Wow.
YouTube TV, huh?
Wow.
YouTube TV needs to figure it out where I can throw the baseball game on one part of the multi-view, and then whatever NBA game on the other. I get there's licensing and all that. Just pay it, please. So
Yeah, man, come
Yeah,
on,
just pay it.
They're still they still don't have this completely figured
all
out.
this damn money that they charging now.
And why wouldn't I be able to? What I don't know. Why wouldn't I be able to watch the A's and Giants right now? Why wouldn't they do that?
You can't throw the Kings on the multi-view either, huh?
No.
Yeah, that's tough.
Nope.
Watching the Kings fight for their life on the big TV, meanwhile everything else is going on.
What's on your iPad? The A's or Giants?
The A's. Okay. Brent Rooker, 2-run home run.
Baseball.
When's the first game you getting out there, man? What's it looking like?
I was just looking at that. I don't know. It all depends on if we make. I don't know. I have no idea. Spring break for the girls is the week of where the play-in is going to be. So I'm like, all right, you're not used to this. I literally can't make plans because I don't know what's happening. So we were trying to figure out something for that weekend, but that's now the spring game. And
well, one of the schedules is out. If they make it, it will be on Wednesday.
Okay.
Wednesday.
But then if they win, they'll have another one. So
Friday.
The best I could do is go before, be back on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Or before Wednesday at least. Okay. Let's talk to our man TC here. We missed him yesterday. Elk Grove Kia talk line up and running. We want to hear from you. 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
Not much, man. How you doing today?
Oh, man, I'm doing good, man. Tapping in with the homies, man. Doing better. It's a game tonight. You know, we're going to have to get it in. We got to get in how we fit in, right?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, I kind of want to touch bases on, I'm kind of hearing a little bit. I don't know how much it is. I know I hopped on the airwaves talking about Bob Myers, right? You know, but I've been looking around online and all that, looking around, and I'm starting to see it's a little bit of noise, though. But I'm going to see how that all unfoils and, you know, break down as far as Bob Myers being a new GM, though. But I know we was talking about that. And if it happened, big dog. As far as Domas, you know, D-Lo, if we ain't talking about Domas enough, you know, we always gonna talk about Domas. And I'm gonna keep it real simple. Every time we talk about this dude, you keep talking about clarity, big dog. Your clarity is Doug Christie. Period. Anything else you gotta talk about, bro? I really don't want to hear about it, dude. Your clarity is Doug Christie, dude.
What you mean by that? What you mean? Like
shoot the ball more. You clarity. You seeking clarity about the organization, bro, and all which way we go. Well, your way was Doug Christie, right? I believe, right? You wanted Doug. Y'all work out in the all season. You wanted Doug as a coach, big dog. So that's your clarity, dude. You need to shoot the ball more and kick back, dog, and be more of a leader. That's all I'm gonna say. I ain't gonna say too much on it, no. But his clarity is Doug Christie, bro, and I'm gonna stick to that.
Okay.
He's fed up.
Yeah, he's already sick of Domas. We knew this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen. Like
to Domas or TC being upset with Domas?
People.
Gotcha.
TC be upset with anybody.
Gotcha.
We knew people were going to be frustrated with Domas at some point, especially after that clarity thing. We knew that was going to happen.
There was another report out there Friday, I think it was, about, and once again, this wasn't from Domas. The clarity wasn't from him specifically either, right? But it was like, yeah, you know, he may be seeking a trade, or if they go in a certain direction, they may be. I think the post was they may be looking to trade him, not he's looking for a trade. But like, depending on what happens this summer, what direction they go, if they go in like a rebuilding direction, they may trade him. I can't remember if it said he would ask for one or not, but here we are.
Wait, when was that article? That wasn't the Clarity article.
It was like Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I actually don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. I have more of an issue with, I want some clarity as to like where are we going with this team? Okay, that's exit meetings. Like that's every year. That's no big deal. Jesse, what do we have pulled up here?
This is the quote I think Kenny was referring to.
Yeah, Brett Siegel.
Yeah. Many around the league are preparing for the possibility of the Kings becoming big sellers ahead of the 2026 NBA trade deadline next February, which would likely result in Sabonis requesting a trade. Share a clear direction not present itself.
Huh.
And much like you, that
I don't.
Siegel NBA.
That's
clutch points.
Fine.
Huh.
I guess I understand that if I'm talking about Sabonis. Like if at that point, if they're like, we're just going to do a rebuild, yeah, he may request, I want to go somewhere where I can win. I get it. I always like, why doesn't anybody want to be part of the solution? I guess I understand, you only got a certain amount of time in this league and, people wanting to win or whatever. But like, if that was the case, they were sellers at the 2026 trade deadline. Well, hey, I want to, I signed up here to see this thing in for the long haul.
Mm-hmm.
We're on some tough times right now, but you can count on me to be part of trying to turn this thing around.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair to Domas, these are all reports. Nobody says that he hasn't said that. Right?
Yeah, I felt like there was a lot of piecing together in that quote from that tweet. I don't think Brad is necessarily wrong. I don't know if he's speculating or if that's something that someone has shared with them, but it felt like there was a lot of kind of like mixing and matching in that quote.
Yeah, many around the league are preparing for the
so that is not the Kings. So this doesn't appear to have come from the Kings. It doesn't appear to have come from Domas, and it doesn't appear to have come from anybody involving Domantas Sabonis.
This is talking to people in the league.
It's an A plus B.
And what have we learned? And what have we learned about that? Again, I'm not trashing Brad Siegel. I'm just saying, what have we learned about that?
It could be anybody.
You could be a goddamn coffee boy.
Yeah, it could be anybody. And once again, like you guys
finish the quote. Sorry, could you finish the quote?
I'll start from many around the league are preparing for the possibility of the Kings becoming big sellers ahead of the 2026 NBA trade deadline next February, which would likely result in Sabonis requesting a trade should a clear direction not present itself.
A lot of speculating. That's fine. I don't have no problem with that.
Yeah.
Get your content off. No big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal. That's not a report.
And like I said,
my issue lies with the clarity. That was a report. I think it was from Sam. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was.
I have a problem with that because that is almost saying, man, I don't know what's going on here, but when this season's over, I need some clarity. Okay, I'll give you clarity because that guy we just got rid of, you didn't like. Not just that, we hired your coach. How many games do we show up to over the last 2+ years? 60 minutes before the game, Domas is out there on the floor. Who's he with?
Doug.
He's with Doug. Barbosa's out there. Our man Coach Shane was out there a year ago. But his coach is Doug.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's what TC was referring to when he said your clarity is Doug Christie. I think that's what he was.
And I can absolutely understand that. Absolutely understand that. And that's something that people are going to feel some type of way if Domas tries to try, but
absolutely
request to leave.
Yep.
And like I said, these guys, they're young guys.
I'm gonna feel a certain way about it.
I hear you.
I think I already do.
I think you already do too.
I think man ain't done nothing, and I'm already kind of annoyed.
But it's one of those things where these guys, they're young, they want to win or whatever. I don't understand why it always has to be like, oh, we're not winning now, I want to leave. Maybe because you get labeled a certain way. Because remember what people were saying about Kyle Kuzma when he's like, no, I want to stay here in Washington. Oh, well, he's not serious about winning. Well, why does it have to be that?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't it be, I signed up here with this franchise to try and help them be a winning team. Some things have taken a little bit of a turn. I'm not going to bail on them. I still want to be part of trying to help this team win. And why does it have to be that as opposed to, oh, well, he had an opportunity and he don't want to win. All right. So maybe that's why they just always look to leave when things get a little tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I guess from his side, like he's already 28 and he's never really won anything in his career team wise or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You stick around with the Kings for another 3-4 years, like at the end of your prime, probably near the end of your career. It's like now maybe you're gonna start.
Yeah, I get it. I do get that.
Yeah, that's fine. Also, maybe there's a reason for that.
What's the reason?
Well, you had it like what is the reason Sacramento's not winning at a better percentage this year? What's the reason that this team is such a disappointment? I'm asking.
I point to the front office.
I'm saying, okay, fine. So this roster is that bad. What's the record? 30. What are we at? 36 and 39. They're that bad. This roster. We could talk about it being imbalanced, but this roster, everybody begged for Malik Monk to be re-signed. He did. Everybody begged for Keon Ellis to get minutes. He did. Everybody begged to not trade Keegan Murray. Didn't. DeMar DeRozan is here. Zach LaVine is here. Quality basketball players. Domantas Sabonis is an all-NBA player. What is the reason that this roster is so bad?
Sometimes.
Or, I'm sorry, what is the reason that this record is so bad?
Sometimes those guys got to look in the mirror. That's where I always look at some of
that's
you
what
don't
I'm
even have
talking
a point
about.
guard on this roster. Like, yeah, it's nice. We want to make Malik try to be one, but he's not really a point guard. You don't have a point guard. Been trying to get wings on this team forever. You drafted a guy who was great.
So you're
for 3
telling
weeks.
me this
Now he's
team
already hurt.
is 36 and 39 because they don't have an organizer.
It's not that. It's just it's unbalanced more than that. Like you have like Zach LaVine, DeMar, and Monk don't work together. Like it's just none of this is balanced. It's not a
So
good
Keon
roster.
Ellis is starting now. Does that group work together?
I've never been start Keon. Like you know me.
You're not a truther?
No, I've never been. Like the team's mistake was that they never built off of anything.
Yeah, but I'm kind of leaning with Dame. Like you
traded your supposed franchise player. Now we got Zach LaVine in here. It's like what? Now we got to make that work.
There
Fire your head coach.
There are other extenuating circumstances that don't help what's going on, but they do have enough talent to be better than who they are. People can talk about fit and all this other stuff. Like to a certain degree, it's not the same thing, I know, but to a certain degree, if I go out with some talented guys to go play basketball, we figure out what to do. We may not have a point guard or a big or something like that, but we figure out how to be cohesive after playing for a little while. Like they should.
When has the Zach LaVine team ever been more than a playing team in his career?
Well, when the hell has a Domantas Sabonis team ever been more than that?
We've been to the playoffs with the Pacers before, no?
They lost in the play-in. I remember that.
Well, I'm just saying, it's the group of guys. It's not on one guy. And if it's the group of guys, I look at the GM.
But
this team isn't good enough. They're not good enough to be the Clippers or any of those play-in teams. Like maybe you can beat Dallas at this point. Like you're not good enough. They're not good enough.
But why aren't you good enough? It's not.
It's the players.
Talent. It's not talent. It's the fact that the talent that they have hasn't been able to gel together.
Yeah, that's the GM's fault. You have talent, but none of it makes sense.
At what point is it the players' fault? At what, like, are they just mindlessly,
no, but like stuff has to
like,
work. It has to connect. Like you can't just
explain the point. Explain the point guard thing to me. Like, what does that mean?
It's the same thing like the Suns dealt with last year. we're gonna let Devin Booker run the offense. It doesn't work. Malik Monk isn't a guy where like let me run the offense and all that.
And even they were 12 games over 500.
But who runs the offense?
At this point, I mean, DeMar maybe. I guess.
No, he doesn't. It's the guy we started the conversation about.
Not anymore.
Okay, now whose problem is that?
I don't know. I'm not
Grow
locker
some
room.
goddamn balls. Run the offense through me. I'm looking at last year's schedule. Let's talk about who's leading the team in assists. I'll just run by Malik, Domas, De'Aaron, Domas, Malik, Domas, Malik, Domas, Malik. Oh, there's De'Aaron Fox. Isn't De'Aaron Fox the point guard? No, it doesn't matter. Domas is running the offense. More times than not, Domas is the assist leader on this team. Doesn't that mean he's running the offense? So why isn't he doing it this year? Oh, we don't want to hurt DeMar's feelings? No, man, you were the one here the last 2 years. You were the one that went to the playoffs 2 years ago. If this is accurate, if this is the disconnect here, yo, run everything through me. I'll get you the ball. My assist numbers show that. I'll get you your shot. My assist numbers show that. But is it, who's saying run, or who, more importantly, who is not saying run the ball through Domas? If we don't have a point guard, and that is our big shortcoming, run the ball through the guy who we ran the ball through the last 2 years.
And if you don't have a point guard, and you're talking about you need a point guard, then you don't need Sabonis handling the rock.
I don't know. We've talked about like him and Fox not being franchised, so like we're not. You're not telling me anything.
That's the other part of it. That's the part. Like, this dude has been an all-NBA guy 2 years in a row. He's clearly not a bad basketball player. What are we missing right now? I understand the imbalance. I saw a pragmatic pessimist who only kind of casually pays attention to what we're talking about say, how many times have you told us Levine and DeMar were great when they had Lonzo Ball? That's 100% accurate. Lonzo ran that Chicago Bulls offense brilliantly. 2 years ago, we were talking about how Domantas Sabonis ran this offense brilliantly, allowed De'Aaron to do what he does, allowed Keegan Murray to become, one of the best shooting rookies. I mean, three-pointers made-wise that we'd ever seen. What's the problem now?
It's pointing everywhere else, and that's the problem. That's the problem.
That's my point.
That continuously is the problem with this franchise. These players that are here continuously, and some would say, well, if they keep saying it, then there must be some truth to it. Maybe, but there's nobody that ever stands up and says, I need to be better. The only one who really does that is Malik Monk. Malik Monk, you never hear about him searching for clarity or the coaching stuff or anything, or at the very least outwardly. Maybe he feels that way. Maybe he talks about it internally. But Malik Monk turns the ball over. It's not because the roster's in balance. I just got to be better at it. I ain't been shooting well. It's not because DeMar's taking all the shots and I stand in the corner and nobody does anything and he's a ball hog. Nah, I gotta make shots. I'll be better. But everybody, and I understand there's different elements to team, franchise, but everybody all the time looks to blame everybody else other than the people who are out there actually executing or not executing, including the players. There's always some other reason why they can't get their job done. And even if that is true, their first go-to seems to be someone else. Like you've got to look at it almost in a delusional way. Like, all right, I know these things are stacked up against me, but what can I do to be better? Am I not making my free throws? Am I not closing out the right way? Like that game the other night, I'm not saying it's all his fault or anything else like that, but I ain't got nothing to do with the front office. Obi Toppin was cooking Sabonis and Lyles. There were no closeouts to Obi Toppin's a wide open threes. Tyrese Halliburton was picking on Sabonis in the fourth quarter. But we'll talk about the roster being imbalanced. Sabonis, if you're going to be on the court, you're going to have to guard the pick and roll. We can't hide you from that. You're going to have to find a way to defend. And everybody always looking to blame somebody else. And the problem is, if it's media or anybody else looking to blame somebody else, that's fine. But if those players are looking to blame somebody else, that's a problem. Because too many times they're looking at someone else instead of saying, where can I be better? I need to be better. That's why they get stuck in this rut. And that's why they're 3 games. That's part of the reason why they're 3 games under 500. Matter of fact, I won't even put no caveat. I'll go with you. That's the reason why they're 3 games under 500. Nobody's saying with their roster or the imbalance that they should be 15 games over. But they're looking, just can't get it done. And they start sulking and pouting and all this other stuff. This guy's got to be better, man. You have enough talent. You could have no point guards and no shooting guards and have this level of talent and play better than what we've seen you play. Getting beat down by 30 against Orlando. Getting beat down by the Knicks, by the Warriors. These ass whoopings you've taken. Like those are unacceptable.
Doing that all year. Like, they got their ass whooped by the Warriors multiple times. Like, that's who you are. My thing is, like, yeah, we could blame the players, but I guess, like, I just don't see this team working at all. So it's like we talked about in the group chat. I'm not opposed to trading Domantas Sabonis this summer or anything like that.
But Malik Monk, and Malik does it. So I just said he does this. But Malik Monk and Zach LaVine, stop turning the ball over 11 times. Just stop doing that. There ain't no roster imbalance that makes you just throw the ball away.
I see. I get that. It's just you guys keep asking for that, and I'm just accepted they're not going to do that.
They may not. But when we talk about fault and why they can't do it, that's on them. Do not turn the ball over. That's not on Monty. That's not on Mike Brown. Don't turn the ball over. I don't care if you're a point guard or a center. It's never okay and acceptable to just throw the ball anywhere. And that's what people are telling me. Well, they don't have no point guard. The roster's imbalanced. That's why we do this. Just don't turn it over.
I got one. You ain't even say this yesterday. Well, we ain't. You avoided the Kings topic for much of your time here. How many did they lose by? You remember?
The last
Indiana?
game? Indiana, 2.
2. Do you know how many free throws they missed?
Probably 6.
6. Do you know how many Indiana missed?
2.
0.
How many times did we say that last year?
Oh my God! Well,
when they got to complain, when they want to blame Mike Brown and got to complain about him and all this other stuff, and blame the front office for not making a move at the trade deadline and all this other stuff. How many games did they lose at the free throw line? That's on you.
Yep.
So
it's on you.
So get those guys out then, because they're not good enough.
Or just be better.
They're not. That's the thing. We've been asking for years. You just said it last year. We've been asking. We've been asking for years. They're not. It's not happening. They're not. Get them out. We've been going around in circles about this team for years. It's clear these guys aren't good enough. So get them out and get better players and who can do the job. That's where we're at. You guys aren't wrong, but we've been talking about this for years.
Stephen Brown talking about Kenny act like it's easy to play NBA basketball. Like no, that's not what anybody's saying. These are NBA players. There are certain things.
Kenny acting like it's easy to ride amusement park rides where you have to be a certain height.
Kenny acting like it's easy to dunk on that Fisher Price. It's not easy, okay?
You must be this tall. Sorry, Stephen Brown.
But it's not about that. It's on that level. Those guys, don't carelessly turn the ball over. That's all it is. Don't do it to a level. Like I said, it's going to happen from time to time.
I think
11 between your 2 starting guards. That can't happen.
I think to your point, they do it regularly. So why does it happen so often? Like, you see when a team is locking down on defense, like, oh man, they are forcing the King. They are giving the Kings fits right now. Sometimes the Kings are just throwing the ball over the place. Sometimes it feels like and this is the part that frustrates me the most, because we're far enough into it. Sometimes it feels like they don't know where their teammate is going. We've seen that with Domas a couple of times, where him and DeMar do something together, him and Zach LaVine are doing something together, and like it maybe it's not a turnover on that particular possession, it's just a bad pass. Or, I've highlighted one in particular where I think Domas thought DeMar was cutting. He passes it. DeMar actually stops, backs up, and the ball just rolls along. Turnover, break the other way. It feels like if this team wants a Bible full of excuses, they have it. They can make them instead of just, we got to. Okay, let's start by this. Let's protect the ball a little better. Let's make our free throws. And we'll go from there.
Yeah. See what we can get out of that. And once again, all that stuff is just it's right here for you if anybody wants to see. I'm looking at all 5 of Zach LaVine's turnovers on Saturday. Just lost the ball. Ain't no go to NBA.com. I'll tell you guys, go to the stat sheet, click on the number of what you're looking for, and you'll see all the video of it. The second one, just dribbling the ball, loses the basketball. The other one, offensive foul because he can't handle the ball. And this is just one game. This isn't who he is all the time. But little things like this, like you just can't do. You just can't do. You can't be this careless with the basketball. You got to take care of the basketball. And to a certain degree, there's not a lot of, like, especially on this NBA level, not a whole lot of skill needed to take care of the basketball. Don't turn it over. Be strong with it. Don't travel. Like, you don't have to be an all-star not to do that. So
we'll come back. We'll obviously talk a lot more about the Kings. I think we're with you all the way till the game gets underway at 7.
Yeah.
Or 4 our time, 7 o'clock in DC. So we'll talk more Kings basketball. James Ham, the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Phone lines open for you. Weigh in. Tell us we're wrong. 916-909-1320. I absolutely hate this Shams Charania tweet about Joel Embiid.
Oh boy.
I'm not going to go overboard. I'll tell you what I feel about the process that Joel Embiid, no pun intended, is taking to get his knee better when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hurry up so I don't get in trouble like I did yesterday.
Let's see. Let's get in here. 13th round. What's your main man? Kenny Caraway. Big ups to the dope ones. Big ups to Jordan Brand. They connected. You know the vibes. And we had a little bit of news going on in the boxing world as far as upcoming fights. 3 big ones that I wanted to look at and that I'm looking forward to. First and foremost, well, okay, I said I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if I'm looking forward to this one. All right. Deontay Wilder, the Bronze Bomber, after getting knocked out a couple months ago, trying to get the Saudi bag. He's going to return for a fight on June 27th against Tyrell Herndon. All right, man. Look, okay. I would like to see my man Wilder retire. I would like to see that. Just clearly he's not going to do it. You can't make these guys do it. But you've made a lot of money. You're a Hall of Famer, or at the very least a borderline Hall of Famer. You're a champion for life. You don't have to keep doing this. You don't have to keep doing this, Deontay. So he's fighting June 27th. Then one that I was excited about, I saw the Charlo brothers, Lions Only. They're out there in the gym putting videos out showing that they're back at it. And they talked about PBC is going to have a card in Las Vegas at the end of May where Caleb Plant and Jamal Charlo are going to co-headline that, having their own respective fights, with the hope being later in 2025 they face each other. Now, if you remember, Plant and Charlo, they got into it backstage. I think it was Crawford Spence was the fight, and they got into it backstage. So that's a built-in storyline right there. That'll be fire. You know what? The game has kind of missed the Charlos. I thought I was ready to say, hey, man, get on out of here because y'all don't want to fight no more. That's fine. Like, kick rocks, whatever. You've made your money, do whatever. But the game has kind of missed the Charlos. I think they've kind of missed them a little bit. So there's that. Then, last but not least, my girl Alicia Baumgartner, who I think could be one of the biggest stars in boxing if promoted the right way. She signed with Jake Paul's promotion last week. That came out last week. Well, now it was announced that she's going to be on the undercard of Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano for their fight July 11th. Baumgartner's going to fight, what's the lady's name? I want to get it right. Excuse me. Jennifer, that's what I couldn't remember. Jennifer Miranda is going to take on Alicia Baumgartner on the undercard of that fight. And I'm telling you, Alicia is a superstar. She's got it all. And we'll see what happens now that she's with Jake Paul. So a lot of fights coming up. A lot of good stories coming up that could be setting up for bigger fights down the road. That's the 13th round.
By the way, Watch, Ovechkin's only four goals away from breaking Gretzky's record.
Damn, he hadn't had one all week. Then where are they? How many games they got?
I don't even know.
Playoffs start next.
We're close, though, people. We're close. Plan accordingly.
Okay.
Sharks won't make the playoffs. Looks like it was a fun year.
Well, they've got the next LeBron. So
it's facts. Shout out to Celebrini.
916-909-1025. You want to get in on the conversation. Kings basketball coming up at 4. We'll talk much more about that. James Ham will be with us. Coming up at top of the 3 o'clock hour, Shams Charania tweeted about 15 minutes ago, Philadelphia 76ers star Joel Embiid will undergo arthroscopic surgery on his left knee next week. A team official tells ESPN Embiid was ruled out for the season in late February as he and the 76ers met with doctors to determine the best treatment to alleviate his knee issues. Followed that up with Embiid will be reevaluated in 6 weeks after surgery and is expected to make a full recovery. A team official says it will mark Embiid's second surgery on the left knee over the last 14 months. You know what an arthroscopic surgery is? A scope?
It's a surgery.
It's when they open up your knee, I'm assuming, and maybe stick a camera in there and kind of go in
That's
deeper.
it.
Yep.
That's
Well,
it.
my point was
Shout out
like,
medical terminology.
That's it.
Oh, it's not a little small procedure. Like it's a surgery.
Well, it is.
They've got to go in there and do something or look at something or whatever.
That's it. They're going in there to look for something. What? I don't know. Who knows? What will they find? Who knows? You're going to put a camera in there and essentially a vacuum. Move the camera around. Little loose particles up over here. We're going to clean this up. We're going to clean this up. We're going to clean this up. Now, the camera. Ooh, MRI didn't show this. Okay. We see what we're working with. We have to fix this. Whether it's, I don't even know if, what was the scary surgery?
Microfracture.
Microfracture. You can discover a microfracture while doing a scope. We got to go in there and fix it. I know you thought it was going to be 6 weeks. It's going to be, I don't know what it is now, 6 months. This is not a fix to Joel Embiid's problems. The fact that they're doing a scope tells me they do not know what's wrong with this man. The fact that they're doing a scope tells me the three of us and every single person watching or listening is going to have an opinion again next year on Joel Embiid missing a big chunk of the season because something is wrong. I'm not blaming the doctors. I'm not blaming anybody for this. There is clearly something wrong with him, and I'd be stunned if a scope, an arthroscopic procedure, is the cure for this. This man was not well before the Olympics. He was somehow even less well after the Olympics. He trudged through what he could of an NBA season in pain. They hold off on shutting him down, trying to figure out what approach to take. He hasn't played basketball in 2 months, a month and a half? Yeah. And their end is, well, let's stick a camera in there. Okay. All right.
Let's call it what
I'll
it
bet you
is,
Kenny's paycheck we are here next year discussing Joel Embiid missing a critical portion of the season because they can't find out what is wrong with this man.
Joel Embiid is 30-something years old, 7-footer. Like, he's whatever they fix or try to fix. Like, it's going to be maybe 50% of what he used to be.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. Not
That
he has to
right
retire.
there, what you just said right there. When I said I'm going to hold off, I'm not going to say what's on my mind. The tease was why Shams Charania's tweet is why I believe Joel Embiid's career is over.
And even then, I'll say this. I'll maybe he can still play, but the MVP guy, the franchise guy, that is finished.
What do you do?
Because even if he's able to play, I don't think whatever's going on in that knee, like say they find the issue, they clear it out, and the knee is cleared out, no bone spurs, no scar tissue, nothing like that. That's not a stable knee that you should just be, for a guy his size, for anybody but a guy his size, you should just be, 75 games in the playoffs and MVP and go and playing 34 minutes a night.
Man.
Like, that's not what that is. That Joel Embiid is gone, and he's never coming back. We'd be lucky.
Gone the way of flip side.
RIP, man. RIP flip side, man. We'd be lucky to get a Joel Embiid that can get through a season, let alone be an MVP caliber player. It's just it's over for
he's
that.
never been that, and now you just add it all on top of this. Like, he's done.
He's never been what?
Just a guy who's been even healthy. Like, he got drafted in 2014, missed the first 2 seasons due to injury.
Played 31 games his third year.
Yeah, you got it.
Played 60 games for the first time in his 4th year. He played 63 that year, then 64. And then I think we start getting into 72 game seasons. It looks like he played 51 in both of those. Has never played 70 games in a season. Played 39 last year, where he averaged 34.7 points per game. A career high. This is a man who averaged 30.6 points per game. This is a man who averaged 33.1 points per game. And last year, in 39 games, averaged 34.7. This year, 19 games, 23.8 points per game.
Yeah, I mean,
this year, for the first time since his rookie season, the man didn't average double-digit rebounds.
Play the what-if game for Derrick Rose and what he could have been and all that. I think injuries, I think Embiid could have been a lot better than what Rose could have been if he stayed healthy.
Yeah, I mean, he could have.
Embiid was on his way to being one of the best bigs of all time.
100%. I mean, he had the skill set and the talent to go along with, the size of a big man. He wasn't just like a regular big guy. He was a problem for anybody.
Yeah.
To go along with that skill set, and he just couldn't stay healthy. I'm looking at the best case scenario for Joel Embiid. This is to me at least, the best case scenario. And I'm looking at Grant Hill. And Grant Hill, when he got to Phoenix, is actually probably
how many years in the league before he got to Phoenix? It's got to be close, right? Because he was 7 in Detroit.
20, so looking at 12.
Oh, wow.
12. He got in at 22. His last year in Orlando was 34.
And it was Detroit, then Orlando, right? There was no one else?
No, just those two. Yeah.
Okay.
But he gets to Phoenix at the age of 35. And he actually played a little bit more than I realized.
In Phoenix?
Yeah.
He played a ton in Phoenix.
He played 70 games, 82, 81, 80, 49, and 29 in the last 2.
Yeah,
but
he found the fountain there.
The thing that the games played isn't what surprised me. It was his minutes. Like in Phoenix, he went 31 minutes a night, 29, 30, 30. In those years. He was playing a lot of minutes. I thought they had reduced the minutes a little bit, but he was playing. Now, the production was different, right? And he had a different role on that team. Because you're talking about Grant Hill was, one of the great players we'd ever seen. In Phoenix, now we're looking at 13 points a game, 12, 11, 13.2, and it was different. And that's why I think that is the the best case scenario for Joel Embiid. You get somewhere, whether that's going away or in Philadelphia by adding people, and you're a really high-level role player. That's the best. That's the ceiling. Middle of the ground is like, maybe he's not even playing 30 minutes a night like Grant was. Maybe, he's at 25. Worst case is obviously he can't even get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're a best case scenario, a 30-minute a night guy that's putting up 15 and 8.
I don't even think he can do that.
I don't think he can either. I'm trying to just present,
like from being
the possibility.
yeah.
I don't think he can either.
I don't think for the way he needs to play to be effective, like his body's gonna be able to hold up.
Yeah, I don't see how my brother's career is, and it's not over.
He'll be back, but he's not.
I don't see how the version that you were talking about a second ago.
We'll get a year or two more of Joel Embiid probably, like when he's healthy-ish. And
sad, man. It's sad because once again, like you mentioned earlier, Dame, it's not anybody's fault. You know what I mean? It's not his fault. Sure, you can talk about he should have taken his body and everything a little bit more seriously. Like, I get that, but that's I want to say a small part of the problem, but only part of the problem. Like he's just had bad fortune,
Yeah,
I believe.
Soren Smith in the chat misspelled our names for some reason, but says, remember when Jesse and D'Lo said the Sixers should have traded him last summer? LOL. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, y'all don't listen.
I mean, man, did he not finish the sentence? I mean, that's a lot to misspell, just 2 letters. But, he meant to say.
Well, Soren's always got the funny, so he's just.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Yeah.
Class clown.
Well, he's trying to be accurate.
Soren has never tried. Soren is. Do you even know Soren? Soren goes for the joke 10 times.
Yeah, Soren.
Man, the 2 times I went Bill Walsh, I was spot on.
I don't even know what that means.
Bill Walsh, get rid of him a year early instead of a year too late.
This was after they lost Game 6 to Boston. You said it, like actually speaking, that they should trade him, or was it the year before that?
No, that was Ben.
It was
Simmons.
the Knicks.
Gotcha. Okay.
After that series with the Knicks, I see you might want to move on from him. But to be fair to you guys and everybody, I didn't say trade him. I said start the discussions, see what you can get.
Which you can only do if you're Rob Pelinka and Nico Harrison.
Should have called Nico. The other one I was right about.
You could have gotten Luka Doncic in Philadelphia.
The other one I was right about was Russell Wilson. I told you guys he was cooked in Seattle. You guys said I was wrong.
I don't even think that's true.
Yeah, I don't even think that went down that way, to be honest.
We don't even know. Like,
yeah.
You could
got
really,
the audio to pull that up?
You could really just say anything at this point.
Pull it up.
Like,
It was there.
Well, go find it. You've
You've
already alienated Zabo. He ain't gonna go look for anything for you. Hey, Zabo, pull up this clip for me. Zabo gonna be looking right at you. Here's your clip right here, pal.
Hey, but if someone else pulls it up first, I'll get it from you. Cold world.
Man.
Shout out to my boy Zay.
Cold world, no blanket.
That's my man's. But yeah, time to. But the killer though. All right, you don't want to trade him. Okay, fine. Why? Why did you sign him to an extension?
Well,
shout out Daryl Morey. Paul George, you ready to stop podcasting? They have the worst contract situations in the league.
Yes. Yeah, you can take the question mark at the end of that sentence. They just signed Paul.
Yep.
They just did that extension.
Clippers like, yeah, we're okay, but if you want to get that somewhere else, no worries.
Daryl Morey's like, whatever, I'm going to be fired anyways. Vivek's like, I'll hire him.
What if Daryl Morey was the new GM?
Oh, man.
Oh,
why did you say that?
Oh,
why did you say that?
Let the basketball people do basketball things. Let it happen.
Wow. Zabo, Casey, I'm seeking clarity this offseason. Brother, you're the one. You didn't show up.
Wow.
You didn't show up, and you need clarity?
Wow. Hey, I'm Team Zabo. Man, literally went to
We needed
work
a
for
win on
5
Friday,
minutes.
and you weren't here, but you need clarity, huh?
They needed a win. You let He let Keon Ellis get in that role. Actually, nobody was there. Just Kyle. And Kyle, I don't even know if Kyle did it today. Kyle Renata.
No, yeah, he was right after Zabel's first one.
I forgot who was it. Johnny won today?
Well, I don't think anyone knew they were in a contest.
The run your game screw job right here.
That's what it is. Polo L is right. It's the run your game screw job.
Hey, Zabel, my hands are clean. I didn't know, Zabel. My hands are clean.
And Zabel's Bret Hart. He's going to be bitter about this forever.
Run your game. Run your game. Run your game.
That not how it works.
Was that Vince McMahon?
Yeah,
that was good.
works.
That was good. I like that. That was a good one.
We had to do the run your game. Run your game. God damn it, run your game.
Zabel's career ends because he gets kicked in the face at 11:40.
Oh, no.
They never used him right.
Oh, man. Kyle Draper kicks him in the face and Zay's career's over. And then in 14 years, he's going to come back and he's going to hug Kenny. He's going to hug Kenny at Sky River Casino. As we're opening the hotel portion of Sky River Casino, Zay's going to be there to hug him.
Whoever the PD is gets the low blow, and that's Zabel versus them at WrestleMania.
Look, Zabel screwed Zabel.
I have no sympathy whatsoever for Zabo. Zabo did not do the time-honored tradition that one does in this business.
Brett versus Vince at whatever WrestleMania that was is
so bad.
Probably the worst thing I've ever watched in my life.
Ever.
And then Zabel's gonna, be on his own podcast. I was doing run your game. They told me I had nothing to worry about.
We're back to that.
Stop.
2.5 hours later, we're back to that. Okay. All right, pal. Tim McMahon tweeted, and speaking of McMahon, Tim McMahon. The NBA is looking into Memphis Grizzlies' Ja Morant using finger gun motions towards the Golden State Warriors bench last night. Shams Charania says, the league's probe will look into the gesture by Warriors guard Buddy Hield ahead of Morant. I didn't even see the Buddy part of it.
I peeped that.
As the teams departed the benches for the timeout, Ja Morant then raised his arms and made a gun shooting gesture towards the Warriors bench, likely aiming for Buddy Hield. I mean, who can blame him?
Who has not done finger guns at Buddy Hield before?
Who hasn't?
What, are you going to
done
suspend
that?
all the Kings fan base?
I mean, I really want to be like, man, this is crazy that this is getting investigated. Y'all doing too much. It's not even that big of a deal. But Ja, you can't do that.
It's not a big.
You can't do that.
It's not a big deal for 99% of the NBA.
Yeah.
I'm Morant. I'm sorry, but you were the one.
You can't do that, buddy. And I've tried to.
It does look like Buddy did it first.
Yeah, but he can't do that.
Keep it in the holster, pal.
Who hasn't wanted to do that to Buddy Hield? And look at Steph. Sit down, Steph. Go hit another three, Steph.
Did you
Knock it
see
off.
when we thought him and Desmond Bain were fighting? It was just kind of a funny visual.
Steph?
Yeah.
I don't think I did.
Because I was actually watching this live. Steph does, he's dribbling the ball, they're trapping him. They call it timeout. So Steph takes a sidestep and tries to shoot the ball, as they're going back to their bench. Desmond Bain hits the ball out of his hands. And then Steph, like in a joking way, runs up on Desmond Bain. And then, they both know that they're joking, right? And I think it was Saldana. He gets him to hey, what's going on? And Steph is like, just the way Steph kind of, it was like a little kid. He's like, hey, get off of me. We're playing. Get off. See, I could find that because because I thought in real time, I was like, oh, wait, hey, what's going on? And then you see they were messing around the whole time. And Steph was just looking like a little kid. It was hilarious.
Sam Amick talking about John Morant.
The tweet says Steph was about to swing on Desmond Bain. Okay. All right, man. Relax. Relax.
And then he gets, "Hey, get off me. Get off me."
Are you sure they were playing?
Yeah, I think they were. I saw a smile on Steph's face.
Yeah, I don't think both of them were joking, bro.
I think Desmond Bain was kind of joking a little bit.
I don't think
good.
so.
During a dead ball?
Yeah.
Nah, man,
We'll pull it up for the class right now.
Yeah, just search Steph and Desmond, and then it'll pop right up. Like, I mean, I'm not saying they was about to go to blows or anything like that.
This clip?
Yeah, that works.
Steph was definitely
Steph.
he was playing.
Steph wasn't serious. Like, Steph goes up and he is smiling.
Well,
Desmond Bain is not smiling though. Desmond's like, "Yo, what's your problem?" So that's so there's a different one. Go to I can't believe I have to.
Where? Go? No, say it. No, say it.
Which one?
Yeah. I know exactly. Go ahead.
You know what? You egging me on too much. I ain't gonna do it. Just find the other one. There's another one.
No, we won't go anywhere until he says.
Search
credit.
Steph.
Cite your source.
No,
cite your source.
I refuse. I
don't even know who you're talking about. Like,
if you search Steph and Desmond, you'll see a tweet that says Steph was about to swing on Desmond Bain.
Okay.
Click on that one.
Specifically.
That angle, yeah. And then Draymond coming there and
everything gets escalated when Draymond gets in there.
You can't say that word?
What word? What's the
okay?
account?
Say the name of the account then.
If it's a flag, then I gotta respect the rules of the game.
No, okay, then what's the name of the account?
I'm good. I don't want a flag.
Okay,
like if that's the rules.
I don't know. It just this.
No, I won't give a flag. I won't give a flag. Just say it. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't. Oh yeah, I'm gonna trust you, pal. Go ahead, bring the video up. Bring the video up. Like I'm an idiot. So watch this angle, like a little bit. So again, same thing. Steph turns, swipes down. Steph smiling, but watch Desmond's reaction. Desmond kind of grabs him, and then as he turns away, he was like, "Yo, is it that serious? Like, come on."
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't think it was all funny. Ha ha.
Oh yeah, Steph's jumping in his face. I'm sure like his mouthpiece is rubbing on Desmond right there. Like that bothered me.
Aldana is just, hey, what's going on? It said, "Get off of me."
Look at Aldana. Look, he holding on. He holding on to. Look at Draymond holding on to his forearm. Bitch, let me go. Let me go.
Zach Edey already let Draymond know, hey, it ain't sweet over here, big dog. It ain't sweet. Boy, Grizzlies might not make anything.
That man hit 12 threes yesterday, dude.
Grizzlies might not make anything, dog.
Like they might lose in the play-in?
Well, yeah, they'll make the play-in, but they might not make the playoffs.
So I'm saying they might.
Yeah.
Man, that'd be crazy for a team that was a 2 seed like a minute ago. I mean, that's 4 straight losses, 3 since firing Taylor.
Let me see. Let's see if
they've lost 8 of their last 10.
Let's see if they got some wins.
Combined with Golden State winning 3 straight, Minnesota winning 3 straight.
Future Kings, Ja Morant.
So I guess Sam?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sam said there's something to watch there as it pertains to I think it was Howard Beck that first brought it up. I think it was Howard Beck.
Talking about the rumor earlier there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Howard Beck.
Yeah.
And Sam brings it up last. I think he just said it's a situation to watch. Is that even remote? Ja Morant in Sacramento? Everybody in on that?
I'm not opposed to bringing in good players.
I'm not opposed to it.
I don't know what that would look like, but
yeah, I have no idea either. No clue.
Yeah, I don't know who that would be. Ja Morant is.
What do you feel about Ja Morant and Zach LaVine together?
I don't think that's the fit.
No.
I don't think that's the fit.
So I don't
like
think
both
you're
of the
getting Ja
players,
Morant
though.
any other way.
Ja Morant going to make 39, 42, and 44. Do they have contracts outside of Zach LaVine? Because I don't think he's getting traded. Do they have contracts that?
Yeah, I got a center for you.
I thought. I mean,
that's the only way I see it. I
think
it's the only way it works.
I don't think Memphis does that because they got Jaren Jackson and Edey.
Yep. Never mind.
unless you get it, unless it's a 3-teamer.
It's
It'll be
true.
a 3-teamer. I would, yeah.
Doesn't work.
So where the Kings are at right now, I believe, this offseason, and James has talked about it as well, is like kind of how the money is and the contracts. Like they're not even really in a position where they can just like tank like that. They've got a couple of guys with just too much money and years on the books. Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis. I'm not sure. Even in that little article we talked about, they talking about Domas getting traded next offseason or next trade deadline, right? So I feel like the Kings are in a spot where they may have to look at a guy like Ja and take a chance. You know, I don't know how you get him here. I don't know how the money works and all this other stuff. But a guy like that, almost, I mean, you could say they tried to do that, kind of did that with Zach LaVine. Like, it's not perfect, but we're in a little bit of a tough spot. We got to take a.
Well, Ja's not that either, I don't think.
Ja's not that, but he hasn't played a lot lately.
Yeah.
In the last 2 years or so.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, it's off the court stuff or on the court stuff, whatever. But it was also injuries. Like it's a little bit of a risk. Like what you're getting with Ja Morant at this point in his career.
I'd take that risk.
I would too. But I would just as the player, right?
Mhm.
But I don't know how it constructs with the roster that you have or would have afterwards.
We'll come back. James Ham. James Ham. Okay, let's try this again. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We'll come back. James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour. Also, anybody notice the 2 win streaks going on?
Yeah.
I got a question. I feel like we talk ourselves into a variety of different scenarios. I just have a question. I'll ask that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Are you trading Ja for Giannis or Giannis for Ja? It's the centerpiece of the deal. Obviously, throwing picks whatever way you want.
I don't know. Like, what? Why would Milwaukee do that?
Because we lost in the first round, and Giannis keeps doing the slow play. Maybe you guys had to trade me because we're not winning. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, but But why does that help Milwaukee? Like,
the
what
best
does
you
that
can get.
do? Yeah, I guess.
I guess you got to move off of Dame Lillard after that too. Aldrin, not for the Sacramento Kings. I wouldn't. Anywhere else may be different. Leezy, I think it's got to be a different one.
Yeah, that was a great segment, Matt. It was the best one so far.
Still got to watch that.
Yeah, it's really good.
Leezy, give me the Pacers over the Knicks, honestly. I'll make that move right now. I haven't believed in what the Knicks have done all year, and I feel like there's more to back that up too.
All right, James Ham going to join us here coming up at the top of the hour. If you take a look at what's going on in the league right now, the Oklahoma City Thunder have won 10 games in a row. They're sitting at 63-12. The second longest win streak in the NBA is Boston.
I think Boston just went 14-1 in March.
Boston goes 14-1 in March. Boston has won 9 in a row. You have I love Cleveland. I love this Cleveland team, but you have 9 straight from Boston. You have 10 straight from Oklahoma City. For content purposes, have we spent way too much time talking ourselves out of what might be the actual finals matchup? The Boston Celtics and the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's a 63-win basketball team. That's a 56-win basketball team. That's the defending champions right there. That's 56-19 right now. 9 straight games for Boston, 10 straight games for Oklahoma City. Is that the most likely NBA Finals?
That's what I thought it would be before the season.
You did. You called that.
It's the most likely, but I don't think we're overthinking it when it comes, at least to OKC. You know, OKC, I think there are matchups and situations that present problems for them. I want to see them in that playoff pressure cooker. And I'm not talking about being able to win a round. They're going to win a round, probably going to win. So I'm talking about Western Conference Finals when they go up against a Lakers team or even a Warriors. Or in that second round, if they got to link up with the Timberwolves and a team that matches up well, that's not afraid of them. Jalen Williams, rough postseason last year. Does he rebound? And is that all it is? Just like, hey, it was just my first postseason. You know, same with Chet Holmgren. Because we joked about it a lot and had a lot to say when the Kings were making their run with Beam Team 1. But De'Aaron confirmed it. It is different. It's different in those playoffs. And you got a guy like the Caruso who really helped. He's a winning player. But when they double in Shea and leaving Caruso wide open for threes, is he going to make them pay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not – they're the favorites for me. OKC is in the West. They're the favorites almost by default, but they're the favorites. But I'm not sold that they can't get got in a 7-game series with a couple of different teams.
Who do you think could get them besides Minnesota? I think we kind of talked about that earlier.
I think the Lakers could get them.
The Lakers are kind of – I don't know what the –
I can't figure out
I don't know if
what
the
to
Lakers
make of
can
the
because
Lakers.
defensively the Lakers aren't great. And OKC I think is like the best team in the league. Or
The
around
Lakers,
there.
well,
I think the Lakers are good enough defensively, but like that, it's LeBron that makes that whole defensive thing click.
and I think people are when people say that, I think they're pointing to like recently, because remember, you probably watched it. Remember when Luka and LeBron not first got together, but after 2.5 weeks and they were cooking, and all those defensive stats they were talking about, like how they've turned things around on the defensive end, and since this date they were top 5 defensive team, all this other stuff. LeBron gets hurt, they struggle. He's trying to get back,
Yeah,
and that's what happened. So I to your guys' point though, not sure who the real Lakers are though.
Yeah, like I was on board before, but now
yeah,
it's kinda, all right.
I'm still on board. I just don't say it with a lot of Like, can the Lakers be a championship team? Sure, absolutely. When the postseason gets here, and a game is about to start, and it's the Lakers versus, it's not the matchup. Lakers versus the Timberwolves.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Okay, I can see the Lakers getting that. Lakers versus Denver. Lakers versus Houston. Yeah, man, I could talk myself into Lakers versus Oklahoma City.
Hey, I'm not picking. I wouldn't pick, at least right now. Maybe if I saw something going into the series, maybe I would. But I wouldn't pick any of those teams to beat OKC. And I wouldn't pick this team to beat OKC. But, hey, the Clippers. If OKC had to deal with the Clippers and you got a Ty Lue, a Brian Shaw, a Jeff Van Gundy who can lock in on this team and what ways they want to beat this team defensively for 7 games, I think the Clippers could give OKC fits.
The Clippers are the team that's not a top 4 seed. They're not a top 4 seed, right?
No.
Yeah, I think they're 5th or something like
they're
that.
playing. No, you said the Clippers?
Yeah.
Clippers are 8th.
Oh, they're still 8th?
Yeah.
All right. Well, called even better. I think that's the
I
team
mean,
you're
it's
gonna
by
wanna-
half a game, but still, they're 8th.
That's the team I think you're going to want to avoid in the playoffs if you're the West. Like, that's the one where it's like, you're never trying to lose. We go play Memphis or anything like that. But the Clippers can take OKC to 7 if they want, or any of these teams.
I think the marks for OKC.
Okay, Brian Windhurst, settle down.
The marks for OKC are Houston. Well, whoever their first round opponent is, unless it's Minnesota. But anybody outside of Minnesota, that first round, you're cool with. So your Memphis is your, Dallas, whatever. The Kings will give them fits. I'm just saying. But no, like you got those. That's what you're looking for. And I think Denver. I think they would handle Denver easily. Easily.
You think OKC would handle Denver easily?
Leezy's got a good point. Like I'm buying into the Clippers, but James Harden,
Well, until he
James
appears,
isn't going to disappear in the first round.
That's true.
But look, until he appears, it's all fair. Like people say he's going to disappear. That's all he's done for most of his. So he's going to have to wear that, and that is going to be what everybody's going to believe until he actually appears. So Leezy saying that is perfectly fine.
I have no clue what you mean. What do you mean he appears?
Saying he will disappear. Not disappear, like being there, appear in front of you in those moments. Until he does that, he's just fair to say he'll disappear. That's what he's shown us forever. He had those 2 games against Boston where it's like, oh man, might have turned the corner, and then games 6 and 7 happened.
Do you think your Knicks have a chance at all still? Or is this a 2-team race in the East?
No, I do. I think they got a shot. I think that's a team that's also kind of built for a potential postseason run.
They can get 4 games against the Celtics?
I mean, it's probably the tallest task of the playoffs. Like
right now, that's what it's looking like now.
When I had them getting to the NBA Finals, the hope was they wouldn't have to play Boston until the conference finals. So the fact that they're on the same side of the bracket, that's a tough break for them, man. And it might be too early for them to be able to do that. But I think the Knicks are kind of a postseason team. The way they're built, the way they're constructed, they're kind of built for that postseason where Tibbs can really do his damage. I think they can beat the Celtics. That's a tough one. Like I said,
I've been doing it all year. Just leave them.
I wouldn't gamble on them beating them. Wouldn't do that.
In the kitchen wrist twisting like a stir fry. I'll let him cook.
What?
What have you seen from the Knicks that makes you believe anything that you just said?
Honestly, yeah. Like throw the Celtics out. Like their record against teams over 500 is awful.
I mean, and Jalen's. I mean, they got a marquee game tonight that Jalen can't play. And like Jalen's going to be working his way back. Maybe not in the playoffs, but like I mean, maybe it's going to be the playoffs. Maybe it's going to be in that stretch after the season. Can New York move?
I don't think so. They're like 3-4 games up on the fourth.
Yeah, New York's not moving. Yeah, maybe Jalen isn't even working until the season's over. Like the last regular season game is played, he's using that week where teams are doing playing stuff to get himself ready.
He's not gonna be worn down.
He won't.
So
he might be gassed.
Maybe, but I think with the way, because they did have a stretch before Brunson went down where they were playing good basketball. Cat was playing good basketball. Brunson was. Mikal Bridges, they finally figured out how to use him. And then Brunson goes down, and I mean they just can't afford one of those guys to go down to be able to be on that top tier level.
Right now, they'd face off with the Bucks in the first round. Bucks are headed for another first round exit.
Yeah.
Or can that series be something?
I mean, it's Giannis, so maybe it can be, but that's not.
I think 5 games.
Yeah, that's not good for Milwaukee. We don't know if Dame will be there.
Yeah, I'd assume he'd be out.
I feel like I just saw something from Dame. Oh man, 2 weeks. Hold on. Well, unless it comes from Chris Haynes, I don't want to believe it. The Bucks announced last week Dame Lillard. The guard is hopeful. This is what Shams Charania said. Shams Charania, no Chris Haynes. The guard is hopeful that he could be cleared for full contact practice in the next week or week and a half. Shams added that Lillard has already begun doing some light workouts this week. So a week from now, the season's not over. A week and a half, we're at about the ending of the regular season. So it looks like it'll be pretty close for Dame to return.
Yeah, a week from now.
Week from now, April 9th.
That's when the Kings are back, right? So we'll have less
back
than a
home?
week left. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
less than a week left in the season.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, a week and a half would mark the end of the regular season.
Yeah, and yeah.
John Cena made his return from torn biceps or triceps or whatever early at the Garden. Can you imagine Dame Lillard returning early from blood clots at the Garden?
I think the Knicks would get the Bucks.
I think so too.
I think they get the Bucks. They be in that second round, and then, like I said, that Boston matchup is
Can't wait.
That is brutal.
Shout out Daniel in the chat. I saw you talking earlier.
But I mean, you got those two teams there. I think they're clearly the favorite, Boston and OKC. But I gotta look at OKC. I gotta see those guys.
Watch out for those Pacers.
Pacers are what, 5 right now?
Yeah, they're 5. They're 4. They're 4.
Taking on
The Pistons. Just keep an eye. I'm not going to say they're going to beat the Cavs. I don't want to disrespect the Cavs or anything like that. But the Pacers are starting to play their best ball right now.
They are. That's a fact. That is a fact. So if they, get past Detroit, Cleveland, it's gonna be a long series. The playoffs, and once again, maybe it's always, how we see it going into it, and then when we actually get there, you get 4-1 series or whatever. But man, I feel like the playoffs, man, are just really, it's matchup based, it's timing based. I think for the most part, not everybody, but for the most part, I could see anybody beating anybody.
If you get OKC out of the paint early, then the West belongs to anybody, I think. Like anybody can come out that conference. The East, I think, is a 2-team race, but the West, if you're to get OKC out in the first round somehow, I don't see it happening. But if you were, like, anyone can win that conference.
You want to weigh in on your boy, Carmelo, before James joins us?
Hey, man, air horns. Air horns for the Hall of Famer, Carmelo Anthony, man. Congratulations. Much deserved, Carmelo Anthony.
Do you want to hit the other button that birthed the hockey of a
I
lifetime?
will do one better because this has a bit more context to it.
flashback.
Yeah, so here
that doesn't add up to me. Carmelo Anthony just signed with the Lakers, by the way.
Okay, Lake Show.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
I ain't repping them. I'm saying Lake Show. They out there.
Okay, be careful.
I like Melo and I like Westbrook and I like LeBron.
That's right. We're going to root for Melo and Westbrook. That's right.
Well, don't forget about LeBron. Is this the extended clip? What the hell is that?
It was a
It
remix.
was the whole damn
He said,
segment.
"Hey, don't forget about LeBron either."
The whole damn segment there. What is that?
He said, Lake Show, we out here working.
I explained what was going on, man. I said, shout out to my man. He got signed. I explained it right there.
That's
People
not
are
what you
listening.
said. You weren't
That's
even
exactly what I
listening to
said.
yourself. That's
I
not what you said.
No, I shout out to him. I was talking about Melo. I ain't repping the team.
No, James,
I
hang
said
on one
that.
second. That doesn't add up to me. Carmelo Anthony just signed with the Lakers, by the way.
Okay, Lake Show.
I'm sorry. Excuse me?
I ain't repping them. I'm saying Lake Show. They out there.
I ain't
I'm
repping
not
them.
repping
I'm
them.
saying Lake Show. They out there.
I'm not repping
You
them.
ain't even talk about Carmelo right
I literally
there.
said I'm not repping them.
Right now, we always can solve this the easy way. Let's go around the room. Chatty
Yep.
House, you can participate as well.
Yep.
Has-
Chatty House.
Dame, have you ever said "Okay, Lake Show" before as other
Yes.
unironically?
I have not.
Yes.
I said unironically. I have not either. KC, you have clearly. Chatty House,
I don't even
no.
mean
James,
nothing.
no.
That doesn't even mean anything.
Mm.
Do we want to have Manny promote his show real quick?
Yeah, let Manny get his stuff off real quick. Manny, go ahead. James is here, so get your stuff off.
Well, I'm just walking out of this A's game. It's 10-2 right now. Reporting live. Looks like a sweep.
We don't need a report.
But great atmosphere. There was a lot of people there. More than what you think, Kenny. A lot more than 20,000. I'll tell you that. But
I don't
with all
think
the
that's
madness
true.
going on, all the madness going on, we're going to talk tonight. We're going to talk Kings madness of the season. We're going to talk about Sacramento getting a baseball team, and we're going to talk Final Four. So 8 o'clock tonight. Check us out, ESPN 1320.
There you go.
All right, there you go, Manny. Appreciate you.
Shout out Manny. Shout out Chatty House After Party. Shout out Dr. David. You see his latest work?
Oh dear, no. What's up, Hammer?
I have no idea what you guys are arguing about.
Oh man, there's
Oh, wow.
Zabo.
Lots of Lake Show talk.
Come on.
Oh, this is terrific. Poor Zabo down in the valley. Well, we were talking about Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony was the birth of the OK Lake Show clip and so on. And here we are. And now we are 57 minutes before the Sacramento Kings take on the Washington Wizards. We said this today. Hammer, the Kings, they don't have any more letdowns in them. Like the next letdown may mark the end of their season. They got to get the job done tonight against a bad basketball team in the nation's capital.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. Like you can't lose any of these. Well, these two games right here. I think most of the games from here on out are a coin flip or a little bit worse. The Cavs are a tough game. Denver's a tough game, but the Wizards and the Hornets just aren't. And these are teams that are looking to lose. There are teams that are lottery bound and more interested in Cooper Flag than they are the Sacramento Kings. And I would be shocked if this wasn't a 20-point win and probably closer to a 30-point win. Just because, to be honest with you, the Kings have actually played really well against bad teams recently. It's when the level of competition raises that you start to have issues.
Yeah, James, settle down. Settle down. We're not there yet. We're not there yet to say 20, 30 points. We're not there. Just win. Hey, JWTDG. Just
Okay.
win the damn game.
All right.
All right. That's what we're looking for. But your point is well taken. I mean, against teams who have been down and out for the most part, they've been able to handle business. But do you look at the King? We were having this discussion earlier as well. Do you look at the Kings as just a bad team? Like, do you think this is who they are? They're a bad team, and there's nothing to be expected, moving forward this season with these guys.
No, I mean, I look at the Kings, and this is something that my partner over the Kings beat always says, Sean Cunningham. He says they're just a 500 team. That's not a bad team. It's not a good team. It's just a 500 team. And, they definitely are a disappointment. So I'm not going to steal that away from them. They're definitely a disappointment, but whether they're just like a flat out bad team, I don't think so. Again, I fully expect them to fight this out and to have a good shot at being in the play-in. And I actually think that they can beat Dallas. And if somehow Memphis falls to them, I certainly think they can beat Memphis. There are other teams in this sort of like area of play that I think they can beat and they can get into the playoffs. I'm not convinced that's going to happen, but I think there is a chance of that. And the problem that I have is that this just isn't it going forward. Like, there has to be drastic changes going forward. And whatever happened here to make the drastic moves that they did during the season, to me, like I would have never, they didn't make sense to me at the time and they don't make sense to me now. And that's not something I would have done if I were running this team. I would have tried to wait until this summer. I would have made sure that I know exactly who was running this team before I made the dramatic changes that I did do. And then I would have moved forward accordingly. I'm not saying you shouldn't have made trades at the deadline. Clearly, this team needed some roster shakeups, but there's a difference between shaking the roster and, lopping off the whole top of the tree, which is what you kind of did.
Real quick, I just got to, JWTDG, Zabo was first with that today, so I got to post it.
Oh, don't pander to Zabo.
Why?
No, don't pander
That's
to
my boy.
Zabo.
He was first. He
You
said
owe
it.
Zabo an apology.
That's my boy.
You've
He said
turned
it, so I got him.
Zabo's
I got it on the screen.
Entire world upside down.
And people are asking if I've ever said the Lake Show comment. Yeah, you can find there's a drop where I
Well, that's
mockingly
true.
say it
Yeah.
just like Kenny
You
does.
said it. Yes, you say it as well. You
As
say
Kenny.
it as Kenny.
The question
Yes.
was though, who said it unironically?
Yeah.
James clearly falls with us.
Only Kenny.
No,
Only Kenny.
no irony in there.
Jim, there's finger pointing all over the place. You talk about this isn't it. This isn't it moving forward. Where do you? I think I know the answer to this. Where do you start the blame? When you dissect this season and you dissect what's happened the last, I guess, 2 seasons, where do you start the blame with?
Like I think I start the blame with the front office, with Monty and Wes. And just because Wes exits like stage left, I'm not gonna take his name off what happened here. Look, this was avoidable. That's the long and the short of it. It was avoidable. If you had personality conflicts, you had players coming in and saying, "Hey, I want to play for Mike Brown," and other players coming in saying, "I don't want to play for Mike Brown." Then you have a sit down and you work through those differences. If you know that you have issues at the wing, that every team in the league that's worth their salt has long and athletic 3s and 4s, and you have one of them and that's it, then you attack that position with a different type of intensity than what we've seen here the last couple of years. You don't squander a first-round pick on a player that was going to miss 6 months. You don't, because that right there, that's one of them. You could have gone out and got, whether it's, I don't know, De Silva or, why am I drawing a blank? The kid, Dalton Connect. Yeah, I mean, there were options here. Ryan Dunn, there were options that you could have tried to fill that void. You could have traded that pick to try to go get one of those players that you needed. Like, I look at what like De'Aaron Fox was asking for, and I've never had a problem with what De'Aaron Fox asked for, because it was the same thing we've asked for on the radio for the last 2 years. Just go get the right players. And we're not saying go get a superstar. We're not saying go get another 20-point scorer. We're saying go get the right type of player to fit the system that you have in place. And so, like, that's where I would start the blame. Unfortunately, it's with the front office, and I don't think there's anyone who's clear of blame there. But I also, like, I just think that so many things were avoidable. And then when we get to the big transaction, like, I blame everybody. I blame everybody from top to bottom. I blame ownership. I blame the players. The player. I blame those around the player. I blame, again, the front office, ownership, everybody. Like there should have been a way to fix this thing before blowing it up and sending not just your season, but potentially the next 3 to 5 seasons off kilter and towards a dark place. And it's just, one of the worst things is you had to choose a path if you decided to trade De'Aaron Fox, you had to choose a path. And even that path, I don't think was the right path that they chose. Like if you were going to blow it up, blow it up. If you were going to go get assets, go get assets. But that's not what you did. You made yourself into, pretty much like status quo for the next season or two. And that's just a really tough place unless it all worked out perfectly. And sure, we have hindsight of 2020, but you can rewind the tape just like you rewinded Kenny saying Lake Show and see how I was saying the same exact thing when you made the trade, the same exact thing before you made the trade. I said this same exact thing like in October when we were making predictions on what could happen here. And unfortunately, a lot of that is proven out.
Well, one of the things that you had to deal with, and I think James is all right with that. Well, I shouldn't speak for him. He can answer, but I think if you kept De'Aaron Fox, you'd be throwing this season away. And this season hasn't worked out anyway. But it felt like especially after that fateful OKC game, well, Philly and then OKC, that it was going to be a problem moving forward to have him around. And if you want to keep him around past the deadline, that's cool because you want to get the best deal you can get. But it felt like you'd be punting on this season. This season had no shot. And I think part of the thinking was they still want to give this season a shot at making the playoffs. May not work out anyway, but it really and maybe just prisoner of the moment, but that week it felt like this team they can't move forward as is and still be successful. That's what
I get you. I get you, but I'll tell you that when they fired Michael Malone in the 2015 season, right?
Mhm.
They fully thought that they were going to still make the playoffs. They thought that Tyrone Corbin was going to come in and fix everything, and that team was just going to keep going. They thought it was a good thing that they fired Michael Malone. They did. I was there for it.
Michael Malone said it's the best thing that's ever happened to him.
To him, but he said that years later. But
2 days ago.
Yeah, in the moment, they thought they were doing right by themselves and by their franchise, and they were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And this one here, it feels so similar. Like you have to. There are so many moments where we can talk about like the whole 16-year playoff drought, and I've told you guys this. There's so many moments where you miss by a smidge, where you chose the wrong player, or whether you made the wrong move, or a player got hurt. Like so many moments that made up a 16-year playoff drought. And I just feel like almost every single time they choose the wrong thing to do in the crucial moments, and it ends up hurting them and damaging what they're trying to do long term almost every time. And again, I don't think it's intentional. I don't think there's someone who's behind the scenes meddling that wants his team to lose, because that's not the case. Like they've always wanted to win, but that doesn't change the fact that whatever they are doing, it always costs them. And that's just kind of like, it's the reality of this franchise over the last, not just the Vivek era, but even before that. And it's really tough to watch, something that had so much potential 2 years ago have so little potential today. And that's where I'm kind of at.
It feels like they make one move, and I feel like this has been the case forever. It feels like they make one move at a time. They never think about like the consequences of a move. They never think about, well, if we make this move, what about this move that we haven't made yet? Like you hear, oh, so-and-so is always thinking 4 steps ahead. Not the Kings. They just, what's in front of us? All right, do that. Like they never think about anything else. Like there's no foresight.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and I would also tell you that when DeMarcus Cousins can basically go out and on a video clip say that same exact thing, and just like they live in the moment too much. They made the playoffs, but they had no plan after making the playoffs. And it's such a weird thing because I know these guys aren't stupid. And I know like the guys that are running that front office, they're smart guys. You can say whatever you want about Wes Wilcox, now that he's not there anymore, but Wes Wilcox he's a very smart dude. It's not like he's just some rube that it's just he's throwing darts at a dartboard. So it's just tough to put those things together. Like you have really smart guys, you have people who have had success, and whether it's with NBA teams before or in different walks of life, they've had success. But the opportunity here just never seems to breed like the long-term success that you would hope, and it's really frustrating. The last thing I want to do is get on the air and just talk negative all the time about this team. But if I'm not being real, then like what exactly am I doing here? And what would that do? Like I'm not going to lie to people and say everything is, is spectacular. We're literally looking at a team that may or may not make the play-in tournament, that may or may not win a game in the play-in tournament. Chances are losing their first round pick. So this offseason in particular is tough to wrap your head around. We don't know as of what is today, April 2nd, who is going to be making decisions for this team in 2 weeks. We don't know who the head coach is. We don't know if Monty McNair will be back or not. We already know that the assistant general manager's out the door. There are so many question marks heading into this particular offseason, and it just rewind 12 months, it just didn't feel like that we would possibly be in this situation right here that we're in, which is it's disappointing.
Yeah, we kind of talked about, Sabonis, the clarity comments, and that seems to stick with us a little bit. And I ask you, James, why wouldn't a guy like Sabonis be 10 toes down with the organization? And I'm not saying he isn't. I'm just using him as an example. Like De'Aaron Fox was that way, all this other stuff. Why wouldn't they, hey, I signed here, I want to see this thing through, as opposed to, I got to get out of here?
You're asking today why would he not be 10 toes down?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I mean, look, you're an NBA player who only has a certain amount of years you get to play. And, he goes out there almost every night. This season he's missed a few games, but even the games that he's missed, realistically, this dude's a warrior. He goes out there and plays as much as he can, right? He goes out there and puts up really close to 20 and 14 and 6 assists. He's consistent. He works on his craft all off season. People complain he doesn't hit the 3-point shot. He comes back this year and he shoots 41% from 3. They complain about, his defense. He gets better defensively. He gets better as a defensive rebounder. They complain about all these things, and he goes and attacks those things in the offseason like the professional that he is. You get to a certain point, though, with a place that you're at where you look around and say, where are we going? What are we doing? And at a certain point, you have to do what's right for yourself. And I know we can all look at his contract and say, well, the Kings made a commitment to you. It's like, yeah, they made a commitment to you. And then they literally did almost nothing after that. After that point, they just stopped being active. They signed Harrison Barnes that offseason. They had trade after trade fall through. And then you get to a point where you're even at the trade deadline last year where they could have added to this team and they didn't. And so if you're looking at your career path and thinking, okay, I'm going to win 38, 39, 40 games this year. If they get lucky, they might win 41 right now, as they say. Like, you made a commitment to being the best player you can be. And a franchise has not made the commitment to putting the best team around you possible. And you can say, hey, they've tried. You can say, hey, you're part of the reason, all of those things. And I'm not going to argue. Like, Domantas Sabonis would have to be, responsible for everything that's happened here, at least to a certain degree. But this isn't the team he signed up to be on. It's, even De'Aaron Fox is gone. So, like, if he's not 100% in, it's not because he hates Sacramento and he doesn't want to be here. It's because he's looking at his own career, his own legacy in the game and saying, how is this going to reflect on me? And if it's not going to reflect on you positively, and if you think you're going to just spin your tires for the next 3 or 4 years here until your contract's up, like, what good is that? Like, do you think Domantas Sabonis wants to play for a 32-win team? And the answer is no. Domas wants to be in the playoffs. He wants to be noted amongst the best players in the league. And he also, sometimes the opportunity that you're in, it doesn't lead to that. And he's not the first guy, and he won't be the last guy. I mean, Damian Lillard ran his course in Portland. And to be honest with you, Damian Lillard asked out about 2 or 3 years too late. Like, if he would have asked out earlier, he would have had the potential to go win championships. But now he doesn't.
He asked out after he signed that contract extension, and I think that limited things a little bit. Like, that was, as great as Dame is, Hammer, that was a tough contract to trade for. Like, you had to have very specific types of players that made a lot of money that allowed you to move on from them, but still be a solid basketball team to bring Dame into. And, it doesn't mean your point about it being a couple of years too late is invalid, but I do think the fact that he willingly signed that extension to lengthen that contract a little bit did hamper. He eliminated any control that he had, that's for sure, and it put him in a situation where he probably limited the teams that could actually acquire him.
Yeah, but there were still teams lining up to go get him. I mean, the Heat still wanted Damian Lillard, and there were teams that still wanted him. The Bucks still wanted him, and if it was an open race to go get him, he would have had plenty of other suitors. You got to remember, Dame also put the restriction that he wanted to go to Miami, right? And then they traded him somewhere else. Yeah. And that's typically the way it goes. Like, it's fine, you want to go somewhere, but as a franchise, it's on you to do the best you can do for the franchise. So look, I don't blame if Domantas Sabonis says, hey, like, this thing's run its course, like, he's going to let them have an off season. He's going to let them, like, go out and figure out what happens on draft night and on July 1st when the free agency period opens up and, the trade season starts on July 1st. But that doesn't mean that at the end of the day, he's not going to look at this and go, hey, what are we doing here? And, will he ask out this summer? I don't think so. Will he ask out mid-season next year? That's always a possibility. But that's where, again, it's on the Kings to go out there and build a roster that's competitive, or to not build a roster that's competitive, but do right by the player and say, okay, you're right. We're not going to be good. We're not going to be competitive for the next 2 years, 3 years. We're going to take a major step back. We've got 9 first-round picks, and we've got a stack of second-round picks. We're just going to take a big step back, and we understand that you don't want to waste the prime of your career in that situation, and that's okay. So we'll find a spot for you to go. Don't put a bunch of restrictions on us. We're going to try to get the best deal we can for you. But, there are teams out there that would love to have Domantas Sabonis. And there are other teams that would say, hey, I'm not taking that $40 million, $45 million contract. So
all that is the exact opposite of what happened with De'Aaron Fox. They did right by De'Aaron Fox, and he put restrictions on him. And it didn't work out at all, according to many.
Okay, but why did it not work out?
Because he put restrictions on him, and they tried to do right by De'Aaron Fox. He wanted to go to San Antonio. We'll get you there. Now, the minutia of that deal, they probably could have done a little bit more. I believe. I'm not in the negotiations, but it feels like you could have got more, or at least one more piece, whether it's a draft asset or a player from San Antonio to help out that deal. That would be my argument, is you could have done more there. But the basis of it all was, we're going to take care of you. This is where you want to go. You know what I mean? And he let it be known directly or indirectly, this is where I want to go.
It was directly. There was nothing indirect about it. It was direct.
You know, so he put restrictions on him, and they tried to take care of him. And according to everybody, that hadn't worked out good at all.
No, but you also, in that trade, you had a choice between dealing with just San Antonio, or San Antonio and the Bulls, or San Antonio and someone else. And you chose to try to maintain what you were doing in Sacramento, and trade for Zach LaVine in that move. And to be honest with you, that's the Kings' decision right there. The Spurs had no say in that. And, well, I mean, the Spurs did in the end did have at least some conversations in it. But like, if they just wanted to deal with the Spurs would have just dealt with the Kings. And, again, the Kings would have had to take back some pieces from the Spurs because of the salary that Fox made. But the Kings made the decision to go the Zach LaVine route. And, again, that can be a topic of discussion for down the road. But at the same time, like, I would say that you now know what you should have already known, was that the pairing of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan wasn't going to work, because we had 3 years of it in Chicago to look at and say, hey, that didn't work there. Why would it work in Sacramento? And so, again, like, the Kings easily could have just taken another path with that transaction, where, whether they took back Keldon Johnson, or whether they took back Zach Collins, or they took back something else, but not $45 million in contract, or $43 million this year, 46 and 49. So again, like, we have the hindsight of that, but it's not like we also didn't have years and years and years of understanding what that pairing would look like, or who Zach LaVine was a player. So I don't like anything that Zach LaVine has done here in Sacramento should not be a surprise, because it's exactly what he's done the last 3 years, and exactly what he's done throughout his 11 years in the NBA. And I'm not saying that in a negative way, but what I am saying is that if Zach LaVine is on your team, you now have to figure out how to maximize Zach LaVine. That should be one of the major objectives of this summer, is to figure out how to get Zach LaVine in a place where he can be as productive as he was with the Bulls, and can be a centerpiece on your team. And again, that's going to require you to do some mixing and matching of your roster again. And hey, that's where you are. That's where you are today. You've got to figure out how to move forward with Zach. And again, I've said it here a million times. I think Zach is an incredible offensive weapon, and I actually think he can really work with Domantas Sabonis, but not in this situation. You have got to change this specific situation if you're going to move forward with Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis as your two primary players.
All right, we'll come back. There's a lot more we want to talk with James Ham about as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. Of course, we got Sacramento Kings basketball coming up at 4:00. We'll get you ready for that. Over there on the television set, it's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let me ask you guys a question. I ain't necessarily maybe want to have this on the air, but why do we look at Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan as something that was proven that they couldn't work, but Fox and Sabonis is a missed opportunity?
Because Fox and Sabonis won 48 games their first full year together, and were the third seed in the Western Conference.
What else have they done?
Well, they won 46 the next season, and probably could have won more if it weren't for a couple of tweaks here and there. And again, you didn't put the pieces around them.
We can't talk about that. Because I could say the same thing about Chicago. They would have done this, and Lonzo would have been healthy, all this other stuff. But we look at LaVine and DeRozan, and maybe they don't work. I'm not even here to make the argument they do work. But why do we look at one situation as they couldn't work, and Fox and Sabonis had the same one good year?
I don't know. I mean, like I never ever got the feeling that the problem with the Kings was Fox and Sabonis.
I'm not here to say what I'm just saying they got the same resume. And when they're spoken about in two different lights. And I'm asking why. That's it. They got
Okay,
the
so
same resume.
I'll just ask you this. Do you think that the pairing of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan over the last, 27 games or whatever it is, 25 games with the Kings, is a success?
But I didn't think 13 and 18 was a success either.
Well, yeah, but you did think the 48 or 46 wins were at least partially a success, right?
Yeah, 45 or whatever that DeMar DeRozan and LaVine got was a success as well.
Okay, but
they have the same resume. There is literally no difference, it feels like.
Yeah, I totally disagree with this premise.
What's the difference?
Because when I look at Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, I never once thought they were two players that didn't work together. I thought that they needed other pieces around them to help them get better. When I watch DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, I see two players who do not function together at all.
But they can't have pieces around them that would help them.
Well,
right, like Lonzo
sure.
being the point guard. But that's all I'm saying is when it's those two, when it's Sabonis and Fox, it's like they didn't have enough around them. When it's DeMar and LaVine, they just don't work. Like, why can't DeMar and LaVine not have good pieces around them too? Or why isn't the responsibility on Fox and Sabonis to be better than what they are the same way it's placed on LaVine and DeRozan?
Well, yeah, but a team isn't two players. But when two players work together, or at least can coexist together, which is what Fox and Sabonis did for the last 3 years, like whether they were good for the first 31 games of this season or not, whether the team was good or not, that's a whole, they did not find success. But at the same time, like you can look at the pairing of DeRozan and LaVine and see the exact same flaws that they had together in Chicago. And it doesn't, again, I think there's a big difference between like, again, coexisting, like two players can find success together and two players can not coexist together. So I don't know. Like I just don't. When you look at the pairing of LaVine and DeRozan, I just do not see a way in which they function properly as a 2 and 3 combo. And I think it's proven out over years, and I think it also was proven out. It's been proven out here in Sacramento. And whether it's personality or play style or whatever.
We're coming back, Hammer.
All right.
I hate when Casey does that. He asks great questions during the commercial break. So basically what happened is Kenny told James he's full of crap. James responded to Kenny, dude, you're an idiot. And that's where we were the last.
I don't know. I didn't think that was something we.
You didn't think Patrick Willis was on there either.
Yeah, bro,
come on, dude. We'll make that call.
The worst decision maker, perhaps in the history of.
We will make that call for you, Casey.
You are, yes, that's right.
We can rehash it though. We can rehash it. The question that
I don't need to take a picture with Patrick Willis with my show's shirt on.
Yeah, or tell the super cool story on air.
Right.
The question I asked, because James had said, why did you go get LaVine and DeRozan when it's been proven that pairing isn't successful and it doesn't work? And I just asked the question, why is that pairing looked at as one that just doesn't work and isn't a winning one? And Sabonis and Fox is looked at with all this promise when the resumes of the two pairings are the same. Now, I'm not here to say one works, one doesn't. They both work, they both don't. I'm just saying, why is the perception of one that it's just proven that you can't win here? And the other one was like, man, the future was so bright with these two when they both went to the playoffs one time. They both had a disappointing second season together. And then the third season was a train wreck for both pairings to start off before moves were made. And I just was trying to figure out why the perception is different when the results are the exact same.
Yeah, and
This is where James said you're an idiot. And sorry,
I'll just reiterate what I said before. It's that when you look at the pairing of Levine and DeRozan, they are too redundant, number one. Number two, they just personality-wise, play style-wise, whatever it is, I don't know what it is that makes Zach LaVine shoot 6 times in a game or 9 times in a game. I don't know what it is about playing with DeMar DeRozan, but he's just a different player when he's playing with DeMar DeRozan. And I never thought that the play style of Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox clashed at all. I just think that they didn't put the pieces around them. And I think my point would be that I think you could have put pieces around Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox and found success, because we saw it in year one, the 48 win season. We saw it that year where guys are shooting the ball, guys are finding success, all that stuff. Year two, like again, Kevin Huerter went from having his best career season to having his worst career season. You saw Keegan Murray regress in year two greatly, but you didn't add pieces to the puzzle. And then year three, we can talk about the 13 and 18 season, but I'm just going to add the one ingredient that we didn't discuss off the air, is that the one move that you did make was to remove Harrison Barnes from the team and put DeMar DeRozan on the team. And so when you add all of that, this season, is it a success or a failure? It's a failure. Make no mistake. It's a failure that you signed a coach to a 3-year extension and then fired him 31 games into the season. It's a failure that you had to trade your best player midseason. This season is a complete failure. Now, has Doug made the best lemonade he can out of the lemons you gave him? Yeah, I think, probably. Maybe he could have done better here and there. Maybe he could have done worse. But that doesn't change the fact that when we get done with this season, it's going to be looked at as a very, very disappointing and failure of a season. But that doesn't, when I look at what we're watching on the court today, we're watching two players that spent 3 years together before and did not work as a pairing. And we're watching them continue that in Sacramento, where they don't work together. And you're waiting until, the clock strikes midnight on this team in a week and a half, 2 weeks, and then you're figuring out how to break the pair up. And again, I don't think they hate each other. I don't think that it's anything like that. It's just some players don't work together. And I don't compare the Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox era to like what we're seeing from these two guys at all. It's just because I don't think Sabonis and Fox ever had a problem playing together on the court. They complemented each other plenty of times on the court as players. The Kings just didn't do the logical steps to continue to build the roster.
So we're just going on vibes and feel, because everything you said is great. The results are still the results, and the resumes are the same.
I'm going to take the first 2 seasons of Fox and Sabonis, and I'm not going to include this season with Fox and Sabonis, because it's not just Fox and Sabonis.
Okay.
It's Fox and Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan. And, again, Keegan Murray getting off to a bad start. Kevin Huerter proving that last season was not an anomaly, that it was, who he is as a player with the Sacramento Kings. That's how I look at it. I mean, again, we can like break it down to its finer nuances, but I just don't think that this team is built right. It wasn't built right from the start of this season. We thought that they would win more games and that this wouldn't be just like a huge thing that came undone. But just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Domantas Sabonis. Maybe Domantas will go to San Antonio and play for the Spurs alongside De'Aaron Fox, and we'll see if it works somewhere else.
Does De'Aaron refollow him after that?
Yeah.
Does he follow him back on Instagram? Like, oh, he's here now. I can see his post again.
Yeah.
Some of that 11 wine or whatever it's called. That cab. Well, since we're talking about Sabonis, we had a spirited conversation about him earlier. Hammer, there's I hate asking questions. I feel like I know what people are going to answer. we had a conversation about Domas earlier, and obviously one of the big topics of discussion, Hammer, has been the lack of a point guard. There's no true point guard. We need Fred VanVleet, an organizer here, to get everything in line for Sacramento. And I looked back, and just kind of glanced at a couple of things over the last couple of years. And the guy who led the team in assists in most games, and certainly on average, was Domantas Sabonis. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you're running the offense, but it sure as hell felt like the offense was running through Domantas Sabonis the last few years. Why does that not feel like it's the case this year?
Yeah, they came into the season and switched up the offense. And I don't know why they did that. But towards the end of last season, they made some changes to the offense as well. I think other teams figured out a little bit of what their offense was doing. But to me, it doesn't make any sense. Like the last game where, they end up losing to Indiana, the fact that didn't Domas have 0 assists in that game? Part of that is that, like, hey, look, sometimes guys miss shots and you don't get your assists, right? But like 0, that doesn't make sense that every single shot that was taken from Domantas Sabonis was missed. So I don't get it. The other point I would, like the last 2 games, Zach LaVine and Malik Monk have decided that they're not going to value the ball at all. And to me, like the easy solution there is to not have them have the ball in their hands very often and to let them play off of Domas. But I don't get it. I don't like the easiest path forward is to, like, again, focus on the guy that understands the offense, that is an equal opportunity passer. He helps his teammates get better, and you're not running the ball through him. So decisions are made on the court, decisions are made going into games, but whoever's making that decision, and I don't think it's like someone saying, hey, I'm not going to give the ball to Domas tonight, and I'm not going to run through the offense through him. I think it's something that these players right now are in their heads a little bit and lost a little bit. And in the end, they're not making the decisions that just makes the game easier for everybody. And it's probably one of the more disappointing things that we're seeing on the way down the stretch in this season is just that there is no true identity to this team. And, we can talk all we want about the DHO game and all that being the identity of this team 2 years ago. It was. And they had the highest offensive rating in the history of basketball that season to that date. Now it's been killed the last 2 years. But, it just seems like the easiest path forward is one that this Kings team, for whatever reason, chooses not to do almost every single time.
So real quick, Casey, not the person, talking about the basketball player, the game. Did Mike Brown not like Domantas Sabonis' basketball game?
No, he liked Domas's game. Like, I mean, they built the game around him, but I also think that they.
So why would you change the offense coming into this year then? Because that's Mike.
They changed it last year.
They did.
That's Mike too.
Yeah.
That's what. Isn't that what? Didn't Domas get mad about it?
Yeah, we had a bunch of stuff we were running, and we don't run no more.
But then at the same time, Domas, didn't he average 8.1 assists, 8.2 assists last season? Like he had his best assist season ever last year. And like, look, it's very possible that it's that the Kings aren't a very good 3-point shooting team and just makes them a whole lot more predictable. And teams are just cluttering the lane with players and the looks aren't, Domas isn't having the wide open look to a guy in the corner or the wide open, kick back to a guy sitting at the top of the key. I mean, part of it is the fact that they're not a good 3-point shooting team. And it's not just that Domas isn't getting assists off the 3-point shot to his teammates, and that's why his assist numbers are down, but it's that Domas and no one is getting assists off of those 3-point shots because more often than not, they're inconsistent and not hitting their 3-point shots. Yeah, I don't, it's like a chicken or the egg situation, but like, I'm still not sure why you go away from Sabonis as your key offensive hub, especially when you're going into a game against a super fast-paced team in Indiana that that moves the ball. You know, that's typically when you see the Kings at their best is when the ball's hopping, right? And is bouncing from one guy to the next, and everybody's involved and everybody's touching the ball. Again, look at the Blazers game like a week and a half ago. That was just beautiful basketball. They only ended up with 24 assists, but it was okay in that game because for whatever reason, they didn't register a couple of extra assists. But they sure did pass the ball well. It's just not who they've been. And I'd also say, as a level of competition ratchets up, this team usually defaults to bad basketball. They default to like who they are as rudimentary players, not in a system. And they have a lot of work to do on what the system is moving forward.
Ben's little bro asked, did we fix the Kings yet? No, we did not.
No. To that game.
We did not.
To that game specifically. I remember watching the game and mind you, when I say this, I didn't necessarily have a problem with it. Domantas Sabonis was getting the ball. He was just shooting a lot. He shot 19 times in that game. Shot 17 times in the first 3 quarters. Like, we beg him to take 12 shots in a
against
game.
Indiana.
Against Indiana.
Yeah.
And I remember just watching him. He was just shooting the ball a lot. And like I said, I'm not even saying it as a bad thing because I want that level of aggression from him from time to time. And I think in a game like that, I don't know if they're necessarily going away from Domas. It might have been more if he was looking for a shot a little bit more than normal.
Yeah, but then I think it is them going away from him because look at what happened in the fourth quarter. They went away from him. Like, they went away from what was working the entire game. What helped them build the 16-point lead? They just abandoned it. And that's why you lost that game. You lost that game because Domantas Sabonis had 19 shot attempts. 17 of them came through 3 quarters, and 2 of them came in the fourth. And I believe the one that he hit was a rebound and putback. Like, what are you doing? Like, if you're playing basketball at any level and a guy is dominating his coverage, you keep feeding him. And they stopped. And so that's a fundamental flaw to this team. It's the me landscape. It's not being able to say no, not having a teammate say that's enough, and not holding guys accountable in the moment. That's what this season feels like. When we get to the end, it's going to be way too many games this season where individuals decided that it was their time to shine and not the team's time to shine. And it costs them. And then when 1 or 2 players start doing that on this team, everybody follows suit. It becomes either guys go into hero mode and try to match the other hero mode, or other guys just stand around and go, well, I'm not going to touch the ball again. I don't know why I'm here. And I think that's where we get to. And I'm not just saying one player, because I think there have been multiple players who have done this exact same thing, but the system has not been strong enough to withstand those individual moments of players, and there is no relying on a system.
That also goes to Dame, what you were talking about earlier, right? With Domantas Sabonis, like where you yelled at him, you were like, "You supposed to be the man."
It's a 2-time All-NBA player.
Yeah,
grow some balls,
please.
Say
Tell him,
something.
give me the goddamn ball.
Yeah, say something.
Give me the ball.
Yeah.
You yell at people for everything else. Yell at them to give you the goddamn ball.
He does yell a lot.
Yeah, he's yelling at people all the time. If you got a mismatch, if you're Domantas Sabonis, hey, run this when we come down the court next time. Get me the rock. And that is where, when you talk about, and we'll bring this full circle a little bit, when you talk about not being a good matchup with DeMar and Zach LaVine in Chicago, on the court, they may not have been a good matchup. You know, just the way they played their position and all this other stuff. De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, they may not have been a good matchup mentally, emotionally, leadership-wise. Because when times got tough, situations like that, Domas is, in those situations, Domas's default is what? He's told us. Does anybody know? Pop quiz time.
The default to De'Aaron.
To whoever. Where do you want the ball? I'm going to come set a screen for you. That's his default. And and sometimes you need your leader, your best player, to say, give me the ball. Give me the rock. And if you're just going to just, fall back and let this other stuff happen, I don't know if you need that either. You need somebody a little bit more assertive. And when De'Aaron and Sabonis were here, sure, they worked great on that pick and roll on the left side of the floor, but neither one of them were assertive personalities.
No, but I would also tell you that off the court, neither is DeMar. On the court, he is. And I would say that, like, the one time where we saw someone stand up and have words with DeMar, it was Trey Lyles. Trey Lyles had enough. And again, it was like, what are we doing? Everything is working, and then you've got to go force a bad shot. You've got to go force a bad shot followed by a bad turnover. Like, what are you doing? And that, I'm not going to disagree with you. One of the flaws to this team is that they don't have like that one guy who, in the locker room is an alpha dog who goes at other players off the court. On the court, that is what DeMar does. DeMar says, hey, like, it's my turn. And that's the problem with Zach. Zach's not that guy. And just like De'Aaron would take control of a game, but he also, when he got into uncomfortable situations, would defer to other people. Again, we talked about it earlier. Me and Kyle, when you look at the game that Jokic had last night, 61 points, right? 10 rebounds, 10 assists. The only other player this season to score 60 in a game is De'Aaron Fox. Like De'Aaron Fox is a tremendous basketball player, but he
both
lost to the Wolves. What a
wow, that's crazy. Wow.
Yeah. And he's also a player that can't do that every night because he doesn't have the personality to do it every night.
Yeah.
And so the Kings don't have that personality, to be that player to step in and say something. They just don't. So I don't know, a void of leadership, maybe. But at the same time, I think, trying to hold on, trying to keep this thing straight on for this season alone was a mistake. And part of that is that you're just you've kind of let the thing spin out of control, and whoever wants to take control on the court is who's getting to take control on the court. And there's not a dominant personality to say no. And again, this is on Doug Christie as well. If Doug doesn't want to say no, if he doesn't want to pull a guy out of a game who misses 4 straight shots in the fourth quarter and just keeps looking for his shot, then look, it's not about one player winning a game. It's about a team winning a game. And if you can't be the guy who says no, then, I don't know what to say. You've got to be more forceful in the moment, in huddles, like calling timeouts, or just pulling guys and saying, hey, look, everything was going really well until you decided that it was your turn. And now things aren't going really well. And I'm going to go a different direction for the next 5 minutes in this game. And we're going to see how it ends up. Because what we have seen over the last, 65, 70 games is like an inconsistency that is unacceptable and isn't working. So it's tough, but hey, tough decisions have to be made this offseason. And, it's not just one player, but sometimes it's a mix of players that cause the problem. And I think that's where we're at right now.
We have tough decisions to make right now. For those that have the TV on in front of them, Morgan looks 10 out of 10, 15 out of 10. She's got like a form-fitting top, a very baggy pants. It's with the belt on. It's a full one-piece thing. Phenomenal. Yeah. Amazing look.
Okay.
Something about Deuce is really bothering me. And I think it's the shirt.
Oh, no.
I think Deuce's shirt is bothering me.
Oh, no.
One, I think he accidentally wore colors that are a little bit too close to the Wizards' colors. Two, it's a very active shirt that feels... Now, dress shirts are generally timeless, but the pattern feels very 2015.
Oh, well, what is it?
I don't know. It's just they show Morgan. I'm like, wow, Morgan, and then they show Deuce. Like, what is that? I don't. Deuce is normally 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
I'm going 6.5 for Deuce today. I don't like it. I don't like it. We've got
to get to it before the show ends.
Well, the show's about to end. We're gonna run it back. We're all gonna flip on our TVs and watch the game. We're gonna tune in to James and Kyle tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m.
Giants win today. A's lose.
Are the A's ever going to win?
Maybe not. Not here.
Well, I was gonna say, are the A's ever gonna win here in Sacramento? Maybe that's the gimmick. I feel like I guess we could talk about this tomorrow. We have to go. You're not going to see Deuce live. Okay, here, come on, sweep the camera around. Come on, man. Well, you're not going to see it. You're going to have to tune in tomorrow. We'll run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
See, now they're going to a video. Wait, oh no, now we're probably going to the court. No, all right.
The schedule. They're going to put on
Wednesday
the
earlier.
16th.
James, I know you got to go, man. Go ahead. In fact, we all got to go. We got to. I just really wanted Deuce's shirt to pop up on the TV.
They should.
Well, I got like 8 minutes until tip off. We're good. I already tweeted out lineups.
Right here, they should be getting done with this graphic.
No,
right
yeah, we
here.
see the graphic. Like,
come on,
move it.
Come on.
You tell me if I'm overreacting. I think you know what? Okay, look, you don't like it. Is that why you're laughing? You don't like it,
no.
And it does not look good with that background at all. So now the suit, because of that,
I think it's more.
So no. But what I think happened is the background, I think, is like affecting the color of Deuce's suit. I think his suit is a smidge bit darker, but it's being highlighted by all of that orange behind him.
I don't not like it. That's not the case. It's not.
It's
not sharp. It looks like a he looks like a teacher.
Yeah,
it's just not
Professor
sharp.
Mason.
Yeah, but
I don't know. It's like
it
the gingham pattern. I don't know. It's not horrible.
It looks okay. It's just it doesn't look like TV.
He has to be cautious with that. That type pattern too on TV will start to move. Like the cameras can't handle it, and it'll start to look funky.
I need them to change the background because the background I feel like is making it look worse, and I can't properly.
They're way too high. Why are they so high? Why are they panning down to the NBC logo way down low? Like the camera shot's too tight.
Battle for the Box is a very weird headline.
Yeah.
Well, what is that?
What is
that's a flag? That's a flag on NBC.
Whoa. Yes.
That's a flag on NBC.
Yo, that was crazy.
I don't even know what that
Did
means.
you throw the flag on me?
I don't even know what that means.
Well, James, I encourage you not to Google
NBC, you got a flag and a double tech. They're out of here.
Hey, look, there's a guy that the Kings could have used. Ryan Dunn. Boom. Roasted.
All right,
again,
maybe I'm being too hard on Deuce.
The camera angle is wrong. What's going on here?
Look.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, he went for it. But like I said, it's a little more teacher than studio host.
I like the tie's got some pattern to it. It's got some depth, like some definition to it. All right, let's go watch basketball.
That's a tough color too.
We're gonna go do a show. You go do a basketball. We'll go watch.
This is everyone's worst nightmare right there.
This is bad. Bye, everyone.